into authentic conversations about ourselves and our community, exploring topics that uplift and inspire us, from personal growth to social change. So grab your teacup and get ready to join the conversation. Guys, so much. Thank you guys so much. We're here to get into it. Tanisha Talks Teas. Good morning, sippers. Facebook. Good morning. YouTube, how you doing? Kick. We have just been offered our subscriptions on Kick. Make sure y'all get over there and subscribe to Tanisha Talks Teas. I'm on Kick. Growing. We've been offered the monetization of the subscribers. Yay, sippers. I think that deserves a little hand clap. We are also live on Twitch. Last week, y'all, we were having some technical difficulties. Like, we were getting glitchy. We were getting kicked out of the algorithm of YouTube and Twitch. So I only was able to upload a little bit of some Diddy stuff. Last night, unfortunately, we had to get into the mass shooting of the senators in Minnesota. Y'all can go check out some of my clips and my full 4-hour video of that. Not a lot of review, just more so watching, seeing what's going on. We may get into some review of that later on in the week. However, we're up with Diddy stuff. I hear that 50 Cent's baby mama has been airing Diddy ass out over a federal balcony, and she has thrown Yung Miami into the group chat, y'all. So let's get right into it. Thank you guys so much for being here with me today. Let's sip this tea. Let me get into sharing my page. We'll listen to some audio voiceovers of some more of the Diddy trial.
June 10th, 2025, some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of Jane Doe's cross-examination testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press and at Jewel Mancy on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion.
Jane, we met before. Then you stopped meeting with the defense. That was your choice, right?
Correct.
You are testifying against Mr. Combs?
I'm testifying against him.
How many times did they prep you on how to be cross-examined at this trial?
Maybe 2 or 3 times.
Did you bring in other prosecutors to cross you?
Yes.
And they granted you immunity at the grand jury, right?
Yes.
You said you had regret about some of the choices you made with Mr. Combs?
If you have it, I'd love to look at it with you.
You chose to participate in that lifestyle for many years, and you did not want to break up with him, right?
I did not want to.
You had sex with other men for years?
I resent the emotional control. I was hooked from the start. There was pressure to perform these acts my lover desired.
You used the word partner again and again on direct. He was your partner?
Yes.
You said you're having trouble answering for yourself why you had sex with these men?
Yes.
You are in therapy now?
Yes.
You love Mr. Combs.
I love to spend time with my partner.
You wanted to cuddle with him?
To give him foot rubs. You said...
At this moment, the prosecution objected, saying, "Objection to counsel making herself a witness." But it was unclear if it was overruled or sustained.
I love to bathe him, and we watch his favorite show.
Which show was that?
Dateline.
Did you believe he was not doing this with anyone else?
During this time period.
You'd look at his messages?
Yes. He was vulnerable in those hotel rooms, and I shared that with him. It was conflicting. I was breaking all my boundaries so that he would feel loved.
This brought you two together?
Yes. The love-making afterwards. That's why I enjoyed it.
You tried to be very sexy to him in those rooms?
I think I was sexy in those rooms.
Because you are a beautiful woman. Did you choose the wardrobe?
Initially, he did.
He liked baby oil. It turned him on.
Yes.
How old were you when you started your relationship with Mr. Combs?
35.
What are examples of your fantasy talk in those rooms?
He would have me and the entertainer be in a role play. Cheating role play. That Sean left town.
How high were your heels?
6 to 7 inches. Usually I wear 3 to 4 inch heels.
You wanted your child to be closer to your child's father, but did the father see the child?
What does that have to do with this?
Would you fly weekly to Miami to see Mr. Combs?
Sometimes.
We listened to 5 voice notes in which Mr. Combs sounded angry, but he'd sent you thousands, right?
Yes.
Why did you feel he was larger than life?
Bright light. He introduced me to the gospel. He had a favorite pastor. He'd watch on TV.
Has that stayed with you?
Yes.
Do you watch that pastor today?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
How much did he invest in your dress line?
$20,000.
Why did you join OnlyFans?
If I could get off it, I would. Financial need.
Mr. Combs gave you money throughout the relationship. In 3.5 years, does $150,000 sound right?
I would assume.
You told the government you gravitate toward providers?
Yes, as a woman, I like that.
You called the house our house.
Later, I saw it as my house.
You thought it was important that his staff not know about the entertainers, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but it was overruled.
Right.
And that's a reason you got the house, that and a yard for your son?
Can you say, my child?
I'm showing the jury some of your text and audio messages with Mr. Combs from March 2023, right after the Turks and Caicos trip. You testified earlier that during that trip, he surprised you with an entertainer and a hotel night, which caused an argument.
Yes, it really upset me, and it affected us for a few days.
But in the messages you two exchanged afterward, you both sounded affectionate. Mr. Combs told you he loved you?
Yes, in a voice note.
He also mentioned something about a contract. What was that?
He was referring to our love contract. After we agreed on it, he rented me a home for $10,000 a month.
And you recorded a message back to him. Would you say you sounded happy?
Yes, I told him I had so much fun on the trip, that I loved him and felt closer to him.
You said, everything just feels good and I'm so happy.
That's right. I did have fun with him. I was expressing love for the time we spent together, except for the part involving the entertainers. When I moved into my rented home in April 2023, Sean paid $40,000 up front to cover the security deposit and the rent for the first month and the last month.
The landlord already possessed several months of rent payments in case Combs ever decided to stop paying the rent, correct?
Yes.
Did Combs indicate that he was also open to paying 3 more months of your rent, even though you were about to break up?
Yes.
Did you ever believe Mr. Combs would stop paying your rent?
There were some times that I definitely felt that he would do that, and he used it kind of like a little tool. The rent was always just like a little reminder.
Can you confirm the conversation you had with Mr. Combs regarding your financial situation?
Yes, he asked me, "You need 3 months' rent." I told him I was struggling a bit.
And what happened after that conversation?
I confronted him later about some things, and then, out of the blue, he sent me $20,000.
Was this money solicited by you in any way?
No, I didn't ask for it. It was completely unsolicited.
And how did you use the $20,000 Mr. Combs sent you?
I used it to buy some nice furniture for my place.
The court heard you sent Mr. Combs a text after receiving the money. Can you describe that message?
I texted him to say thank you and called him baby. I was just grateful for the help.
So, to clarify, you expressed gratitude and used an affectionate term, correct?
Yes, that's right.
The court heard a voicemail from Mr. Combs where he referred to you as Crack Pipe. Can you explain what he meant by that nickname?
It was just a playful thing from our trip to Turks and Caicos. We had a lot of fun, and he gave me that nickname, Crack Pipe. Well, he said he had an addiction to my texts. It was mutual, you know, just fun banter.
And how did you respond to this voicemail from Mr. Combs?
I texted him back, something like, "Crack Pipe is so real for the both of us. It's definitely mutual. I just like everything you said."
Sippers, we're going to pause it right there. Crack pipe as a term of endearment between Diddy and 50 Cent baby mama. Okay, that is who everybody is saying is on the stand that's been testifying as this particular Jane Doe would be 50 Cent's baby's mama. I want to know how many of my sippers would be okay with someone calling them crack pipe in any manner, in any, room, in any way. Like, who is okay with anybody calling them a crack pipe? Okay. Drop that in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. Tanisha Talks Teas. Remember, when you come in and get your teacup filled up, to like and subscribe. Back to the voiceovers of 50 Cent's baby mama, who is a witness for the prosecution. So she's allegedly hanging Diddy and Yung Miami over a federal balcony. Let's go.
I am so thankful I had so much fun. Turks was absolutely incredible. I am so happy.
So, your response was positive, expressing gratitude and enthusiasm about the trip and the nickname?
Yes, exactly. I was just happy and having
Remember,
fun with it.
crack, crack.
The trip was amazing, and I wanted him to know I appreciated it.
To confirm, this exchange was lighthearted and reflected a mutual enjoyment of the time you spent together?
Yeah, it was all in good fun. We were just joking around and enjoying the vibe from the trip.
You mentioned things changed when Mr. Combs started spending time with Yung Miami.
Yes, it became difficult
Hi,
for me
kickers.
about
Thank
6
you for
months to a
coming
year
to
after we
the
started dating.
room.
What made it difficult?
Remember to
Their
like
relationship
and
was very
subscribe.
public. They posted about each other all over social media. Meanwhile, mine with him was very private.
How did that make you feel?
It wasn't what I signed up for. I didn't agree to date a man who was in a public relationship with someone else.
You testified about a trip to Miami when you were still getting to know Mr. Combs. Can you describe what happened during that trip?
Yes, we were in Miami, and he bought me a pair of shoes, a Bottega Veneta bag, and a bracelet.
During this trip, did Mr. Combs discuss his lifestyle with you?
Yes, he explained that he led a polyamorous dating lifestyle.
And how did you react to that explanation at the time?
At first, I didn't mind. We were just getting to know each other, so it wasn't a big deal to me then.
But your feelings changed over time?
Yes, as I developed deeper feelings for him, it became difficult. I was feeling my man and wanted him to be mine.
You also mentioned feeling there was an imbalance in how Mr. Combs treated you compared to his other girlfriends. Can you elaborate?
I just felt like the way he treated me wasn't the same as how he treated some of the other women he was seeing. It felt unequal.
So, to clarify, your concerns about the imbalance arose as your emotional attachment to Mr. Combs grew? Let's talk about your first trip to Turks and Caicos. What did you observe about him?
On the flight, I noticed his hands were shaky. His eyes and teeth looked off, and even his coloring seemed unhealthy. I could tell he wasn't taking very good care of himself.
Did you suggest anything to him?
Yes, that he considered going to a rehab center in Thailand.
So, you knew early on he was a drug addict?
In the beginning, I didn't really know how to label it. I just saw someone who was overdoing the partying.
But later on?
As our relationship went on, I started noticing a very strong pattern. I still didn't call it addiction at the time. Now, I'd say he was a drug addict. But back then, I just thought he was a really big party guy.
Did you know if he was on any prescription medication?
Toward the end of our relationship, I found out he was taking antidepressants.
And you wanted him off drugs?
Yes, I wanted him to return to his natural form. He even told me once that he was interested in trying ketamine therapy.
Ms. Jane, would you agree that you willingly participated in the so-called hotel nights?
At the time, yes. I felt I had to keep the relationship.
But no one forced you to take part?
Not physically, no.
And you were aware that Mr. Combs practiced a polyamorous lifestyle?
He told me early on, yes.
Yet you chose to stay in the relationship for quite some time?
I did. My feelings for him grew deeper.
And during this time, he supported you, paid your rent, gave you gifts, covered expenses?
Yes, he did all of that.
Would you say he was kind and generous at times?
Yes, he could be very generous.
So your relationship, though complicated, had moments of affection and mutual agreement?
It did. But that doesn't mean it didn't hurt or feel controlling.
During the hotel nights, did you and Mr. Combs spend time alone together?
Yes, we'd usually have about 30 minutes to an hour alone before the entertainer came. And some time afterward, too.
And how did you feel about that alone time?
I actually enjoyed it, especially when we made love. That part felt intimate.
So he gave you the attention you were seeking?
Yes, he gave me the affection I wanted during those nights.
Was that typical of him?
No, he wasn't generally that affectionate. But on those nights, he was the most affectionate.
Were red lights and baby oil only used during the hotel nights?
No, they weren't exclusive to those nights.
Where else were they used?
He used them during our other sexual encounters, even in his private residence.
Were you aware that the hotel nights were being filmed?
Yes, I was okay with it.
And Mr. Combs told you the videos were just for the two of you?
That's what he said.
You put on a good show for him in these videos because you knew he would watch them again?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you enjoyed rewatching the hotel night videos with Mr. Combs?
No, I did not like that part.
But you still did it?
Yes, it was just a part of the relationship, something I tolerated, even if it made me uncomfortable.
Let's talk about the hotel nights. What was your understanding of why Mr. Combs wanted them?
They were driven by his desires. I'd label it as cuckold, a man being turned on by watching his woman have sex with another man. That term was spot on.
And why did you participate?
Out of love, I wanted to please him.
Did Mr. Combs ever explain his motivations?
He liked to call it voyeurism. I used the word cook for myself. I also think there may have been some bi-curiosity involved. Cucks can be curious, but too afraid to act on it.
Did he ever stop a hotel night because you wanted to?
Yes, there were a few times he ended it early when I spoke up and said, I wanted to stop.
And if you weren't comfortable with one of the men, he'd dismiss them, correct?
Rarely. Only after I had already tried to interact with them sexually for some time.
But he was responsive when you were uncomfortable?
No, not readily. I had to go through the motions first before he considered letting them go.
Let's talk about the 2 times you said you cried after a hotel night. Do you remember the first?
Yes, it was early in the relationship. I cried because Sean was about to leave right after the hotel night.
And when you asked him to stay with you?
He changed his plans. He stayed to comfort me.
The second time, you were in the shower together?
Yes, somewhere in the middle of our relationship. I started crying in the shower after another hotel night.
And was Mr. Combs high on ecstasy at that time?
He said he was. He told me, "You're gonna ruin my high," and said he was too high to see me cry.
Let's go back to your earlier testimony. The hotel nights, or as you also called them, freak-offs.
Yes,
You described these nights as being driven by Mr. Combs, correct?
that's right.
But there were moments, weren't there, when you had some say in how things played out?
There were a few times I voiced what I wanted or didn't want.
Was it entirely without your input?
No, not always. Sometimes I was able to speak up, though it didn't always change the outcome.
Let's go over the messages between you and Christina Coram. These were sent around the times he allegedly asked you to bring to Miami, correct?
Yes,
You testified earlier that you had a phone conversation with Ms. Coram during which she told you it was fine to bring the drugs and even instructed you to put them in your checked luggage.
yes.
But the messages read here today, they don't mention her saying anything like that, do they?
No, they don't. But we spoke on the phone. She said it verbally.
When Ms. Coram traveled with Mr. Combs, do you know if she flew on his private jet?
I assume she did, yes. But I can't say for sure.
Would you describe your relationship with her as close?
Not at all. We weren't close. She didn't like me.
And how did that affect your relationship with Mr. Combs?
It made things hard. She was always with him. I believe she had strong opinions about me, and those opinions influenced how Sean treated me.
Jane, I'd like to revisit your messages from around Halloween 2021. Do you recall texting Mr. Combs that you wanted to see him?
Yes, I do.
And he replied that he'd had a rough day and wanted you to lead tonight?
That's correct.
You responded by suggesting the 2 of you freshen up, have a drink, and see where the night goes?
Yes,
Did Mr. Combs mention he didn't feel like being around people?
he did.
And the 2 of you ended up having what you referred to as a hotel night after those texts?
Yes, we did.
Now, the next day, you texted someone named Sly, asking for explicit videos. Is that correct?
Yes, I was with him at the time. He asked me to reach out to Sly for those videos.
Then a few days later, you texted Sly again, this time saying, "I'll organize," and asked about a visit?
Yes, we were still together, trying to plan when we might.
Sorry, sippers. I accidentally stopped sharing. Okay, I have a question, right? Do y'all think 50 Cent knew about Diddy and his baby mama before they went federal? Like before the case broke, do y'all think 50 Cent knew about the comings and goings and the get downs, ins and outs of his baby mama with Diddy? Drop that in the chat. What do y'all think? Do y'all think 50 Cent knew about, all of this undercover romping they was doing at the hotels and the freak offs and stuff like that, and his baby mama, taking financial money from Diddy for all of these sexual escapades they would go on? Let me know, y'all. I think 50 Cent knew. I just think that he, was just bypassing because he is who he is, doing what he doing, and he probably was just like, she doing what she doing, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But that I think that that's a big reason why 50 Cent's always been on Diddy's neck, because Diddy has had his baby mama in the way that he's had her. All right. Drop that in the chat along with your TCats.
Explicit content, correct?
They did.
Let's turn to the text messages between you and Mr. Combs from November 2021. Do you recall planning to see each other?
Yes, I remember.
In those texts, Mr. Combs asked you to be explicit, correct?
That's right.
And in response, You sent him sexually graphic messages involving yourself, Mr. Combs, and someone you referred to as an entertainer?
Yes, because that's what he wanted. That's how he liked to communicate.
You both exchanged a series of these fantasy messages. Eventually, Mr. Combs asked what you wanted to do. How did you respond?
I said I wanted to spend time with my favorite person.
After that, did he ask if you wanted him to come with an entertainer?
Yes,
Did you agree to that?
I did because that was the only option I was given, and I wanted to see the one I loved.
I'm now going to read aloud a message you sent to Mr. Combs. Reading, "I want to sit on your face." Do you recall sending that?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain the context of that message?
It was part of a sexual exchange. That kind of talk was expected.
And in these messages, you also used the water drops emoji several times. What did that emoji suggest?
It was meant to suggest sexual arousal or desire. It was part of the way we communicated.
Jane, in several of these messages, you describe in detail what you would do to the entertainers Mr. Combs hired for these so-called freak-offs. Do you recall those texts?
Yes, I do.
Were those your actual desires at the time?
No, those were things that wouldn't have occurred to me on my own.
Then why send them?
Because that's what he wanted to hear. I was giving him options, trying to please him. It wasn't about what I wanted. It was about keeping his interest.
Let's talk about one of the more graphic messages you sent to Mr. Combs. You initiated the exchange, correct?
Before I answer, I just want to say this wasn't who I naturally am.
Go on.
I felt like I had to speak that way. I needed to keep him happy. I was, in 2021, really madly in love and wanting to please him and appease him.
So this message, it wasn't about your own desire?
No, I was being agreeable. That's what he liked, so I adapted.
Jane, you offered to buy black matrix underwear for Mr. Combs, correct?
Yes, to please him. I knew it was something he'd like.
So you knew that kind of language, that kind of gesture turned him on?
Yes, but it wasn't real intimacy. It was just what he expected from me.
Did he often offer you one-on-one time?
Rarely. Most of the time, the option he gave me was him and Paul.
And when you agreed to that?
I said yes because I wanted to see him. Meeting with an escort was my only option. I wanted to see my lover.
In some of the later messages, you brought up the idea of attending sex parties, correct?
Yes.
Why did you initiate that?
Sean had been telling me about them. He said we should go to one.
So this was your idea or his?
It was his. I was just giving him options, saying what I thought he wanted to hear.
Did you and Mr. Combs discuss hiring escorts like Don and Cabral?
Yes, he often brought them up.
In fact, you reminded him that he wanted to save Cabral for a grand finale. You called it a showstopper, big boom, game over situation, didn't you?
Yes, I was trying to delay it, just making excuses to get out of something he was pushing me to do.
Let's talk about the voice messages from November 22nd, 2021. Combs told you, "The last vision we had included Don and Sly, the entertainers you used frequently."
That's what he said.
You replied suggesting he wait until after the album dropped. Why?
Like I said, I didn't want to go through with it. I thought if I played along and pushed it down the line, he'd drop it.
But later you saw on social media that he was with another woman?
Yes, he told me he wanted to see me, but there she was, posting with him.
And in your texts, you expressed frustration. You said he pressured you for hotel vibes with Don and Sly, but spent that time with someone else. Someone he bought a Chanel bag for?
Exactly. I gave in to things I didn't want, with strangers, and still didn't get the same care or treatment.
Mr. Combs gifted you a Van Cleef necklace and a Bottega Veneta bag, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
How much do Bottega bags usually cost?
How much does my body cost?
At this moment, the judge told Jane, "Ms. Jane, please answer the question as asked."
Again, how much does a Bottega bag run?
Around $1,500 to $5,000, depending on the bag.
And do you know how much a Chanel bag costs?
No, I'd like a break.
After that question made by the defense, Jane took a break. Then they continued.
Earlier, you testified that your current home is quite different from where you used to live. Can you remind the court how large is your current residence?
It's about 5,300 square feet, much larger than my old apartment, which was 1,400 square feet.
And one of your businesses, that was started with a $20,000 investment from Mr. Combs, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And he never asked for a share of the profits?
No, he didn't.
Yet earlier, you said you weren't able to do anything professionally during your relationship with Mr. Combs. Is that still your position?
Yes. Had I not dove headstrong into that relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful in that time frame.
So the relationship held you back?
In many ways, yes. Had I not dove headstrong into this relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful in that time frame. But that's neither here nor there.
And that was it for today in the Diddy trial. What do you think about the defense's
All right, sippers. That is some more testimony. We're gonna keep it rolling right on in the day with the Diddy updates 20 through current. Okay. That's a lot. Like 50 Cent baby mama is a hot ass hooker. I mean, it is what it is. And we just gonna keep on rolling on through. Next. Okay, we're gonna do the full day two cross examination of me. Y'all, thanks for sipping tea this morning with me on Diddy shit.
Please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team,
Oh, I want
defense
to
team,
also ask these
Jane
questions,
Doe.
sippers.
On
Okay.
June 11th, 2025, some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of Jane Doe's cross-examination testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion.
I want to admit this exhibit under seal. Can you read that, Jane? Messages from December 2021 between
Are we paused?
yourself and Cabral after a hotel night?
Yes.
You had a pretty intense night?
Yes.
He says to you, "You were talking so dirty to me, I love it."
Yes, I'm being friendly here.
After your long hotel night, you saw him with Gina?
Yes.
Then Cabral wrote to you that he would be in LA and he'd stay to see you if you wanted?
Yes.
What do you say?
It's my birthday weekend and you don't show me no love.
Then you asked him to send you a personal video?
Yes.
That night you saw the Italian entertainer who we'll call the entertainer?
Yes.
And Sean had taken up with Young Miami?
Yes.
And you said if you don't get your ass out of the island, no party, right?
Right.
Sean wrote you a note that you said meant the world to you. You told KK you wanted to make it cute and romantic.
Yes.
The Valentine's Day hotel night, having two men there, was that your idea?
It was. After these nights, it was crushing to see these things.
Like Gina posting the love bracelet on Instagram, right?
Yes.
Here you are planning to reach out to Sean and perhaps reach out to the Italian?
I was still doing that then.
He says, "Can you FaceTime?"
Yes, that's what he said.
10 days later, you had another hotel night?
Maybe.
Let me refresh your recollection of seeing Mr. Combs and not having a hotel night with him.
It certainly did.
No hotel nights until the end of June?
Maybe.
Here, Mr. Combs says, "I'm jerking my thinking how nasty you are going to be to me, right?"
Yes.
He says call Italian or Paul is free, and you liked Paul is free, right?
Yes.
He gave you a choice, and you chose?
Yes.
He responds, "I told Paul 11 p.m. Is that okay? And let's watch first, right?"
Yes.
He says London Hotel. What would you get?
Stripper shoes, shorts, maybe whips.
Why shorts?
I was really turned off by their shorts, so I got other shorts for them. It was not so fun to wait for them to be erect. I started to get things on the side so they could get erect. I got pills at the stores, rhino pills.
The next day he says, "Want to do dinner at 9? Bring the freak bag just in case?"
Right, lingerie and the rest.
But you didn't have a freak night, but let me refresh your recollection. And this exhibit under seal. He says, "I'm about to work out with Paul, then I want to see you." You say hair up?
There was probably a FaceTime between these two.
He says, "Did you want to hit Italian, right?"
Yes, I didn't want to.
Sean says Paul is all we need, and you say LOL. What do you say?
I'll go to the store unless you get a head start.
What do you mean?
Go to the hotel ahead of me.
But then you spent several days at his home?
Maybe.
You really did love him, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing Sean in September 2022 and not having a hotel night? September 9th?
I'm not sure.
Now, do you see you saw him but no hotel night?
That is incorrect.
September 4th?
We took a jet to Vegas. He performed. Then we had a hotel night with an entertainer.
Do you remember seeing him on September 20th and not having a hotel night?
I'm not sure.
Let me show you this. Does it refresh your recollection?
I guess I did.
Did Sean pay for your birthday dinner?
Yes.
What was the restaurant?
I can't remember the name.
You had a great time?
I had an okay time.
You right, is Nobu the only place? How about something outside of the hotel?
He conveniently put me in a hotel with the Nobu. I suggested Poppy's Steaks.
That's a nice restaurant in Miami?
So I've heard.
Valentine's Day, the year before he was in a different country. You wrote, "Get your ass back from that island," right?
Yes.
Then at the Nobu Hotel, you accepted it?
I would say I went along with it.
You said accepted?
My stuttering was trying to find the right word for the pressure I felt.
You mean agitation?
Yes.
You said he gave you your birthday gift? A necklace?
Yes.
Did you take this photo?
Yes.
Under seal. It was a Van Cleef necklace?
Yes.
What is Van Cleef?
A jewelry brand that is high-end. In that photo, I had already taken drugs. Any time of affection made me smile.
You took a mirror selfie?
Unfortunately, yes.
Sean gave the entertainer a condom that night?
Yes.
Are these your texts with Cabral?
I was high. It was 2:40 in the morning.
UCT time, right?
Yes.
So it was night East Coast time?
Yes.
You invite Cabral for the next day, but the ecstasy would have worn off by then, right?
In these nights, I repeatedly took ecstasy.
You say you will book his travel for the next day, right?
Yes.
What did you write him?
I wrote, I appreciate everything you did for my birthday. I want to give you everything you want on Valentine's Day.
What did you mean?
The necklace and your lovemaking, only with regard to him.
Then you sent him photos of you guys in the hotel room?
Yes.
You didn't tell him you didn't like it until you saw him with Croatia and Turks, right?
Yes, it was very hurtful after enduring what I endured.
You reached out to Cabral?
Under the pressure of my lover.
You asked him, and he gave the man a condom?
At the very last minute. Thank God.
You wrote to him, I loved and appreciated every detail you put into my B-Day?
I wrote that with regard to Sean.
You wrote that to Sean. You stopped talking to him?
I was heartbroken. I flew to Paris Fashion Week.
You enjoyed it?
Yes.
This is a text message chain between you and Sean, March of 2023. On the 2nd, he wrote, sorry I called you a I deserve this, love, right?
Yes.
He then writes, when can you come Turks, right?
Yes.
You sent him a heart emoji and wrote, what we have is special, right?
Yes.
The budget for your trip was $100,000?
Yes.
And he spent $55,000?
I don't know.
You felt he didn't like you up and leaving to Paris.
No, he didn't.
You went to the Mandarin Oriental and watched P with Sean?
Yes.
Sean asked you about bringing Don?
Given the situation, I said yes.
You said if you'd known Paul would be there, you wouldn't have gone to Turks.
I would not have.
Did you write to Cabral from there and invite him to come there?
Yes. Under the encouragement of my partner. Yes, I did.
You were happy Sean gave you Diamond?
I thought it was sweet.
You were glad to get diamonds?
I just wanted Sean.
You wrote, I wanted diamonds?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, saying, objection as to form. Then the judge told the defense to rephrase it.
Do you remember telling Paul that you'd let Sean go too far and it was your fault?
Yes.
At this moment, the defense called for a break, then continued.
You wrote, all I have in my mind right now is your passionate lovemaking, right?
Yes.
You saw him 2 weeks later and did not have a hotel night?
Maybe.
Let's play this voice note. I believe there is no objection.
At this moment, the prosecution said, I don't have it on my list, but if Ms. Garagos represents I have no objection, I won't. Then the defense responded with,
Give me a minute, I'll move on. Did you ask about hotels or Airbnbs?
Yes.
And Sean asked, how do you know there aren't cameras in the Airbnb, right?
Yes. I wrote, they could be covered by security. We'll just say it's our anniversary, and we want to cover them to feel comfortable.
What did you write to Sean?
You make my child so happy, I love you.
Take as much time as you need.
I do remember.
Are you ready?
Yes.
In this, where are you?
Hotel night.
3,136 sealed. And this 3152, is it a message after the hotel night saying, I love living in the moment with you. It was our little party, rosé, whatever we were saying. Is that a moon emoji?
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar.
Jane, jumping ahead, DX3171, is this a message chain between you and Mr. Combs, August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Mr. Combs writes, movie night off the charts. You say you agree, right?
Yes.
Then the All-Star Night canceled by the hurricane, right?
Yes.
Then you heard Mr. Combs on a podcast in Croatia where he said he had sex on the yacht trip. You said he lied to you?
It hurt my feelings.
You proposed Zero Bond or Casa Cipriani. Are these two private clubs in NY?
Yes.
But you ended up going to a lounge, right?
Yes.
And after you rejected the new entertainer for lack of chemistry, you called Cabral?
Yes.
And you said that you were high that night and felt freer. You let Cabral do things you usually didn't?
Yes.
And you wrote to Mr. Combs, I love you so much?
I did.
You spoke about the sobriety party. You resented him for it, right?
Yes.
You had wanted to break up with him after you saw him with Gina?
There were so many times I wanted to break up with him.
You were in an Equinox parking lot and you tried to break up with him, right?
Yes.
Let me play you an audio recording.
At this moment, the audio recording said this. Sean Combs' voice, we were both tripping. Jane voice, we need to pick each other up.
No entertainers that night?
Right.
But it was after that the video in Cassie's lawsuit was made public?
Yes.
Before that, would Mr. Combs write Cassie love letters while with you?
I'm not sure. Oh, I remember.
At this moment, the court was adjourned. And that was it for the Diddy trial today. It was really short, as trial didn't start till 1 p.m. Eastern Time today. But what do you think about the testimony?
All right. So what I was going to say, sippers, about what we're listening to currently with the Diddy trial. Allegedly, 50 Cent's baby mama is Jane Doe. That's been talking about all of the, very cheap and, downgraded way that she protruded around with Diddy, the very known common enemy of her baby daddy, 50 Cent. For $1,000 to $5,000 purses. I mean, these are things that average girls sometimes get, right, from their partners. Diddy was supposed to be a billionaire. Where's her Birkin bag? I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, is she gonna be doing it with a billionaire? Coming from being 50 Cent baby mama, you are doing, freak offs to the extent of that y'all are doing it, the level y'all are doing it on, and all you're getting is $1,000 purse, a bracelet. Like, nobody is valuing really their pussy any higher than what you see everyday call girls get, being that they're supposed to be, some of the elite of the elites moving around with the 50 Cents and the Diddies and the things. So we're going to keep it moving. Full final Jane Doe testimony. Okay.
Please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, Jane Doe. On June 12, 2025, some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of Jane Doe's testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom reporter at Inner City Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion.
Good morning. Let's look at your message where you said, "I feel as your lover, I wanted to please you, push through." What you really wanted was the cuddle with Mr. Combs?
Our intimate time.
Tell me about the mobile TV you got him.
It was an LG cordless. You can move it around.
And see your movies on it?
Yes.
After Cassie's lawsuit went public, how were things?
I came to find out that another woman had the same experiences I had. I put out that energy on him, and he was already down. So, resentment, everything was hard.
A hard month?
Yes.
Let's play the voice note.
At this moment, a Diddy voice note was played. It said the following: "I don't want to be in a relationship like this. I don't want to make anyone feel like this. Let's end this cycle so you don't feel like I wasted your life."
Are there more messages like this?
Yes.
Did Sean often say to you, "I'm a solutions person, I just want solutions"?
Yes.
You wrote, "I tolerated, I took on a lot in those rooms, please don't discredit me." And he wrote, "Never discredit you"?
Yes.
You wrote that you wanted $100,000 for each wasted year and more. $450,000, you wrote this, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking of hurting yourself, and he said, "Don't." He cared.
I don't know about that.
You said you didn't have friends at that time.
At this moment, the prosecution objected and the defense rephrased.
I can rephrase. You said you talked about your feeling with Sean because you didn't have other people.
Okay.
Sean still paid your rent?
Yes.
The $9,000 from Bear, you had known him from your modeling days?
Yes.
Did you have to do any work for the $9,000?
No.
The rapper you mentioned, he was close with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
This rapper, they would record together. He's also an icon in the music industry?
Yes.
You went to the birthday with the rapper's wife or girlfriend. Did you know Anton traveled with them?
Yes.
And Mr. Combs knew?
Yes.
When Anton was having sex with the woman, how many people were in the room?
7 or 8, just watching.
The rapper was flirting with you?
Yes.
You flashed your breast to the room. Who asked you to?
It was just the moment.
What did the rapper say to you?
That he had always wanted to f me.
So he had a crush on you.
Yes.
How did you bring up Cabral?
They asked if I knew anyone else in the lifestyle. I said yes. At the time, I thought Cabral as a safe and confidential person.
That was for the rapper and his partner?
Yes.
How did they know to ask you?
Maybe they just picked up the energy or heard that Sean and I were into the lifestyle.
You flew to Miami around the time of your birthday.
Yes.
He set up a grandiose birthday for you?
Yes.
There were candles on the walkway?
It was very romantic. His heart was beating.
Was your heart beating as well?
Yes, I was just about to say that. It's all painted pink and silver. A 5-course dinner. What I wanted for my lover.
No ecstasy at the dinner?
No, none.
Afterward, you took a pill and he took a pill and Don came over?
Yes, at 1 star.
You said you were willing to have sex with Don because of the birthday party?
Yes, it was nice.
This is between you and Paul Arthur, in which you asked, do you have plans for Valentine's Day?
Yes.
You said you wanted to see Paul as a person?
Yes.
You said after Cassie's lawsuit you saw changes in Sean?
Yes.
You said Sean would write to you, I'm single, I'm polyamorous, and that hurt you?
Yes.
After the lawsuit, he went to saying, we are in a relationship. You are my girlfriend. That meant a lot to you.
It did.
When you saw the video of Mr. Combs laying hands on Cassie, you felt sick?
I did.
That was not the man that you knew, right?
Right.
At this moment, there was a sidebar. Then they continued.
You remained in contact with Mr. Combs after the video?
Yes.
You stayed in Miami with him for a few days, then left?
I did.
He flew to LA in June with his children?
Yes.
Fair to say Mr. Combs posted about his road trip with his children on social media?
Yes.
This is a photo of how you set up the house. Some set up by you, some by Jonathan.
Yes.
And this is a big bottle of Cliquot.
Yes.
And this is a photo on the patio, right?
Yes.
You were drinking champagne?
Yes.
Now it's 8:30 p.m., already dark outside. Tequila shots, but no ecstasy yet. Right?
Yes.
Jonathan brought the candles?
Yes.
Play the video. Half an hour later, you were fighting, right?
Yes.
You testified you called him a pedophile even though you knew she was not underage?
Right.
And you pushed his head into the counter?
I did.
You had never had a physical altercation with him, right?
I had not.
You pushed medium hard?
Yes.
And you threw a candle at him?
Yes.
When you say you locked the door, was it a button?
Yes.
So he did not force a physical lock, but a button lock.
Right.
What was he saying?
That I'm crazy. A lot of yelling.
You go in the closet.
Yes.
You take your working out seriously, right?
Yes.
But you did not put on active wear, but rather a dress. Why?
Because I could put it on easily.
After the altercation, and you ran and hid behind the wall, where was your phone?
Back in the house.
When you went back, you saw Mr. Combs.
He was out on the street.
This had been hours?
It had.
You were angry and screaming, called him a pedophile,
I called him a monster.
but he didn't kick you again.
He didn't.
You punched him in the back of the head and he punched you?
He punched me twice.
While you fought, Mr. Combs was yelling, you're trying to get me to never see my kids again, right?
Yes.
You said he was dragging you by your hair, right?
Yes. I was telling him to stop.
You got his phone?
Yes.
And you called the woman in Miami?
Yes.
You asked her, did you go to the Grand Canyon with him? I'm asking you woman to woman.
Yes.
And she said, you're worrying about wrong things, woman to woman.
Yes. I told her, he's beating my ass. Then Sean hung up the phone, and she called back multiple times. His phone lit up.
Did she call you a bitch?
Yes.
Did you talk about her previous relationships?
Maybe.
Then after you called Jonathan, you were in the shower naked, but Mr. Combs was in pants?
Short.
And you called him a son of a bitch?
Just a bitch.
Okay, just a bitch. Then he slapped you?
Yes. Hard.
Then he tells you to put on an outfit?
Yes.
And he grabs your phone?
He went into the messages and said hi to Anton in the text thread.
It's about the night in January you sent to Las Vegas?
Yes.
How far is it from your home in the gated community to the gate?
A minute or two?
So, like half a mile?
Yes. I drove and let Anton in.
Champagne and tequila, but still no drugs?
Right.
You and Sean go into the bedroom. You told him you went to Vegas?
Yes.
You told him you flashed your breasts?
Not then.
You told him you'd referred Cabral to the other rapper?
Not yet.
Did Mr. Combs yell at you? How could you go to another man's freak off?
Yes, he yelled that.
Then you say Sean told you go out and A him and you said no?
I said no. Then he pushed a pill in my face.
But you didn't have sex with Anton?
Not that kind of sex.
You gave Anton oral sex?
Yes,
Then Sean dismissed him? You told Anton you'd send him money later?
I did.
This was the first time you didn't have an intimate moment with your partner after the entertainer left?
Yes,
And he said again, I can't believe you went to another man's freak off?
yes,
Talking about that rapper?
yes,
He just kept saying, how could you have gone to another rapper's freak off?
yes,
After that, you called and texted each other?
yes.
You went to see him and broke up?
We had 8 or 9 hours of breakup conversation.
You saw him traveling with another woman in Wyoming and it upset you.
I was at home with a black eye.
You hadn't had forced intercourse with Anton?
It was forced oral sex.
Mr. Combs says, I'm not going to belittle myself for someone named Bear or for my friend. That means the rapper, right?
Yes,
Mr. Combs wrote, sorry I didn't take you on trips. I was tripping. The baby daddy, you and KK would have talked yourself into paranoia. You didn't get along with KK.
I didn't.
You bring up OnlyFans there. You'd been on it for 4 or 5 months earning well, right?
Yes,
You asked him why he couldn't balance it, hotel nights and private travel.
right?
You wrote, did the other girls just pressure you more for trips and I didn't? I just want to know where I went wrong. Mr. Combs said, that is my friend. I was okay where we should stop. You said, we broke up and I went to one birthday party, not with the rapper, but with my friend. You wrote, I don't even have anything postable. You meant Instagram?
I did.
You wrote about your child's father. You said, I'm in my late 30s. I don't have time. Play more video. That last part, that's about your child's father?
Yes.
You wrote, I just wanted to travel with you.
Yes.
You sent the clown emoji and said, if I more, I could have gone on trips. Then you went to Miami and stayed in the Four Seasons. You chose that hotel, right?
Yes.
You took drugs and laughed and danced?
Yes.
You were finally getting the princess treatment you wanted?
Yes.
Then you told Mr. Combs that you really missed Paul?
I had taken ecstasy, but I did miss Paul.
You called Paul and he came in a few days. You were at 2-star?
Yes.
And it felt good. A love fest.
Yes.
On June 1st of this year, you had a new memory of Mr. Combs splashing water on you, right?
If I may explain.
Just, did you tell the government that on June 1st?
Yes.
Why did you call yourselves Kobe, Jordan, and Shaq? Why are you Kobe?
Because I'm the best.
And why is he Jordan?
Because he's the best.
And this about Pamela Anderson, Melons. What do you say?
I wrote, you are definitely my Michael Jordan, and I am Kobe, detox weekend.
You say, good morning, handsome, and he says, can you please find a therapist?
Yes, we loved each other, but there was toxic stuff.
But it ended on a positive note?
Yes, it did.
No further questions.
At this moment, the redirect began.
G101, page 6 and 7. Pull them up. Can we zoom in? What did Sean write to Paul?
He wrote, I'm gonna need you to persuade you.
Had you seen this before?
No.
What did you write to Paul about Turks?
I'm not a robot, just a mix of tired, hungry, sore.
Next.
To insult me about the bracelet to make me perform, it crushed me.
What else did you write?
In that room, I felt like a hoe.
Then what?
The love contract. He's so good to shower me with affection with violating sex exploitation in between. I could compartmentalize the bad stuff.
In May of 2021, did you ask for a condom?
Yes, Sean resisted but then gave in.
But then next time.
He mocked him.
Did Sean let you use a condom?
Yes.
Did you ever want to have sex with Cabral?
No.
Did you fake orgasm with entertainers?
Yes, I was putting on a show for Sean.
When did Sean threaten to release video of you?
December 2023. I called KK.
Sean's drug use. How did you send cues you were tired?
Make little faces kind of size.
How did Sean respond?
Push through. One more round.
How did you try to avoid setting up hotel night?
I try to navigate the night to something else.
How many times did you have hotel nights in 200 Mapleton?
Once.
2-star?
3 times.
1-star?
1 or 2. I felt it was unfair, all of the pressure.
What do you mean?
Those nights with other men. I was asking, why do I have to break my boundaries and still you treat me like this?
What's this text?
The All-Star Fantasy play.
What did you send Sean?
A photo of my bloody tampon.
What did you write?
I got childcare and said, you pick. Then everything went left. I said, I just got my period. I handled first school week.
In 2023, did you become more vocal about wanting to stop hotel night?
Yes, he started paying my rent. I had to maintain my livelihood. My partner was in charge now.
By the sobriety party, how many times did he threaten your rent?
Many times.
That time after you threw up, what did Sean do?
He told me to go back out there and have sex with another man.
Was Sean affectionate with you when Anton was in your home?
No, Sean was evil.
When did Sean say when he gave you the ecstasy pill?
He said, you're not going to ruin my night. Go suck some dick. Go fuck him. Something.
How long before that he had put you in a chokehold?
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
Did he choke you with his hands or his arm?
Arm.
And in the shower, how hard did it hit you?
So hard.
Then what did he say?
He said, get in a f***ing outfit.
When you hid for 2 hours, could Sean have left safely?
Yes.
Did you want to have sex with Anton that night?
No.
Who made you?
Sean.
Would you give all the money back for no sex with other men?
Yes.
Why are you here?
I got a subpoena, and I'm here.
No further questions.
At this moment, the recross began.
Did you drive to pick up Anton?
Yes.
Could you have left?
Yes.
The only time that nothing sexual happened between you and Anton was January 2024, right?
Right.
Anton drove his car into your compound?
So I'm gonna stop it right there and sip some tea. So, do you guys believe they are alleging that this is 50 Cent's baby mama, who was the alleged Jane Doe? Do y'all believe her? Do y'all believe that she would have stopped, doing the freak offs for no money? Do you think that she regrets it? Would she take it all back? Drop that in the chat along with your teacups. And remember, when you come in to lift your teacups up, because we are sipping all Diddy tea this morning from day 20 to current. Lots of tea, lots of interviews of ex-workers, things like that. We're going to get into all the tea today. So Also, like and subscribe.
Yes,
You let him in?
yes, as requested.
You lift heavy weights?
Yes, but a woman's power does not override a man's.
Did you hit Sean's head against the counter?
Yes,
You'd see the Intercontinental video?
yes,
Did you refer Cabral to another rapper in January 2024?
yes.
You were asked if you would give up money to not have had sex with these men, but you wouldn't give up your home?
My child and I live there. It's hard.
You get $5,000 a month child support?
Yes,
Your child's father is a very rich man, right?
yes.
Didn't Mr. Combs over 3 years wire you $150,000?
Is that all 3 years of mine are worth?
You believe you are worth more.
I'm going to stop it right there. We don't have to assume anymore that this is allegedly 50 Cent's baby's mother on the stand. From the context of what we're listening to, we can pretty much assure ourselves that this is 50 Cent's baby's mama. How do y'all think 50 Cent is somewhere? Because you know, he has got all ears, all boots on ground for her testifying. How do y'all think he feels? And if y'all know of any commentary that 50 Cent has done about his baby mama being on the stand, please drop that link in the chat so we can go over there and review that.
More than $150,000?
Does he?
What's the most you've made in a month on OnlyFans?
$50,000, but it varies.
You said you were hungry to indicate you didn't want sex, right?
Yes,
Didn't Mr. Combs give you food?
he knew what I meant.
Did he give you food?
Yes,
Did you tell Cabral that sex with him had been great?
yes, but
You got Mr. Combs a mobile TV to show videos of you having sex with entertainers?
so I wouldn't have to have sex with other men.
Sometimes you just watch the videos, no sex with other men.
All of it was shit.
But did you?
At this moment, the judge interrupted them and told Jane to just answer the questions.
Yes,
What did you see preparing for this?
my truth.
Did you see records of times you did not have hotel night?
Lucky me.
But there were such times.
Thank God.
How did seeing what Sean wrote to Paul make you feel?
How would it make you feel?
Please answer my question.
Now that I've seen Sean's message to Paul, probably I did have a hotel night.
You're changing your testimony? No further questions.
At this moment, the redirect began.
What violence had Sean done to you before he asked you to pick up Anton?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
He slapped me.
No further questions.
And that was the end of Jane's testimony. What do you think about it? Do you think
That is a lot, y'all. Let me make sure I got it off. Okay, yeah. That's a lot, y'all. So this whole time, the Jane Doe is 50 Cent's baby mama. Okay, which we knew from previous, commentary, tea going around about her and Diddy, right? That she hooked up with Diddy. It's speculating that it was before, it was after. We don't necessarily know. Okay. But yeah, we're going to sip a little tea on this. How do y'all feel about, 50 Cent's baby mama and her current lifestyle that she's taken on as an OnlyFans model, la da 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 da. I'm also over here. Give me a second, y'all. I'm over here working with vidIQ. I'm having trouble logging into my account so I can do my thumbnail. So give me a second. While I'm doing that, I'm going to play the audio of another person testifying, the personal assistant testimony against Diddy. Okay, so I won't leave y'all in lingo with no tea in your cup. Got to keep those teacups filled up. Tanisha Talks Tea. Thanks for joining. Remember to like and subscribe.
Please be advised that viewer discretion is strongly recommended. None of the content presented here has been exaggerated or taken out of context. These are the exact statements made by the prosecution team, defense team, special agent.
We will come back to her testimony, okay? And sip some tea on 50 Cent's baby mama because that is a lot. That is a lot. That is a lot. Oh. Okay.
Agent and Jonathan Lopez. On June 13th, 2025, some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of Special Agent and Jonathan Lopez. On June 13th, 2025, some words have been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. What you're about to hear is a voiced-over reading of Special Agent and Jonathan Lopez testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Source: courtroom. courtroom reporter at Intercity Press on X.com. All parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Listen at your own discretion.
The government calls Special Agent Andre Lemon. Where do you work?
HSI in Los Angeles in the Human Unit.
Do you execute search warrants?
Yes, 50 or 60 so far.
Did you search 200 South Mapleton Drive in Los Angeles?
Yes. HSI New York asked HSI LA to be involved. We executed the search warrant.
Here's an exhibit. Please publish it. What are these other buildings?
Sauna, recording studio.
What rooms were searched?
All. It is a large property. I went through the objects that we seized, then entered them into our case management system.
We moved to enter into evidence these exhibits.
At this moment, the defense objected, and then they had a sidebar, then continued.
What are these?
The floor plans of 200 South Mapleton.
How do you know they are accurate?
I was there.
How many manila envelopes were there in the nightstand?
6.
What was written on them?
K.
Publish the stipulation. Testing determined in the K envelope with a shamrock on it was ketamine. Is there a safe in this closet?
Yes, it's gray there in the photo.
What was in the safe?
A passport for Sean Combs and a plastic bag with substances in it.
Stipulation at paragraph 15 to 16. Testing found the brown pebbles were MDMA. What is in this bag?
J&J baby oil, Astroglide, and some lingerie.
Where else were Astroglide and baby oil found?
In the bathroom, in the garage.
Show the photos. Where were these boxes of Astroglide?
In the garage.
Overall, how many bottles of baby oil did you find?
200.
How many bottles of Astroglide in 200 South Mapleton?
900.
Let's turn to the firearms found in the residence. What are these?
A Ruger, a Glock pistol, some AR-15 platform.
Show the photo. What is this?
The Smith & Wesson rifle on the chair. 3 30-round magazines. There is a 5.11 bag.
What's that?
Just a bag.
And this?
Rifles and a Mossberg shotgun.
And this?
A drum magazine, large capacity. This one was a 60 round. It had 59 rounds of green tip ammunition in it.
What does green tip ammunition do?
It is designed to pierce body armor.
Could you go look at the boxes of firearms in the cart next to you?
The serial numbers, where they existed, matched up.
Do any of the firearms not have serial numbers?
One did not, this one.
How are serial numbers eliminated?
Sanded off with a machine, it's smooth. Not like it was done with a screwdriver.
No further questions.
You are aware that Mr. Combs has security, right?
Yes.
And every gun and piece of ammo was recovered from the security office, right?
Yes.
There were no guns in the kid's bedroom?
None.
Was the security office door locked?
Not when I got there.
But before, isn't it important? Did it have a lock?
It had a knob. Lock, I don't know. We brought a locksmith, but I didn't see him touch that safe.
We're in Manhattan. We don't know a lot about guns. Sorry. This was a gun safe?
Designed for that.
Why not photo of opening it?
SRT goes in first.
So because of this protocol, we don't have any photographs. So you use a body cam?
No.
In your human work, have you ever dealt with Astroglide before?
Only in this case.
Okay, so the baby oil was in the garage.
It was the Astroglide in the garage.
You're from LA?
Yes.
Enjoy, no further questions.
Now the next witness was brought to the stand.
My colleagues tell me Mr. Combs has been nodding during cross. Please instruct him. The government calls Jonathan Perez. Where are you from?
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
What was your work?
Personal assistant to Mr. C. Sean Combs.
From when?
December 2021 to September 2024.
How did you learn of the job?
KK reached out to me. Christina Coram. I had interviewed with her for the same job. KK told me to go to Miami for a trial.
What do you mean?
To try the job for a week. I passed the test, got hired,
What was your job?
making sure he had material for meeting, buying gifts.
Where did you work?
LA and Miami.
Did KK and Mr. Combs appear to be personal friends too?
It would depend on the day.
And you and Mr. Combs?
First 6 months, little interaction. It was KK who'd give me instructions.
Then from Mr. Combs?
Yes,
When you were employed by Mr. Combs, were you aware of the term King Knight?
yes. Mr. Combs going to a hotel to have private time with, a female.
Let me show you a photo under seal. I will refer to her as Jane.
Yes, she was a guest.
Did you include honey in your setups for King Knights?
Yes.
Why?
Honey, increases a man's libido.
What lights would you bring?
Red, but they could change colors. We'd get better than at Target, or Walgreens, or Amazon.
Would you make purchases at sex stores?
Yes.
Would staff do cleanup after King Knights?
Yes, I did it. It was in disarray, sheets and towels and oils. We would go to collect everything.
After the King Knight?
A meal and a drip.
Mr. Perez, is this your text message?
Yes, it's me, KK and Joey.
KK asks, how is the setup going? How much longer do y'all need? What did you write back?
I wrote, I got fruits and shakes, and we'll ask Jane about outfits.
Then KK asks, is room done yet? How did you respond?
I wrote, room is done, now going to store.
What store?
Adult store.
Afterward, KK asks about cleanup. Of what?
The room.
How did you become aware of this video?
A videographer named Brandon showed it to me.
Where did you go?
I took an iPad and went to the office.
What was on the video?
Jane having with a black man and Mr. Combs watching.
Did you tell Mr. Combs?
I did. I told him I found it on an iPad and it probably shouldn't be there. He seemed surprised.
What did KK say?
That in the future, I should bring things like that to her. I described it to her.
Did you speak with her about it again?
KK said she had gotten a call from someone outside the company talking about the video in some capacity.
Did you record that conversation?
No.
Were you aware it was recorded?
No.
Show the stipulation. Seizure of Christina Corum's cell phone. We offer the audio and transcripts. Whose voice did you hear, Mr. Perez?
KK's.
Was Chef K in the theater?
Yes.
Why didn't you say Chef K was there?
I just wanted to minimize things.
Did anyone ask you again?
Yes, Fahim did. Asked me what happened when I found the video of Jane.
Are you aware of how Fahim knew?
No.
Mr. Perez, were you subpoenaed and do you have an immunity agreement?
Yes.
Let me show you this. What is it?
Mr. Combs's Gucci pouch.
What was in the Gucci pouch?
And money.
Now some text. Between whom?
Me and Rob.
Rob says, will you locate his Gucci pouch in his bathroom? What did you say?
I texted, there was no residue and I didn't steal any Addy, LOL.
Meanwhile, what?
Adderall.
As part of your employment, did you have any role in obtaining drugs?
A handful of times. I'd purchase or grab them from someone outside.
Who are you getting the drugs for?
Mr. Combs.
Which drugs?
Cocaine, Xanax, Molly.
How did you pay for the drugs?
Cash.
Where did you get the cash?
Security, or the Gucci pouch.
Who in security?
Fahim.
What did your text here say?
I texted, I need $700 for Guido. For drugs.
And this text?
I texted, I'm still waiting for funds from TriStar, Mr. Combs' business managers.
Who'd you interact with at TriStar?
Robin Greenhill.
Did you get a FaceTime from Mr. Combs from Jane's house?
Yes. I dropped him at Jane's house with his supplies. Then he called me a couple of hours later.
How did Mr. Combs appear in the FaceTime?
Angry and annoyed.
Could you see Jane's face?
No, she was turned away.
What did Mr. Combs ask?
For me to say if there had been another female on a trip we had been on. I said no.
Had there been?
No.
How did you react during this FaceTime?
Pretty normal, I thought.
What did you do?
I told Fahim and KK that Mr. Combs was arguing with his guest and that I was going to pick him up.
What is this?
Message between me, Fahim, and Mr. Combs, June 20th, 2024. I wrote, need cash for his guest ASAP.
Do you know what the money was for?
No.
Why did you leave working for Mr. Combs?
To avoid a situation like this.
How do you feel about Mr. Combs?
Great. The same way as when I worked there.
No further questions.
Mr. Combs is a motivator, yes.
He is.
Have you seen Mr. Combs cry? Let me show you something. Give me 1 second. Your Honor, may I hand him a book? 3605.
I can't remember if he was crying, but this does remind me that he was upset.
Look again.
It does not refresh.
You said there was a lot going on. Do you remember the March searches?
Yes.
You saw the news?
Yes.
Have you been in the bedroom at 2 Star?
Yes.
Did you ever see any guns there?
No.
Did you ever see him with firearms?
Never. I only saw security with them.
Because he's a man of note, right?
Yes.
He's a man respected in many fields.
At this moment, the prosecution objected and then continued.
You have worked with other celebrities,
Yes,
and many of them have security, right?
they do.
You mentioned Jane. She was nice to you.
Yes.
You called King Knight's personal time, right?
Yes.
Mr. Combs works long hours, right?
Yes.
Because you worked out of his homes, sometimes business and personal got mixed, right?
Correct.
Setting up a King's Night, was that business or personal?
Personal.
And buying drugs. I'm not saying you did it often. That was personal too, right?
Right.
And buying lingerie for Jane, personal?
Personal.
Did Jane always appear to you to be a willing participant in the King's Nights?
At this moment, the prosecution objected and it was overruled.
Yes, always.
A small amount of drugs, personal use.
At this moment, the prosecution objected and it was sustained.
Can you estimate percentages of your work business and personal?
I'd say personal was 1%.
Mr. Combs needed help connection to Bluetooth.
Yes.
He was not very high tech.
He was not.
Mr. Combs was working on an album, very hard, right?
Yes.
You said KK and Mr. Combs were close, right?
Yes.
But you are not saying it was sexual?
I am not.
The argument you saw on FaceTime, it was a verbal argument, not physical as you saw it, right?
Right.
You learned it was about jealousy?
Yes.
Jane was very jealous.
At this moment, the prosecution objected and it was sustained.
You're about the same age as Jane?
Yes.
Was Jane a strong and independent woman?
Yes.
You made purchases in sex stores with the company credit card.
Yes.
But you don't know if Mr. Combs paid?
I don't.
The hotel was put in your name. You had to go in to set up the room, right?
Yes.
And if the room was registered as Sean Combs, there might be cameras outside, right?
Yes.
We propose this exhibit.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and then they had a sidebar.
So, Mr. Perez, these are between you and Jane. What did you say to her?
I was setting up a King's night. She was telling me what to get.
She is cooperating in setting it up. Here, the chef says he's making her avocado toast. She asks for hot tea and honey to go with heart emoji. And you replied?
I loved it.
And you wrote?
I wrote, have a good flight and dinner. I want photos of you and the gang.
She wrote to you, he's looking for smoke, and you wrote, coming?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Was getting those things for Jane part of your job?
Yes.
Did you ever set up king nights on vacation?
No.
This item, new hookah, is that personal?
Not necessarily.
And the baby oil?
Personal.
Part of your job?
Yes.
It was TriStar which designated the payments, not you, right?
Right.
And that was it for the Diddy trial today. It was a bit of a hectic day today, as it was all mostly the defense prosecution arguing. But what did you think about this testimony? Do you think this helped the defense or prosecution? And what did you think about Kanye West being in the courtroom to support Diddy? Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, we have heard that Kanye West has made an appearance down to the Diddy trial. Okay. However, he was denied access to it. From what I'm understanding, he was not let into the Diddy trial. Is what I'm understanding. Okay, let's keep it moving on the Diddy trial, days 20 through now. Okay, who's got the latest current tea on the Diddy trial, day 20 through now? Let's find that. Okay. Thank you guys for sipping tea with Tanisha. We are talking teas on this Monday morning, all day Diddy trial. Let's catch up on what's what. All right.
It's day 20 of this trial. So, Chris, we've been hearing the jury has from a woman who goes by the pseudonym Jane, one of Sean Combs' ex-girlfriends. And similar to Cassie Ventura, she has been detailing these horrific allegations of abuse and of exploitation. So the defense now has to cross-examine her, as they have done Cassie and another one of the ex-girlfriends. So how do they handle yet another case like this?
So what the government's trying to do is show a pattern of conduct on the part of Sean Combs in what they've alleged in the indictment. And what the defense is going to do is break her down, and similar to what they've done with the last two, is try to show that she was in this willingly. She was in this relationship willingly, did not leave, and they'll have plenty of text messages, plenty of cards and letters or whatever that'll show that she was in the relationship, she was enjoying the relationship, and that she willingly came back time and time again. All of those things to show she could have left, she could have stayed out when she left and came back. And similar to what Cassie did, I enjoy these things. Every time someone did that, they get to use that to say, you did this willingly.
But is the testimony from the women about coercion and control saying, like, well, you know, look, he paid my rent, he controlled every aspect of my life, is that enough for the jury to convict on sex trafficking charges?
It can be. It just depends on what aspect of this the jury falls on. I say the defense is saying that's not sex trafficking. That's just someone who's a bad actor, who's a bad person, a bad human being. That's not sex trafficking under the law. And so the jury may say, we agree with the defense. That's not sex trafficking. Or they may say, under these elements of sex trafficking, we agree with the government. Yeah. We'll just have to wait and see.
Combs' team is asking for another mistrial, alleging that there was false testimony when Cassie Ventura was on the stand. We're expecting a ruling from that perhaps today. Is this a good move by the defense to keep asking for a mistrial?
Well, so every time the government does something that we feel as defense attorneys that we feel violates our client's rights, we have a duty to make a motion for a mistrial to protect that error, protect the record, so that later on appeal we have something to argue about on appeal. But this motion for mistrial is one that I think needs to be made, because what they're alleging is the government knowingly put up false and perjured testimony and did it in an effort to sway the jury against Sean Combs. And that what they're saying is they knew this testimony was false when they put this witness on the stand. Mm-hmm. I think they have to do this the way they're doing it, to highlight that the government is as a bad actor here. This is a good motion.
All right. Well, he faces life in prison if convicted. You can follow the latest on the trial on air and on the Free Fox local app. Thanks, Chris.
You bet.
Okay, we are following everything Diddy. Why is everybody trying to get Diddy life in prison for this bullshit, y'all? Poor thing. I mean, it's unfortunate, you know what I'm saying? He is getting caught up in, you know, what is alleged to be a sex trafficking scandal. But we're just going to keep it moving on the Diddy trial. If you guys think Diddy will get life in prison, go ahead and drop that. If you think Diddy's going to get off on all charges, drop that in the chat.
Australian natives in the chat who moved to New York City to begin her career as a commercial photographer. Oh, just like Mark Leta. Isn't that interesting? She was handpicked by Diddy in the late 90s to manage his leadership team, and she's been with him ever since. Her last tweet from September 2023 is a retweet of Diddy celebrating a puff piece published in the New York Times last year when the mogul was still riding high. So puff pieces are like, you know, articles that get published that are basically just to make somebody look good. It's not like real journalism. It's just kind of like, oh, all hail Diddy. He got a key to the city or whatever. Diddy is not in his accolades.
Okay, that's my girl over there. I'll come back and check her out later. We're going to leave. All things Diddy Bop. Okay, so it's day 24 for Diddy, apparently. Okay. So we got 4 days to catch up on Diddy stuff. Let's go back 3 days. Okay, I'm also working with my little company that helps me produce my YouTube channel. So. Okay. Let's get into some commentary. See, I want to go back even farther than day 22. No, okay, that's okay. Well, streamed 4 days ago. Let's see what they got going on. We are now going to sip some tea from Lion Crime Network. You know, we always use them for all of the latest updates on crime. Okay. So I gotta find where they're talking some tea at, because they watch there we are. They watch the courthouse. They do all of the things okay. So
I wanted to please you and I pushed through. There were claims that she bought a TV so they could watch their movies together, really focusing on the love, how she wanted to be with him, how she didn't want to break up with him, how she wanted to cuddle with him. I'll tell you where it's really getting interesting today. Her behavior and his behavior after Cassie Ventura filed her lawsuit in November of 2023, because she said when she found this out, she said, now you have another woman who's going through the same experiences as me. She said that this changed Sean Combs' behavior. He was down.
Okay, so we should be caught up to learning what has all transpired in the court of the Diddy trial from 4 days to now. Okay, so let's just keep this thing going on the Diddy X trafficking trial, U.S. versus Sean Combs. I looked for, well, I'm going to have a good day of tea sipping of Diddy. So, when things, pop up that we normally do, if I can't get it into a show, then I will come back and do it on a separate live for us, okay?
There had been a sense of resentment, but he also became much more loving towards her. She also testified that when the video came out, the 2016 video of him appearing to beat up Cassandra Ventura, she said it was a very difficult time for Sean Combs, that she had never seen him act like that before. So you kind of see a strain in the relationship, but she still was with him even after this. So it's a complicated bag to try to understand what is really going on and what this relationship was about. And I will tell you, one of the things the jury may consider are voice notes that were played in this courtroom, voice notes that were sent by Sean Combs to Jane. If we have one of them up, let's just play it and we'll talk about it on the other side.
While they're paying bills on Lion Crime Network, thanks sippers for sipping this tea with me today up on Diddy trial. Everything Diddy today on Tanisha Talks Teas. Let's get it.
All right, we don't have it yet. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring in my all-star panel. And by the way, I'm not going to be answering your questions for the next hour and a half. I know you have questions. Submit them on YouTube about what's happening in testimony today, what's happening in this trial in general. I'm going to bring in my all-star panel, too. We have with us former state attorney from Palm Beach County, Florida, Dave Arenberg, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, Safa Robinson-Ferrer, and with me in studio, Rich Schoenstein, our litigator on hand. It's great. Look at these guys. Look at this all-star panel I have with me. Okay, we're going to take your questions. Rich, I'll start with you because you're in studio. Okay. This is interesting. This is a question from Skibone21. I've heard about this hotel receipt as opposing evidence to Brianna Bungolan. Brianna Bungolan had testified that Sean Combs dangled her off a 17-story balcony in L.A. Is there other corresponding evidence for Diddy actually being at the hotel? So I guess the question becomes, she had the weaker testimony for the prosecution. They presented evidence, that he was in the West Coast. They presented receipts of his breakfast, his travel records, basically say he can't be in two places at the same time. Did this balcony attack happen when you said it happened? What do you think was the support for this attack happening?
I don't know the evidence on the specific attack well enough to tell you. I do think if this case was just about the attack on the balcony, they would have a problem of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, given this hiccup about where he was actually, was he even in the state? I do think that's a problem on that claim, but I also think part of that claim is that Cassie was aware of it. And whether or not she heard about it and believed it was true and felt intimidated by it is actually a separate question from whether or not it actually happened. So it still might be a live issue in the case, even if you're not sure it happened.
And I think there is a message that the jury will see from Cassie to, I believe it's Christina Coram, who, by the way, is apparently not going to be testifying. I mean, there's been no indication that she's going to be testifying. We kind of got an idea about who the next witnesses are. She's not on the list. Shocker to me, because she's come up so many times. But anyway, I think there's a message from Cassie to Christina Coram where she talks about this happening. It does become a question, did she see it with her own eyes? Okay, so we have this voice note up. Let's play it. Again, this is from Sean Combs to Jane.
Hey, baby, we had a great time. Stay in the light. It's all good. Get your rest. You are the crack pipe. That's my new name for you, crack pipe. Or should I call you CP? But yeah, I want you to.
I don't know about y'all sippers, but I find that so disturbing. Like, that is so disturbing to call somebody a crack pipe. It's just disturbing to me.
Stay in the light. You know what I'm saying? We had a very, very good time together. Like, so much fun. So much fun. Now go rest up. Get in your bag. You know what I'm saying? Got your contract. Find a nice little spot. Put your mind at ease. And yeah, I had a great time. And I really, really want you to get some rest. I didn't know about you throwing up and all that. That's when I was like, hold up a second. All right, get some rest, baby. Love.
Now, Safa, it's interesting because she claims, I don't know if this is the same event, but she had claimed at one point she had thrown up, and he basically was like, that's good that you thrown up. Now we can get the third guy in here, and she apparently had performed sex acts with this third guy. What do you take away from that voice note? What do you think the relevance is for the prosecution or the defense?
First and foremost, I think that this voice note, more importantly, humanizes Mr. Combs. It really gives the jury insight into hearing his speaking and communication with Jane Doe, how they typically communicate. It sounds to me, based on this voice note, that he's incredibly loving towards her, supportive towards her, and things of that nature, which will certainly be favorable to the defense. Now, from the prosecution's perspective, I think that this voice note would somewhat corroborate whatever possible freak off that they're alleging occurred, specifically when Jane Doe testifies that at some point she had thrown up. This kind of negates it, because him in the note, he's saying, I didn't know that you threw up. Or then he maybe became aware of it later. So the testimony that I believe she gave that indicated, well, he saw that I throw up and made me continue. There may be a question about that. But I think that this completes the narrative, or continues to complete the narrative for the prosecution, that these sexual acts were taking place, that she was tired, that, she may have had a great time, and he's continuing to affirm her in participating in this activity and having a great time and things of that nature. But I think this voice note actually could go to benefit both sides. But I think there's certainly a benefit for Mr. Combs' sake with respect to actually humanizing him and showing him as a loving individual in front of the jury to an extent. And then we hear reference to the contract, which was given, which Jane Doe testified to prior, that this love contract that they came into. So I think that testimony, or this voice note, also affirms that.
So we have a super chat question from Tony Tokes, and I'm not entirely sure the answer of it or what it means, but that's why we got Dave Arenberg. Dave Arenberg knows all, doesn't he? This is a super chat question. Tony, thank you so much. Did you hear about the hidden phone? Thoughts? Now, I don't know if this is about a phone from Diddy or from I don't know what this might be about. Did you hear anything about a hidden phone? And if not, we'll try to look it up.
I'm confused on how one can say that Diddy is a loving person by him calling 50 Cent baby mama a crack pipe. Um, I am just not, there with the terms of that being an endearing thing to say to somebody or call them out of love and affection. Um, I don't, unless they smoking crack, I don't see any reason why somebody would be referencing somebody as "you're my little crack pipe." It's stupid as hell to me, y'all. I still can't rap it. So,
Boy, Jesse, the buildup that I know everything, and it's just a letdown. I don't know about the hidden phone. We need to look that up, and I'm gonna Google it right now. I'll have an answer for you
Well,
shortly.
we'll put that to the side. We'll come back to that question. I'll throw a different question to you. This is from Shop Girl, who's been so generous with her questions as we've been doing these live shows, which, by the way, we plan to do every single day of this case. Jesse, did the defense bringing the rapper and his wife, whose birthday is in January, into play, open it up for the prosecution to call the rapper to the stand? That became a big point during cross-examination today about her attending this party and what she was doing. I don't know who this rapper is. Can speculate. I don't know who it is, but you think it's enough for this rapper to be called to the stand? Probably not, right?
Well, if the defense made an issue out of it and was referring to it, then that would open the door to the prosecution to pursue that and call this rapper to the stand. So it just depends on the context and what was said, how much the defense depended on it. But that's always a big warning for the defense that you just you're throwing everything against the wall, hoping it sticks, but then you unintentionally open the door for more evidence. I mean, I always thought that the reason why KK was not testifying in the prosecution's case was because they were going to use her as a potential rebuttal witness to be like a warning to the defense, saying, be careful what you say. We got the woman who knows where all the bodies are buried, metaphorically speaking, of course, ready to go to contradict and rebut anything you put on.
Yeah, it was apparently one of these sex workers was at a dinner for the birthday of the rapper's wife, and apparently they were asked, "Is anybody else? If Jane knew anybody else in the lifestyle?" I wonder, Safa, are they trying to?
Was 50 Cent married to what's the girl's name, y'all? Was he married to her? I don't think they was married. I don't recall a divorce because if it was a divorce going on, it would have been very high publicized divorce for 50 Cent. I don't think 50 Cent married the baby mama in question.
And normalize it? Are they trying to say this might be odd, this might be strange, but it's not him trying to cover up a crime?
Because do we know of any other rapper that would tie? Oh, happy birthday to Tupac Shakur, the late great Tupac Shakur's birthday is today. Tupac Shakur would have been 54 years old today. We're going to give a shout out to the show's favorite rapper, Tupac Shakur. Rest in heaven. I don't recall any other rapper currently that has a woman that was engaging in the freak offs to the extent of being subpoenaed to court besides 50 Cent baby mama. So y'all let me know because I don't know. But I don't think that 50 Cent was married to the baby mama.
I do think that they are trying to normalize it. And I think the reality is, individuals who are in the music and entertainment industry, some of them have so much power, so much money, so much access, and so much affluence that they do engage in some of these things. It's not uncommon that you might hear of a rapper flying out women to Miami to, partake in sexual activity, shopping experiences, or take them on vacation and things of that nature. That's not uncommon. Or to live this sort of rock star lifestyle where you have sex, drugs, rock and roll and things like that all go hand in hand together. So I think that the defense is also trying to normalize it to an extent. And I think that there are individuals who engage in this type of activity, even normal traditional civilian individuals who may live a swingers type of lifestyle. And so the defense is trying to highlight that and normalize that for the jury.
So this is a super chat question from Richard Essiaw, and really appreciate the super chat. Can you please dive in and elaborate about this bombshell phone evidence that was filed June 9th by the prosecution that they're trying to bring in? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to put that question on hold. When we get Elizabeth Milner on, our in-court reporter, I think she's probably the best person to answer that one. So, Richard, we're not forgetting your question. I'm going to ask Elizabeth that. Rich, I want to ask you this. We have this coming in. Where is it? It was a good one. Okay, so we talked about Christina Coram. I thought she was going to have to testify. She's been mentioned by like every single witness that's come on the stand. Sean Combs, former chief of staff. This is from Naturally Now. Great show. Thank you so much. Will they charge KK if she doesn't testify?
Don't know the answer to that. I mean, I have long speculated that there are a lot of people in this case that are both potential defendants and potential witnesses. And I've long thought that there have been discussions going on between the government and some of those individuals about, would you like to come in and testify, or would you like us to indict you, or something to that effect. Even if there's not ultimately a non-prosecution agreement, there can be discussions like that. So I don't know if that's happened with KK. I don't know if that's a possible defendant in a future case. I will say that the prosecutors here seem laser focused on Sean Combs. Right?
Yeah.
Nobody else has been indicted of anything. So they are very single purpose about this.
We've got a question here for you, Safa. This is from Shy. Do you guys think her testimony leans to the defense? I'm assuming they're talking about Jane.
Yeah, I think that Jane's testimony is certainly favorable to the defense. You know, I think that the prosecution sort of has the transportation to engage in prostitution in the bag. However, when it comes to sex trafficking and the racketeering charges and the threats of force and coercion and things like that, specifically to the sex trafficking allegation, I think that Jane Doe's testimony has actually been more favorable to the defense. You know, you have testimony and you have evidence, including text messages and voice notes, that reflect that, you know, when Mr. Combs would prompt her to say, hey, do you want to call such and such for tonight? No, I'm not really in the mood. Okay, that's fine. You know, it'll just be the two of us. Or, you know, they made other plans and watched, you know, their own videos while they were at home, as opposed to actually engaging in those acts. So I think that her testimony is favorable to the defense. Not only that, but as we've learned of what her testimony has become, it's been a little contentious with the defense at times. And it looks like she's testifying and she's showing, I guess what I would say is exhibiting jealousy throughout their relationship. And why did she not get certain benefits that other women may have gotten, including Chanel bags and trips?
And isn't this sad that you, in a sense, fumbled 50 Cent in a way? Because if y'all recall, right, 50 Cent was very enamored with the girl that he has the baby by, that is subpoenaed for the prosecution for the Diddy trial, right? One second, y'all. What was I saying?
Things like that. So it really kind of creates this idea that, you know, where you really...
Okay. We recall how 50 Cent was so enamored with the baby mama that he had after first baby mama, you know, black girl, black baby, everybody black, you know, and beautiful. Not saying that 50 Cent didn't, you know, love that. However, the next thing he got was with a pick me, right? A woman that wanted to be picked by somebody that was rich and famous and that would give her that lifestyle. That's obvious because listen to her now testimony on the stand about Diddy. Okay. Isn't it crazy how she fumbled 50 Cent? Because seemingly to the public, right, 50 Cent was very enamored with this baby mama. He flaunted her around while he and her were together with their son, little light-skinned, curly, cute kid. Wasn't their son also the like one of the models for Sean Diddy's kids' clothing line? if y'all recall back in the day, remember 50 Cent's son with the baby mama that's testifying against Diddy right now in the Diddy trial, wasn't he a model for Sean Puffy's kids clothing line, I recall. Anyway, you know, how he was just always, you know, showing his kid off, showing his baby mama off. They were always flying private jets. They looked very, you know, luxuriously, lavishly well to do. And everything was everything. To now, she's saying how she has had to lay on her back almost every day of the week in these, you know, freak off escapades for Diddy to get her rent paid, for herself to even have a name brand purse. So my. You see what I'm saying? How if you don't protect the essence of the fabrics of your life, sometimes your fibers will start to wear away. And maybe if you have not considerably pulled a Shawnee O'Neal for your life and able to keep up a certain level of financial lifestyle for yourself and your children, you may find yourself, hopefully not, but you could find yourself, if this is the route that you choose to take, living a life as a ex-worker, as 50 Cent called her when he seemingly found out about her and Diddy, for, you know, a level of trying to maintain this lifestyle, right? This is fucking crazy. Thank you guys for sipping tea with Tanisha. We're talking tea today, all on Diddy stuff. Let's get it.
Forced into this situation, or did you just try to maintain your relationship with him because you wanted certain material things and to live a certain material type lifestyle? So there's a fine line between those things, and I think based on what I've heard her testimony to be, it can actually be more favorable.
It's such a beautiful day.
Something you mentioned, we actually have another voice note from Sean Combs that's kind of on point about this. If we have it, let's play it.
So if you come in for 24 hours, yeah, you always wanted to set some up. Now you got the opportunity, so set some up for tomorrow night. That last vision we had was Dawn and ATL. See you put it together, baby.
Really interesting to hear that, Dave. I mean, just to give you an idea, put up a poll. Does the language used by Diddy in these audio recordings provide support for Jane's allegations? 70%. Diddy's defense, 29%.
I live by a
see that disparity because you can't. It's his voice on there. They're not saying it's not his voice. They're not even going away from the fact that these events, these hotel nights, these debauchery nights occurred. It's the context and whether or not they're crimes and who set them up and whether or not she was a willing participant. These voice notes, what do you make of them?
Well, first off, who's bleeping the voice note? Is that the court, or it couldn't be law and crime, right? I mean, we're on the internet.
Guys, our producers, is us bleeping it or no? I think it's us bleeping it, right? It's us. It's us bleeping it. It's us bleeping it.
Okay, well, I think our audience is mature enough to handle the F words because I do think that
this is a family show, Dave. What on earth are you talking about? People bring their children here. What are you talking about?
Well, if I'm a prosecutor in court, I would want every last expletive to be heard by the jury. Safa is right. These messages, especially when you clean them up, when you take out all the foul language, they do humanize him. And that's where I think as a prosecutor, I'm a former prosecutor, I would be like, I want it all in. I want all the nastiness and gross stuff and the expletives all in there and not totally cleaned up. So as far as whether they help the defense or the prosecution, actually I agree with the audience that I still think it helps the prosecution because it shows planning these hotel nights or freak-offs. And, you know, to the extent that Jane hurts the prosecution, I still think she helps more than she hurts because she corroborates what Cassie was saying. Cassie had issues in her testimony too because at times she consented, and it's up to the jury to decide whether or not they believe that someone can give consent and then take it back and then maybe say yes, but because she was coerced into it. It's the same type of dynamic with Jane. Yes, she seemed to be more loving to Diddy down the road, but overall, I do think she corroborates Cassie, warts and all, because life is complicated. These relationships are complicated, It's important that the jury understands that you can consent at some point, and then you could say no, and it's still rape, and it's still human trafficking.
Yeah, one of the things you have to be thinking about here, Rich, is, and I don't get the sense this, like when they were cross-examining Mia, or they were cross-examining Brianna Bongolan, it seemed to me they were going really strong to say, you're not telling the truth about you being sexually assaulted. You're not telling the truth about you being dangled off a balcony. And you might be making it up for whatever reasons, financial motivations, I don't know. I'm not getting the sense that they're being that aggressive with Jane in that line of questioning. I interviewed Mauricio Padilla for Sidebar, and he goes, she could be a victim. She could be a victim of a toxic relationship. She might not be a victim of a crime, but she's still potentially a victim in all of this. And it makes me feel the way they're cross-examining her and what they're cross-examining.
I mean, I don't see how per se so much 50 Cent's baby mama is a victim, because we all know, okay, if 50 Cent was only giving her $5,000 a month in child support, being the multimillionaire mogul that 50 Cent is, she could just take 50 Cent back to court and request more child support, or however have you. So what we're hearing is that she chose to go to Diddy for another option and, lay on her back and engage in freak offs for her rent, for a bag, a purse, a bracelet, things of that, trips, things like that. So, I mean, I don't necessarily hear victim. Okay, she threw up after willingly taking a bunch of drugs. And, Diddy wasn't, a person that was just like, oh my God, you poor thing, let's take you to the hospital. Like, of course he didn't do that. They were engaging in, illegal activity in a hotel room using a lot of drugs. So, of course he didn't offer to take her to the hospital or something of the sort. Not for nothing. It's like, she still voluntarily walked back to the freak off, even though he asked, he asked her to, like, come on, let's finish this. We got this thing going. Let's keep this thing going. She voluntarily went back, right? So, y'all let me know how y'all see it. Do y'all see 50 Cent's baby mama as a victim?
Examining her about is almost putting the prosecution in the hot seat, saying that her testimony doesn't really amount to sex trafficking or racketeering, and it's the idea of what would be her incentive to come forward and testify. She was issued a subpoena.
And that brings me back to questioning 50 Cent's understanding of knowing whether or not his baby mama was being ex-trafficked. Do you think 50 Cent, if he knew his baby mama was under that type of situation, her having custody of their son, her physically having the son, do you think 50 Cent, do y'all think 50 Cent would have allowed Diddy to ex-traffic his baby mama? This is the G Unit founder. Okay. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, regular smuggler men will, go to hell and back in gasoline draws for their family. So 50 Cent being the, man that he is, you see what I'm saying? Gangster. I don't see him allowing Diddy or anybody else to human ex traffic his baby mama, especially while she has his son in her care. Now, y'all got to look at these factors of the situation.
Doesn't have much choice to testify here.
Right.
Now,
yeah.
do I think 50 Cent knew about Daphne? I think her name is Daphne. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway. I think he knew she was over there laying around with Diddy. And I think he just let her slut herself out. You see? Because we know the nature of 50 Cent. Okay? He's a motherfucker. Especially if you go against the grain of, his loyalty to you and his willingness to want to see you happy and taken care of out here in life, and say you try to get greedy or say you try to manipulate or anything like that, around in 50 Cent's world, then he has been known to, kind of give a middle finger to you and let you figure it the fuck out. Okay. So, yeah. However, I just don't see 50 Cent knowingly, willingly, are not doing anything about if in fact his baby mama was being trafficked by anybody. Him just sitting there doing nothing. I don't think that would happen.
I don't know that they have the same ammunition against her they have against some of the other witnesses. To me, the strongest thing she says for the prosecution's case is when she testified that after hearing Cassie's story come out, she realized that she was a victim too and that this had happened to another person. And that's exactly what the prosecution wants the jury to come away with. The prosecution wants the jury not to think that this is just something about Diddy's relationship with his longtime on-again, off-again girlfriend, Cassie, that can be explained away as a toxic relationship and a one-off, but this is about fundamentally who Sean Combs is. Look at the way he treats other women. Listen to these voice messages. Look at what he does. That's what they're trying to prove.
By the way, Tony Tokes came back, gave a little bit more context. Phone. He goes, it is device one. Diddy had sent KK messages confessing things. Tisa Tells said it is the court records. They didn't find the phone during the raid. Device number one, and then he writes, I don't know, LOL. Yeah, we'll try to figure that out and sort through it. Okay, this is a question for the whole panel. I'll start with you, Rich. It's a great question. This is from Allison Thompson. To the panel, I feel most of our panel guests have a slightly different angle with responses. Has any of your thoughts and opinions changed at all compared to what they were when this trial started? Start with you, Rich.
I don't think so. I think, fundamentally, I thought and I still think that they were going to be able to put on evidence demonstrating that he's a bad guy, demonstrating physical abuse. I thought they were probably going to be able to fulfill the elements of these prostitution and sex trafficking charges. And for me, the real issue was always and still is, can they prove a RICO violation? Can they prove all of the things beyond a reasonable doubt that are wrapped up in a RICO violation? I don't have a different view of that than I did at the beginning, and I don't think anything's happened in the trial that really so far has thrown me for a loop.
I'll tell you what, I'll get the answers from Safa and Dave on the other end. We have to take a break. Why? Because Elizabeth Milner's outside of court. So I want to get her breakdown about what's been happening today, and also have her answer that super chat question from Richard Essaal. We'll be right back right after this. Stay with us.
They wanted to make sure that their client was able to be a part of these discussions. But here's what we
answering all of your questions before she has to jump back into the courtroom. She was there for all of the testimony today. She's been there for all the testimony for every day. Elizabeth, it's great to see you. So besides the questions like from El Spelunker, who says, will Elizabeth write a tell-all book after this? Or a comment from Tablet Lingua, who says Elizabeth for president. Besides those great comments, so you already got one vote, 2 votes, you have my vote. Okay, so besides those, we had this super chat question from Richard Ezios, excuse me, and it says, can you please dive in and elaborate about this bombshell phone evidence that was filed June 9th by the prosecution that they're trying to bring in? Do you know what this is about, what this could be about?
Yeah, so I think it kind of could possibly be about, as far as the prosecution goes, is that the government wanted to enter some note entries that Jane had made in her phone. This was after Cassie's lawsuit, and they wanted to bring this up under redirect. And so there was kind of some arguments about it this morning, but it seems like from the government's perspective, they really wanted to get in one particular, at least, sentence from this voice note or from this note Jane's phone app, where Jane had expressed in December of 2023 that she felt manipulated and she felt obligated to be doing these hotel nights about 98% of the time. The government, in their argument this morning, was saying this kind of rebuts the cross-examination as far as Jane, as far as the questions that the defense was kind of posing to Jane as far as just her willingness to participate in these hotel nights. But according to the government, they want to use this particular sentence, at least from my understanding of it, just so that way they can kind of help rebut this under redirect. However, they should have possibly introduced this under direct, but I think given where the cross-examination has gone, that they were trying to introduce more exhibits as well too. But it seems like from their perspective that they just wanted that one little piece of sentence, because it seemed like the judge didn't want all of these exhibits to be put in under redirect. But the judge said that he'll reserve his ruling as to that one sentence. So we don't know if that sentence will be admitted, if the jury will hear this particular note yet, but I believe that is the answer to your question, and I hope I answered it well.
Okay, what about this? We got a question from Michaela, and this is really interesting because I can't get a sense of it either based on the reporting. Do we know why testimony was delayed today? I saw it was due to an unknown issue, but wanted to ask if you may have heard anything. I mean, this just came up again right before the break. It seems that the judge had even wanted, or the prosecution even wanted, Sean Combs to be a part of this meeting. That is, there was some issue that was discussed in the roving room. They have concerns. Do you have any idea what is going on in the judge's chambers?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I have no idea what's going on, and I think a lot of us have been kind of scrambling to figure out what exactly is happening, because it seems like from both sides they're being very tight-lipped about this. But from the defense's perspective, Sean Combs wasn't in the back for the conversations that were had in the roving room or the chambers room, and it wasn't being transcribed either, so he wasn't able to follow along. So from the defense's perspective, they wanted to make sure that their client was able to be a part of these discussions. But here's what we do know, and I'm going to wait for the ambulance to pass real quick. Okay, no, we're good. But as far as just what we do,
So Elizabeth, it's super loud, super loud. I'll jump in. I'll jump in as we wait for this to happen, because it's, you know, you're in downtown New York. Okay. So, very rude. They're interrupting our show, by the way, but it sounds like it's an emergency, so there you go. Okay, back to you, Elizabeth. So now, talking about what happened with this issue, as far as you know.
Yeah, of course. So what we do know is that this was a conversation between both parties, so the defense as well as the prosecution. But also, I think what the interesting part is, this was a conversation between Jane's attorney too. And so it was all kind of three different parties in the back in the roving room discussing this. And so court was delayed for a while this morning. It's been a really weird morning this morning. There was stuff going on before court happened. There was stuff going on once it started. And so it really kind of delayed the proceedings. I don't think the jury even sat down in the jury box until close to maybe 11 o'clock this morning. Now, mind you, it was supposed to start at 9 a.m. this morning, so it really was a significant delay, and a lot of us were kind of scrambling to figure out what was going on. A lot of rumors kind of swirling, so we don't know the full answer, and we were hoping to kind of get an answer about what possibly they were discussing before the lunch break, but it seemed like from both sides, the government and the defense, they kept it tight-lipped. The judge ordered a sidebar. Obviously, that white noise was playing in the background. It was super loud, and we were thinking, okay, after the sidebar is over, maybe they'll talk about it. And then they were like, okay, lunch break, everyone. And so then lunch break happened. So unfortunately, we still don't know the full scope of what was going on, but it seemed like a very important conversation that was being had because it took so long. I think Diddy really wanted to be a part of it because he seemed a little kind of agitated that he didn't know what was going on, and the defense attorneys were kind of shielding him, talking with him, whispering with him as they were kind of trying to figure out, I think, from their own end what was happening too. Well, I'll tell you, the judge upheld this ruling where the identities of these people that were involved in a January 2024 incident, they will not be disclosed. This regarded a trip to Las Vegas where Sean Combs, and this group, including an unnamed rapper, they had apparently watched this kind of voyeuristic session, this woman who had sex, but the judge said that this is not among the alleged acts connected to the sex trafficking charges that Combs faces. So you can see why they made that ruling right there. Okay, this is a really, really important question about the jury. This is from Leg 7K. A question for Elizabeth Milner. Now that
The cross-examination for Jane is coming to an end today. Have you had any insights and thoughts on the jury's overall reaction to Jane?
How they're feeling about Jane necessarily. I think there were maybe during, especially her cross-examination, because I think kind of the issue is we hear one thing under direct and you feel for her, and this kind of applies to other witnesses too, where you really kind of feel for them while they're under direct. But then when you kind of peel back the layers just a little bit more under cross-examination, you're kind of learning more of just the scope of everything. So whether it be the text messages, whether it be then her willingness or alleged willingness to participate in these hotel nights and possibly being fine with them, you feel like you start to kind of learn a little bit more and a little bit deeper under the cross-examination. So, for example, when they were talking today about this unnamed rapper and his girlfriend/wife who was going to Vegas and Jane was going along with them, when the jury saw who this unnamed rapper was, because unfortunately we still aren't able to see the exhibits, I did see one juror in the second row kind of going, interesting. So I feel like heads around. I don't really know. There are also times where like I'm seeing them kind of either looking away or I'm seeing them looking directly at their screens, but I'm kind of thinking, okay, are they wondering how much longer is this particular witness going to be on the stand? How much longer are they going to continue to hear what feels like the same thing over and over again? And they're probably wondering why there's been so many holdups today as far as court starting, court ending, and just the overall testimony too.
Yeah, they don't have as much information as we do, including how every piece of evidence fits into the overall case. Before I let you go, Elizabeth, we talked about the jurors. Let's talk about Diddy. ATX Stanley asks, question for Elizabeth, what has Diddy been doing while the witnesses testified? Does he stare at them and nod or shake his head or doodle on a notepad? What is he doing?
So from what I could see of him, because I do have a tiny bit of an obstructed view today, but what I have seen of him is he is listening to Jane's testimony. I do see him when he is looking, it's either looking at Mark Agnifilo, who's normally sitting right beside him, possibly chatting with Brian Steele at points, who sits on the other side of him, and then kind of passing notes like he normally does, or just looking at Tinny Garagos do her cross-examination of the witness. And so I haven't seen the nodding over at the jury like I've seen him do for other witnesses per se, but he seems to, as far as just the events that happened this morning, it seems like he's still kind of listening to all the testimony, and if there's anything that they want to be asking, Diddy's definitely writing down that in a note, passing it off to his attorney so that way they can pass it off to Tinny Garagos.
Elizabeth Milner, I know you have to jump back into court. Thank you so much. I'm going to see you later for our sidebar, our recap of the entire day's testimony and events. I'll catch you then. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so I'm going to continue the conversation, and I'll get back to the question that came before about, has your opinion changed? But before we do that, Safa, this is really interesting. So the judge said that there is a certain audio recording from December 2023 that is not going to be allowed into evidence. And the prosecutor here had argued that by that time, so Cassie had already filed her lawsuit, that Combs was allegedly making a record, maybe a video record, an audio record, that he was trying to paint a certain narrative, that he was trying to craft a narrative about what was going on with Jane, and it's a self-serving false narrative in the recording. And if that's true, I'm surprised that he wouldn't allow it in, but also, doesn't that go into other allegations that we've heard before? I mean, Mia testified that D-Rock, Sean Combs' former bodyguard, had reached out to her after Cassie's lawsuit, was kind of trying to seem to suggest that, everything that was going on with Cassie and Sean, it was all normal. It was a typical relationship, right? And that he was trying to get Combs to reach out to her. And he's already been accused of trying to influence witnesses and reach out to them and tamper with testimony. I mean, look, doesn't that make up some of the racketeering charges that he faces, the racketeering charge that he faces? So I find it interesting that the judge wouldn't allow this in because it seems quite relevant to the case.
I would think that it would be relevant. Certainly evidentiary reasons that the judge may not have allowed it in. I think that whatever the note or recording might indicate could, of course, be something that would reflect possible witness tampering. But at the end of the day, if the government had had this item in their possession, I assume that they would have included it in proceeding indictment against Mr. Combs, and to date they still have not. So that's one thing. Not only that, but with respect to the voice note, one of the things that comes to my mind is, was it completed so that he could turn that over to his attorneys for legal representation or for legal purposes, and of course correspondence between us and our clients. they're confidential and privileged, so could that be the issue? The first things first that the court is going to look at with regard to any piece of evidence that comes in is it relevant? This certainly could be relevant. Then the court will do the balancing test of whether it's probative or versus prejudicial, things of that nature, and any other further inquiry that the court needs to make to determine if this is a piece of evidence that could come in, and also could it be properly authenticated. So anything that comes in, videos, voice notes, things of that nature, they need to be properly authenticated. If this is Mr. Combs just making a note to himself with regard to, his defense and things like that, and he's not going to get on the stand to testify, then how does the government try to get that in? So that would be my possible reasoning as to why this is not going to be allowed for the moment, at least.
Dave, it's come out that we believe the prosecution's last witness, or maybe their last witness, will be a summary witness. So Danny asks, what is a summary witness?
Well, first off, I really appreciated Safa's comments just now. I think she's right on, because I didn't understand why they wouldn't be allowed to introduce that clear probative evidence against Diddy. And as far as a summary, well, and when you put on a case, you like to have someone who's a storyteller who can lead you through all the events of the case. And then at the end, you may want someone to be able to sum it up, someone who can connect dots, someone who is not just there for one small segmented reason, but who has knowledge about everything. Who would have knowledge about everything is KK, but she's not reliable.
I'll talk about KK in a second, because we had a question coming in about this. But Dave, does it have to do anything with, like, there's a series of charts, or there's so much voluminous evidence that they kind of summarize it in a way, because you can't just go through every piece of it? Is that what a summary witness may do as well? And if so, I'm not entirely sure what all the charts would be.
No, it's not like an expert who then just does the job of the attorney. That's what closing argument is for. Right. The closing argument is when you summarize it and you can bring out your charts and the demonstrative exhibits. But no, the witness would just be someone who has something to offer, some probative information to offer, but can tie everything together. That's what they're talking about here.
Okay, Rich, you ready for this? Talk so much about KK, Christina Coram, who's been brought up so many times. I love our audience, Rich. I love our audience because they're so in tune. They have such good questions, and they make such good points in our polls too. We put a poll up. Who do you think the defense's first witness is going to be? 62% say Christina Coram. We have 17% who say Stevie J. 11% say Alex Fine. This is Cassie Ventura Fine's husband. You ready for this? 8% say Diddy, that he's going to take the stand. But 62% think, we've been talking so much, Christina Coram has to be a prosecution witness. Is she going to be a defense witness?
To say what? I mean, first of all, what is she going to say in his defense that would be helpful? And second of all, if the prosecution doesn't call her, you're really going to put her on the stand and have her be cross-examined by the prosecution? That's your strategy? I just don't see that happening. I don't know what she would offer that would be useful defense evidence, and I don't know how that would outweigh what would probably happen on cross.
Let me tell you this. If they call her, she's like, there was no, I'm not saying she would say it in this way, but basically, there was no criminal enterprise. There was no criminal agreement. He was doing his things. We helped him here and there, but I didn't know what he was up to. Yeah, we set up hotel rooms. We thought it was for him and Cassie. We didn't know who he was getting involved with. We stay kind of out of that. Covering up crimes, not really. Like, if she was supposed to be the connective tissue for racketeering, and she's not that, it makes me wonder, that's maybe why the prosecution didn't want to call her? I don't know.
Well, by the way, so think about the optics of this, right? The defense calls her. So now she is acting on behalf of Sean Combs as a witness for his defense. And they cross-examine her. And I think that makes it even stronger that she's connected to the alleged criminal enterprise and the alleged criminal conspiracy, because now you have her at trial testifying on their behalf, whereas if the prosecution calls her as a witness,
sorry about that, guys.
then there's some thought, maybe she's made a deal with the prosecution, maybe she's turned on Diddy, maybe she's doing this to save her hide. If she testifies for Diddy, she doesn't have any of that.
Yeah. Well, I'll throw this to Alex, our producer. Just asked, and I'll throw this to you, Safa, could KK be called as a rebuttal witness after the defense? Oh, well,
Not sure who you are.
Well, I threw it to you, Safa. But look, I gotta say, Dave has been jumping up and down about that. So let me throw it to Dave first.
Oh no, give it to Dave.
All right, no, I think yes. I think she is not going to be called as the defense's first witness. She's not going to be called as a defense witness. So I agree with Lawful Riches, by the way, that's his Twitter handle. I agree with Lawful Riches on that one 100%. I'm surprised that our audience would say like 68% said that she would be the first witness. That doesn't make sense. But would she be a rebuttal witness for the prosecution? Yeah, very possibly. I think she is that thing that hangs over the defense. Better watch out what you say, because we're going to bring her in, and she's going to do great damage to you guys because she knows everything.
So, Safa, I'm going to throw this one to you. You saw our poll. 8% think Diddy's going to be called to the stand. Well, actually, that was not who the first witness is going to be. They think Diddy's going to be the first witness. Well, Safa, Shady Goat, phenomenal name, by the way. Shady Goat asks, is there a chance they're going to put Diddy on the stand, and what are the benefits of doing so? We know the risks. What are the benefits of doing so?
There is a possibility that Diddy does decide to take the stand. Anytime that, it now becomes the defense's case in chief, the defendant does have the ability to testify if they choose. We as the attorneys advise them as to whether or not we think it's a good idea, and more often than not, it is an absolute horrible idea. So I would assume that Diddy's attorneys are going to advise him not to testify. Whether or not he will listen to what his attorneys tell him or not is to be determined. If he does testify, he will be subject to cross-examination by the prosecution. And I think that the benefit, if there's any, could be that he gets to tell his own story. He will attempt to explain away some of these things, including these were loving relationships that he was a part of, that how he has financially supported these women and had their consent and things of that nature. But there is still a huge danger, and I think it would be more dangerous for him to testify on his own behalf as opposed to just continuing to remain silent and allowing these voice notes and other pieces of evidence to tell the story for him as best as possible. So that is a possibility. I don't think that it's the greatest idea. TBD on whether or not he'll testify or not.
Yeah, we'll see. It's his choice. Okay, Rich, we got a question from Merlene Spies. Is the love contract not perhaps an NDA?
Sippers, what do you guys think? Should Diddy testify? I'm on the fence. With a lot of shit going on Diddy trial. I don't know. I think it could hurt and very well help. Like if Diddy gets up there and tells his side of the freak offs, as the other people have been doing, maybe it could help, maybe it could hurt. I don't know. We're gonna have to see.
Yeah, remember the love contract was this verbal agreement between him and Jane, right? He was paying $10,000. What was it? $10,000, a monthly allowance of $10,000. We talk about the rent payments, money to pay her for her teeth, and he's still paying her rent as a part of this love contract. And I guess what he would get in return is what he would want in return, right? Is this an NDA of some kind?
I mean, the fact that Diddy has a love contract between him and his ex, his girls that, do the ex freak offs, that alone doesn't scream, dangerous ex trafficker. So.
Okay, so an NDA is a non-disclosure agreement, or sometimes we call it a confidentiality agreement. I've never in my entire life counseled a client to have an oral non-disclosure agreement. That's ridiculous. You would want to spell it out in detail. But could it be, in theory, part of the oral contract? Actually, you would have problems under something called the statute of frauds if you wanted to have an indefinite NDA as an oral agreement. That would be problematic, but could that have been part of his expectation? Confidentiality, non-disparagement, allegiance? Sure, that could have been part of his expectation.
Dave, this is from Olivera Nikolic, who's also been so generous with their questions as we've been continuing these lunch shows. What happened to the alleged tapes that Diddy recorded of these freak-offs? Where are they, and will they be released at trial? I think the jury's seen aspects of them, and no, they will not be released. They will not going to be released for the public if in fact they were submitted as evidence, right?
Yeah, there's a rule of evidence that if something's more prejudicial than it is probative, then it would be excluded. It's Rule 403 of the Rules of Evidence. So I don't think you're going to see it now. The jury could see the redacted version of it, but can you imagine? I mean, to do a Caligula-like video in front of the jury would just be, I just think that's prejudicial, distracting. It would be offensive, and they would never be able to unsee it. So no, I think the key video is the one you're showing on the screen right now in still form. That's the video of him dragging and punching and assaulting Cassie. But as far as the sex videos, the freak-offs, they could see maybe some excerpts of it, but they're not seeing the whole thing, and they don't need to.
Let me throw one more question at you, Dave. This is from Sapphire. Won't Cassie and Capricorn Clark's testimony alone be enough to convict him?
On human trafficking, yes. On the prostitution, perhaps. But on racketeering, I agree with Rich said earlier that I still am not sure the prosecution has.
Well. Let me. Okay, ready? What are two underlying crimes for sex trafficking? Excuse me. What are two underlying crimes for racketeering? Sex trafficking and kidnapping. She claims she was essentially kidnapped at gunpoint.
Yes, but you need an ongoing criminal enterprise. You really do need to show that there are other employees who are working on this as part of this enterprise to do it for the boss. And the fact that there are legitimate allegations of kidnapping, human trafficking, arson, all these other things, you still have to show this a coordinated, this is a business that, like the mafia, that has that goal in mind to help the boss, as opposed to some ad hoc, people acting badly and no coordination. So I think although it does help get you there, I don't think it gets there entirely. I think that's going to be the biggest question for me when it comes to the verdict time. I do think that Diddy is going to be convicted of human trafficking, serious charge, and the Mann Act, the prostitution charge. I'm still not sure about racketeering.
All right, we got a question here.
So the white man in the right corner, said that he's sure that Diddy will get convicted of the Mann Act of prostitution. I mean, I've heard a lot of testimonies saying that Diddy was doing all these things. La da 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 da. I've heard people say it. Has there been any evidence, presented showing that Diddy was, engaging in X acts with ex workers where, you know what I'm saying, he was doing it across state lines and all of this shit like that and la da 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 da. You see what I'm saying? Because shouldn't it take more? It should. But we know if they want you, they want you. And unfortunately, they want Diddy. You know what I'm saying? For these crimes, and it doesn't look like they can actually evidentiarily convict Diddy of them. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, okay. Everybody's saying it about Diddy. Can anybody prove it? Can anybody go in, and show some evidence saying, on this night, we, were exchanging correspondence between us. This is the evidence showing that, yes, we had a prostitutal solicited escapade, and this is the money that was. I've heard them say they did it. Can they prove it? They're just gonna put Diddy in prison for motherfuckers getting up on the stand saying some shit. No matter how much a lot of us don't care for Diddy, Diddy still should be due human right due process to, be proven guilty by any reasonable, or not proven guilty by any reason of any doubt. And if there's no evidence, that should be the doubt. Do we know that Diddy was doing that shit? More than likely, hell yeah. But is anybody proving it? Is anybody like, here's the evidence on this day on, you know what I'm saying? If I miss that or I'm like overlooking that, you see what I'm saying? Then, drop that. But if not, that's not cool to just railroad Diddy into prison over what these hoes is getting up here saying about Diddy. Because that's exactly what Cassie, unfortunately, her situation was violent. We know in those type of lifestyles, things can get that way. You see what I'm saying? So, but nonetheless, they was hoeing for their lifestyle. And, they're going to just convict Diddy now because he was buying hoe. How much time do you think about giving Diddy life for buying a prostitute? Lord, I'm telling y'all better sit down some goddamn where, because it is getting really, 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 really crazy out here. Sit down somewhere. Remember when you come into the room too, hold your teacups up so they get filled with Diddy teas. We talking Diddy teas. Remember to like and subscribe. We're at like 1,016 subbies. Thank you so much.
Here, Safa, a lot of questions about KK, a lot of questions about Christina Coram. This is from Afri Coco Lux. If KK wasn't going to testify, wouldn't it make sense to charge her along with Diddy to justify RICO as a criminal enterprise instead of only one person, Diddy?
It definitely would make sense for sure. I find it interesting that she has not testified yet, and there's the news that I'm hearing today that she's not going to testify in the prosecution's case in chief. So I'm super curious as to why. I think that she, if anything, would strengthen the prosecution's case. And even though they could call her as a rebuttal witness and kind of add it as like a 1-2 punch at the end, why would you not just start off strong, move strongly through your case in chief, and then pass it over to the defense? And then if you need to call a rebuttal witness, then sure, but hit hard the first time. And I think calling KK to testify as a witness in their case in chief would do just that. Why they're not doing it, I have no idea. It sounds to me like they may have something up their sleeve, so we'll see.
Great comment from Leg 7K. Best show this week so far. Great content today, and the guest panel vibe so well. Well, see, I said it was a great panel today, so thank you so much, Leg 7K. Rich, this is from anyone there. Has the witness that's been MIA been located or made contact with yet? I think this is alleged victim 3. I think this is Gina, who's come up so much during the course of this trial as a source of jealousy either for Cassie or Jane. I haven't heard anything, and if she doesn't testify, what does that tell you?
I don't know if she's been located. I don't know what the circumstances are. I do know this: 3 is a lot better than 2. And I think it would be very helpful to the prosecutor's case to have a third victim come on and say, this also happened to me.
They had Mia. Mia was alleged victim 4. And there is an alleged victim 5 who we don't know too much more information about, but the judge said she would have to testify not using a pseudonym, so I don't know what's going on there either.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get these victims to testify and to be confident you can put them on the stand and have them be credible and useful witnesses. So I don't know exactly why this is an issue, but I think from the prosecution's point of view, you want as many as possible.
By the way, so submit your questions. We're going to be on for another 20 minutes or so. If you have any questions about what's happening in the case, what's happening today, we'll make sure to answer them. I just want to throw another question to you, this because it's about NDAs. This is from ATX Stanley. Who is Diddy's business attorney or legal advisor during all this time? Who drafted these NDAs? Well, not the oral agreement, but I guess if he had NDAs that he was making people sign.
Yeah, I don't know. I suspect he had NDAs. A lot of celebrities, a lot of people with public lives have NDAs. NDAs cannot stop people from testifying when they're compelled by a subpoena or called as a witness and sworn in under oath. You don't get to say, I have an NDA and therefore I'm not going to testify. And ultimately didn't stop Cassie from filing a lawsuit, which is, I think, what sets all of this in motion. So NDAs only provide so much protection.
Great question that I have to ask the entire panel about this. This is from Lisa5472, also been on with us almost every day. Saf, I'll start with you. I'm going to ask it to everybody. Jesse and panel, if it went to the jury today, what do you think the verdict would be?
I'm going guilty on the transportation to engage in prostitution. It's a toss-up for me on the sex trafficking charge, but I think more likely than not there will be a guilty verdict handed down on that. With respect to the RICO, I don't think that the jury at this point today is going to be able to find him guilty of the RICO, or they may be deadlocked into determining whether or not he's guilty of that. I don't know that they're going to come back unanimously on the RICO charge. It's so confusing. There's so much evidence that they have to deal with and consider with respect to that, and specifically the enterprise component. I do think that the two underlying charges within the 10-year period have been proven, but again, we have that enterprise component that I don't know that the government has really fully proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Dave, you mentioned a little bit before, but what do you think? Verdict today, what would it be?
Well, first off, kudos to Lisa. It looks like she and I share the same birthday. May the 4th be with you and me. So as far as the verdict, I think guilty on the Mann Act, that's the transportation for purposes of prostitution, guilty on human trafficking. And I think as of right now today, I think the jury would be hung on racketeering. That could change as more testimony is delivered at trial.
Rich Schoenstein?
So I'll handicap it. I think if I was setting odds, if we were in Vegas and I was setting odds, I would give the best odds of guilty on 2 out of 3. I would give the second best odds on guilty of 3 out of 3. I would give the third best odds of a hung jury, and I would give very, very, very slim odds on a complete acquittal. That would be at the bottom of my list.
Okay, well, they asked me too, so they said Jesse and panel. I'll give my take, okay? First of all, I think he is found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution, both for Cassie and for Jane. I think there has been a lot of testimony about these events, whether you call them freak-offs or whether you call them hotel nights, happening in multiple cities. So now you have the transportation of these two victims to multiple different locations. And by the way, this is not even about sex trafficking. This is purposes of prostitution. There has been testimony that specific sex workers were used in multiple locations. Their flights, their travel had been arranged through Combs, by Combs, through, I think that's important too. They were paid by Combs or through his associates. I think you have a straightforward case of those two charges. Sex trafficking with Cassie, I think you can possibly get with at least 2 instances. The 2016 tape, the jury could accept that she was trying to run away or leaving a freak off. She gets beaten up, dragged back in the direction of a freak off. So this is another location, sex work, violence. I think you can, it ticks off a lot of the elements. I also have said this before, but the allegation that he showed her freak off tapes on a plane, that she threatened to release them, that's an alleged threat. There's a travel component. They land, he demands a freak off, he gets a freak off. So now you have commercial sex. I think it attacks a lot of that off. I can't say that he's going to be found guilty of sex trafficking with respect to Jane. It feels a little bit muddied at this point about whether or not her reluctance to engage in this was a form of, force, fraud, or coercion. Racketeering, I think there's 75% there, while I believe they've proven several, or at least they may have indicated evidence to prove some of the underlying acts. I agree with my panel. I don't know if we see this kind of criminal agreement, this kind of organization that's necessary. But let's continue the conversation. Okay. So, and by the way, Leg 7K said, Jesse, you're going to answer Lisa's question. I did just answer Lisa's question. That's right. Question from IA. I'll throw this to you, Safa. Are there going to be other trials stemming from this? With all this evidence, could Diddy supporters end up with their own trials?
I don't think there are going to be any other trials stemming from this unless we have someone that gets on the stand, testifies, perjures themselves, or something of that sort. I think that right now, it's pretty clear that Mr. Combs is the target of the investigation, the target of the indictment. If someone were to get on the stand and testify and perjure themselves, or if there's someone that's entered into a cooperation agreement with the government and deviates from that agreement, Could they be prosecuted, based on either perjuring themselves? Yes. Or depending on what the cooperation agreement would reflect, could they ultimately end up incarcerated if they don't fulfill the requirements of that agreement? Absolutely. But I don't think that people who generally, quote unquote, support Mr. Combs will find themselves in hot water in prosecution based on their support. No, I don't think that's the case.
By the way, Lisa5472 says, Jesse and panel, wow, thank you for the awesome reply. Well, thank you for the great question. All right, Rich, we've got a question here from RSS. What happens if he gets charged, I think they mean convicted. What if he gets convicted with trafficking and transportation but hung on RICO? Does the government retry that portion or let it go? And I'll also throw this one to Dave too, but first you, Rich.
They certainly have the opportunity to retry it. Now, I think probably if they get the convictions on the other counts, may depend on what sentence gets imposed. But they may decide not to retry, that's enough of a victory and they've put him in jail for long enough that they're not going to worry about going forward on RICO. But it's an interesting question.
Yeah, Dave, and this is an interesting question too. I agree. I wonder if the sentence that he would be convicted on would matter for the decision to retry on RICO, because RICO carries up to life in prison. But I don't know the timing of that. In other words, can they wait to see what the sentence will be before they make the decision to retry him?
Yes. And that's why I do think they'll wait to see what the sentence is, although human trafficking carries with it a mandatory minimum, so he will serve prison time. Also, they'll want to see what the jury count is. If it's 11-1 in favor of a conviction, there's one holdout, it makes it more likely to retry it. But quite frankly, after this huge case that's taken years to put together and go to trial, I do think that this will be it. I think it's most likely if he's convicted of those 2 out of 3 charges, most likely that's it. Although, as I said, if he gets like some slap on the wrist and gets the minimum sentence, yeah, there's always a chance they'll try him again for racketeering.
We got a super chat question from Carol Mogan. Carol, thank you so much. Rich, I'll throw it to you. Who thinks KK will be called by the government and when? So, I mean, it doesn't look like she's going to be called by the government, except as we talked about, maybe as a rebuttal witness.
Yeah, by the way, I don't know about calling her as a rebuttal witness, because when you call a rebuttal witness, you are limited in scope to the items that you are rebutting. So if you're going to call her...
I will say, if any one of yous ever wanted to be Diddy, I bet you don't now.
Why are you saving her if you think she has useful testimony for your case?
Diddy got himself in a bad way. He is in a bad, bad way. And they're insisting. A lot of people are advocating for Diddy to go to prison for having sex with prostitutes, and the way that they feel that he forcefully coerced people to be a part of these freak offs. They want to see Diddy's ass in a sling, bitch. What do y'all think? Do y'all think it's railroading? I do, in a sense. Definitely. But I mean, could this also be Diddy's past coming back to haunt him? Could this be from all the things that he has done in his past? There are allegations and suspicions of Diddy having things to do with the murder of Biggie Smalls, Tupac, Kim Porter. Could this just be his karma? Whether it's right or wrong, who are we to say how Diddy pays for his karma? And unfortunately, we've seen this all too much with Bill Cosby and so on and so forth. So we're going to see, y'all.
And you're putting it in the hands of the defense. You're basically fighting a strategy war. Well, if they argue this in defense, then I can call her as a rebuttal witness. I don't know about that. I still think there's a chance you'll see her in the case in chief.
Got a question from Allison Thompson. How much longer will this trial go for? Is there an estimate for an end date? I think another 3 weeks. I think they're going to try to get it by July 4th. Doesn't let you know how long the jury deliberation process will be, which I will tell you, if they consider everything that they've heard and they have to, weigh through the credibility of these witnesses and weigh whether or not what their testimony matches up to these complicated charges, this deliberation process could take quite some time. Safa, great question from SL600. Does the trial being in New York City help Sean Combs. I mean, he is being judged by a panel of his peers from New York.
Jagger doesn't have school on Thursday or Friday.
It depends is always the question. The Southern District of New York, they have a team, prosecution team. So they're very good at what they do, obviously, which is not always good for the defense, of course, but it is what it is. And feds have the have a high conviction rate regardless. But the fact that there's cases sitting in New York City, I think that could be a benefit due to the diversity in New York City, right? So you have individuals who, come from all walks of life, who have had many different experiences that are now coming in to sit on this jury and bring those diversified experiences in to sit on this jury. So I think that definitely could be a benefit for Mr. Combs.
Yep, I agree. Okay, we got another question coming in. Where is it? Okay. This one I'll go to you. I'll go to you, Dave, on this one. This is Abhilasha Darawal. Why did the defense decide to raise concern regarding pseudonyms after such a long time? Why was it not done during pretrial? Well, I think it was done during pretrial. I think it had to do pseudonyms with respect to a specific incident that's being brought up by Jane's testimony, right? I could be wrong.
Right, no, that's right, because this is something you would bring up pre-trial. The defense doesn't want the implication that the witness is scared of their client, and that would make the jury perhaps scared of their client. And so you can see why they don't like the pseudonyms. But yeah, that would have been brought up pre-trial, and perhaps we're talking about something different, like you said, a specific incident when it came to the trial itself.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's exactly right. Okay, let's continue on, taking more of your questions right now. Where was this? Don't really have I'll come back to that question yet. Actually, I'll answer this question. This is from Nikki K. Jesse and panel, was juror 6 removed, or is the judge still deliberating on that? This is regarding, again, we don't really know what the issue is with this respective juror. There was talked about a lack of candor. The defense had accused the prosecution of basically trying to exclude a black juror from the jury. There's been no ruling yet. I think they had to submit, both parties had to submit written arguments, but the judge said he'll make a decision before the weekend, so we'll see. Okay, Rich, to you. This is from Naturally Now. Why not bring in profilers like Dr. Ann Burgess in the Diddy case? Victims are scrutinized. Why not show jurors how his refined, repeated behaviors fit a known criminal pattern?
I mean, first of all, it's tough to bring in evidence like that, a profiler. Now, you can bring in some evidence to talk about how victims of domestic and sexual abuse may react, to sort of counter the defense narrative that these women were all willing participants and they're only turning now for their own self-interest. You can perhaps bring in some expert witness on that. But I don't know that you can just throw a predator expert on the stand and let him or her testify that Sean Combs is a predator. I don't know that that would work.
Safa, this is a fair question. This is from Kid's sister. Do you think the prosecution really missed the mark on Brianna Bungolan's testimony, considering they didn't confirm her dates when the balcony incident happened?
Miss the mark. You may have instances where witnesses may not fully recall, certain times, dates, or things that occur. So, I'm pretty sure, and I can guarantee you that they have prepped her as a witness, and whatever her prep or testimony or whatever she discussed with the prosecution team reflected whatever date she initially said or what she testified to as being the date that this incident occurred. If it wasn't that, and Mr. Combs was on the East Coast at that time, then that's an issue for the jury to decide, whether or not they're going to give her testimony credibility as far as the date that this occurred. Could it have just been something that she forgot, or just a mistake as terms of when this incident actually occurred? It could just be just that. But I don't think that they missed the mark with her. And again, there's some of the testimony that's coming in is going to be questionable regardless, whether it's her or anybody else that is called to testify. People may not fully testify the same way as they've been prepped to do, and it may not always be as consistent or gel with other witness testimonies as the prosecution would like. But I don't think that they've missed the mark with her.
So here is a very important question as we think about grand picture. I will go to you with this, Dave. Question from Stella. In your professional opinion, how likely do you think it is that he will get life without parole if he's convicted?
I don't think so. I think the fact is that the judge is human like everyone else and knows the celebrity and knows that he has no prior convictions. He was charged with previous crimes. And although there's a mandatory minimum here and can be sentenced to life in prison if he's convicted of these counts, I think that he'll get something short of that. And then there's always the possibility of a presidential pardon, which would be hugely risky for even President Trump. So I think that he will serve prison time. I do not expect him to die in prison.
This is from Old Hollywood Angels. Does the judge conviction useless and it's all based on the jury? Yes, it's the jury who decides ultimately not if he's guilty or not guilty. Okay.
So everybody, y'all, is advocating more so along the lines of the news, certain lawyers, prosecutors. Now that the trial has commenced and started going, and it's been going on for about a month and a half almost now, that Diddy will go to federal prison for having freak-offs that we have not yet, seen any or heard any of the evidence prior to trial up until now. We haven't seen any of that. Where's the IVs at? Where are, all of these massive amount of illegal drugs, transporting them, selling them, distributing them, manufacturing them? Where are the supposed young child victims? Where are the, people coming forward saying, oh my God, yes, Diddy trafficked me? None of that has really been entered into the group chat in the trial. However, people are, they're speculating that Diddy will receive federal prison time for having freak-offs, beating Cassie and, no denying these things. And just basically knowing how to manipulate the women with money to engage in freak-offs with him, knowing what to have to keep the party going. However, nobody we see were like really, really, really forced against their will. We heard Capricorn Clark speak to it. I didn't see any evidence, anyone running out of the courthouse and she had evidence of it and she had collaborating witnesses of it. So this is wicked, y'all. This is wicked. This is a telltale, lesson for, a learning experience of what not to do with your black ass whenever you get to a point in life where you got, some stature and some means to uphold it, of how to walk a fine line to keep your ass out of, the gun line. Okay? Because, boss, this is wickedness. This is evil right here. They want to lock Diddy up just for simply having freak-offish sex. Crazy. And so far, we haven't even heard that Diddy participated in it. Okay, because we're gonna listen to a interview that Armand Wiggins did with one of the freak off guys. Okay, if he still has it up, I hope he hasn't privated it. But I watched it last night, y'all. Yeah, as far as we know, Diddy didn't even participate in the freak offs. He was just a watcher. He always sat back in the corner and did, something nasty. But we're not even hearing that Diddy participated in the freak offs himself. So this is great. This is fucking crazy. Diddy finna go to federal prison for not having sex in freak offs, but orchestrating freak offs to watch his women have freak offs.
This is from Kara Allen. With Jane's almost harmful testimony that comes from cross-examination for the state's case, how should what should be the state's best approach for re-examining her? So when they redirect, is there anything the state can do to salvage what she said?
Do you know specifically what
So
they're
let me
referring to?
let me give my take on it.
Sure.
I think the state had to get in front of this witness. I do wonder whether or not it was important to call her.
Yeah.
You have situations where there's more clear-cut evidence of sex trafficking, right? In my opinion, when she talks about being pressured to engage in these acts with sex workers when she threw up, when she was exhausted, that she had to keep taking drugs, after allegedly being beaten by Sean Combs, there are text messages where she's showing that she's basically being used. I think that's compelling. On the other hand, there are messages where she says she's just doing whatever it is to please her lover, that she's encouraging these events, that she's setting them up, and that it doesn't really, is it more she's upset as a girlfriend who feels like she's not getting the attention that she wants, or he's seeing other women? Is that the cleanest cut case of sex trafficking? On the other hand, she testified to bringing drugs across state lines for him. That goes to the idea of racketeering, right? She testified about assistance, setting up the rooms, cash being used, transporting these sex workers, transportation to engage in prostitution. But it's not the cleanest testimony, and it makes me wonder, what does the state have to do on redirect when a lot of this did come up? A lot of what I even said when she was testifying for the government, when the government was calling her as a witness, I said, it's not the strongest testimony. The defense has a lot to work with here. So I don't even know how much they're going to work with redirect.
So here's what I want to say about this. And this relates to, there was a couple questions before about whether the government missed a mark with a witness. Every witness at trial is an adventure. Every witness at trial is imperfect. Witnesses only know certain facts, they only have certain facts to work with, and then you have the adventure of putting them on the stand. They only remember certain things, they misspeak, they may not come across the way you want. It is a different adventure every single witness. And sometimes, if the witness isn't as strong as you thought they were going to be or hoped they were going to be, the best thing to do is get them out of the courtroom and move to your next witness. So I don't know if this witness wasn't as strong for the prosecution as they hoped. I don't know that there is a strategy to improve that unless there are very specific facts that they haven't already elicited that they could point to that would be helpful. But otherwise, if this defense isn't doing it for you, or this witness isn't doing it for you, move to the next witness.
Well, as we get some final thoughts, Safa, this is a good question from Jan Savannah. It's either Jan or Jan. I'm in the mood to say Jan. Jan Savannah. As Jane says, she felt coerced or forced to do the hotel nights. Does autonomy within a forced situation negate what may be considered coercion or assault? I mean, that's the central question. That's a great question.
Absolutely a great question. And that's going to be something that the jurors are going to have to think about and consider, at the autonomy of it, right? Can she make her own decisions? Has she been able to make her own decisions? There's evidence that at times she was able to make her own decisions and say, no, I don't want to do that tonight. And there's other evidence or testimony that may be to the contrary, where, she was given drugs and told to perform and things like that, and actually did those things. So that is going to be an issue for the jury to decide. And I think one of my colleagues said earlier, there's the ability for somebody to consent and then withdraw that consent. So how the jurors are going to look at that is as to whether or not they're going to convict is, did she give consent? Did she take back that consent at any point in time? Will be a question that they will have to think about and decide. But yes, how does autonomy come into play? These jurors are going to have to think about, their own experiences and whether or not, they think that someone, can and does have a right to say yes or no, and at what point is that, and what other facts are around at the time. Were there other people? Was there an exit strategy? Could there have been an exit strategy? All of those things. I say that also to say, if a person is not consenting and there's no clear consent, then it is not consent.
It's fair. By the way, it was Jan Savannah. She responded, Jan as in Janice, LOL. Jan, If you wanted to be on, you could. You could. I'm just saying. Okay, Dave, as we wrap things up, this is from Alexander Mateo. With so much video footage that has been found for documentaries on Diddy, why would the prosecution have such a problem to prove his guilt without a reasonable doubt?
Well, first of all, can I call you Yessie? Would that work for you too?
You may, but only you.
Jan? Well, with so much video about it's what can be admissible into court. So you can't go and give the argument that, hey, the guy's a bad dude. Obviously, he did this again. You can't show propensity evidence. You have to show what he did here. And what he did here is, according to the defense, based on consensual conduct. See, what's interesting about this case is that there's not that much difference in the the federal government's case and the defense's case. They both are working on mostly the same set of facts. The difference is the consent word. That's the key. So yeah, you could have similar evidence. You can have videos, but the question is, did Cassie participate voluntarily? Did Jane participate voluntarily? Were the prostitutes paid? Well, that one's easy. But as far as racketeering, that's another big issue, which we've gone into already. So it's not just because we've seen all these videos of him being an arrogant jerk. It's got to be more than that. You got to have admissible evidence into court, and you have to prove a lack of consent. You have to prove force, fraud, or coercion to get a conviction for human trafficking.
I think that's a good place to end. I will end with one more comment. This is from JB Dub. Wow, Jesse, no love on the super chat. Seems kind of one-sided. No, I have answered every one of the super chats. Thank you very much, Jay. And if I miss one, I'd be shocked. But let's see. Listen, first of all, great questions from everybody who submitted them. We have an amazing audience. And what an all-star panel. Rich Schoenstein, Dave Arenberg, Safa Robinson-Ferrer. Thank
We are going to keep the update of all things Diddy Day 20 through 24 going, okay? So, people are saying Diddy is guilty on all counts. Money is not the root, it's what people do with it. Why were cameras not allowed? It's a Fed case. However, I did see back in the day where they would let the feds in on the mob federal trials. So we're gonna keep it going with all things Diddy. We're gonna get caught up on day 3. P. Diddy. Remember, when you come in to like and subscribe, lift those teacups up so you can get filled up with some Diddy tea. Like I said, this is a wild, wild trial. I don't see, how Diddy's best RICO attorneys in the country are letting this shit go through. Watch and see.
A mysterious unnamed rapper, alleged coerced sex acts, a major blow up. Key Diddy accuser Jane has wrapped up her testimony. And faced a lot of questions from the rap mogul's attorney. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, this is another long crime legal alert. So recent allegations against the multi-billion-dollar video game industry, they claim that video games are engineered for addiction. Yeah, these claims include trying to make sense of the whole that video himself. Hotel nights, debauchery nights, claims that Combs was physically violent with her, claims that he forced her to engage in these sex sessions when she was sick, exhausted, that she was taking drugs, that these were prolonged for hours on end. But as we've been talking about all week since she's been facing cross-examination from the defense, there have been openings for Sean Combs' defense team to exploit. And it seems that is certainly what they have been doing, about whether or not she was a willing participant. Did she set up these events? Did she encourage them? Did she arrange the travel and pay for these male performers? Was she fueled by jealousy in her relationship with Sean Combs as opposed to being a victim of sex trafficking? These are the important questions that the jury's going to have to wrestle with. So let's talk about what happened today. Let's talk about the culmination of her cross-examination, what the prosecution did when they got a chance to question her as well. And also, there was something going on about this mysterious unnamed rapper. Let's talk about it. Let me bring in Long Crime's in-court reporter, Elizabeth Milner, who's been inside that courtroom for every day of the testimony. Elizabeth, it's good to see you. Before we even talk about Jane, though, and well, before we even get into the cross-examination, my understanding is there was a bit of a back and forth about whether or not the judge was going to let in some pieces of evidence. I think one was an audio recording from Sean Combs, and one was some sort of personal note or maybe even a diary entry or journal entry from Jane. What's going on there?
Yeah, so these were conversations that took place outside of the jury. So before Jane got back on the witness stand today, as well as the jury even coming in for the start of the day, because we did have a pretty delayed start this morning. But as far as just some of the evidentiary issues that both parties were discussing this morning, the defense wanted to introduce a particular audio message that Diddy had recorded around December 20th of 2023. And so the defense was arguing in Jane's direct testimony that she said she told Diddy she didn't want to be doing these hotel nights going back all the way to 2021. And so they were saying that this particular audio message would go to Diddy's state of mind. And so again, this audio message from December 20th of 2023, where Diddy was saying something along the lines to Jane that he was unaware and never understood how she really felt about doing these hotel nights. And again, just putting this into context, the two started dating in 2021, and Diddy is saying in 2023 that he had no idea that she didn't want to be doing these hotel nights. And they were saying that they being the defense, that the government opened the door to let this piece of audio message in, but the government was kind of like, well, this time period elicited under direct was about 2024, and that was the end of their relationship. And they were saying that it's a 403 issue and that Diddy was possibly trying to feed a false narrative around this time frame, because again, context is a little bit of everything in this case, because December 20th of 2023 was a month after Cassie had filed her federal lawsuit and also settled within that next day. And so the government was kind of like, we don't know if this statement is actually truthful, and we don't know if, again, that Sean Combs was trying to feed this particular narrative to Jane, because again, Jane was expressing that she kind of felt the same way as Cassie did in certain pages of her lawsuit, and Diddy's now saying, okay, I didn't know that you felt this way. And so the government was saying that this is an attempt to get in his own statement as hearsay. Now, they said if the defendant wants to go up there himself and talk about this as a witness, as he would testify when the defense takes over and starts to do their case, the government said, hey, that's fine, you can totally do that. But as far as this particular audio message, the judge ruled in favor of the government, so the objection was sustained. Now, as far as the other exhibit and the other evidentiary issue, it had to do a lot with Jane and her kind of notes that she was making to herself within her notes app on her phone, kind of similar to diary entries. And so the government wanted to use this particular diary entry from around the time after Cassie had filed her lawsuit, and this was a diary / note entry from Jane herself. And so they wanted to use this particular note under redirect, so they didn't use it under direct, so they were trying to get it in under redirect, because again, around this time frame, the defense was still doing the cross-examination. And so the government was saying kind of the opposite what the defense was saying in the last argument, that the government said the defense opened the door. And the note itself, now we didn't see it, because obviously the exhibits are still, they were were kept closed from us in the public, us in the press, because Jane was still testifying. But what we did learn is that this note was also around that same time frame, December of 2023, where Jane was saying something along the lines of she felt manipulated, she felt obligated to be doing these hotel nights about 98% of the time. And the government said that this particular note that she had wrote to herself and might have also sent to Diddy, that it rebuts her cross-examination. But the defense was like, well, there's no probative value and it's unnecessary. And the government says they just really wanted to get in that one particular statement. They said it's under Rule 803. And Jesse, you can talk more about that. I obviously don't know what Rule 803 is, but that the government was saying that she didn't do this because she was scared of criminal prosecution, that she was doing this because this really kind of went to her state of mind of around that time. Now, initially, the judge did reserve his ruling on that particular sentence, but they picked that up. I think it was post the lunch break, and the defense was saying that Jane kind of did have a financial motive, and again, context is everything, where they were saying this note was coming in after December of 2023, so a month after Cassie had filed her lawsuit. So they were saying, okay, well, maybe it's possible that Jane had a financial motive because she had asked for $100,000 from Diddy for everything that she had endured throughout their 3-year relationship, and she didn't ask for it in a civil suit. She didn't ask it through a lawyer. She sent this through a particular text message. And so what ended up happening is the judge denied the government's application to admit this particular statement. So unfortunately, the jury was not able to see this statement whenever Jane got back on the stand and whenever the government did redirect her testimony towards the end of the day today.
Yeah. Rule 803 is an exception to hearsay, and there's a number of different exceptions. Hearsay, out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Here's the thing. When I hear the idea of him having a recording that allegedly would be used to feed a narrative, I go back to what Mia testified to, that after Cassie's lawsuit, she gets contacted allegedly by D-Rock, Sean Combs' former bodyguard, basically trying to say, hey, yeah, you know, everything between Cassie and Sean, that was normal. That was normal. Like trying to make sure she gets on the same page, and that he was trying to make sure Sean Combs could reach out to her, that he wanted to give her a gift, you know, bribery, obstruction, tampering with witnesses. That is all the narrative being put forward by the prosecution, and it also makes one of the elements or potential elements of racketeering, this criminal enterprise charge. Let me go now into the cross-examination of Jane. There has been a lot of talk today, particularly when I was covering the lunchtime show on Law and Crime's YouTube page, about this mysterious rapper. Something happened, this encounter happened in 2024, Las Vegas. There's an unnamed rapper, either the rapper's wife or girlfriend, and apparently one of the alleged sex workers that Jane and Sean Combs had used in their private sessions was brought up. What was this all about?
So if you've been following Jane's testimony, I know you have, Jesse, but to our viewers, if you've been following Jane's testimony, she had mentioned this particular trip to Vegas that happened in January of 2024. So again, context is everything. This was a time that Diddy and Jane were in an off period from their relationship. They had taken a break, but Jane had gone to Vegas with this unnamed rapper because they were pretty adamant today not to say this rapper's name in court. And there's kind of a reason why, and I'll get to it in just a second, but it's interesting because Jane around this time was telling Diddy that she loved and missed him, but the two weren't speaking during this particular month at the same time. But Jane ended up going to Vegas with this unnamed rapper, flew on his private jet, but also with his girlfriend/wife, unclear on who that is. But what we did learn today is that Diddy is particularly close in friendship with this particular rapper, and that the defense referred to this, again, unnamed rapper as an icon. And so reading in between the lines, you can kind of see possibly who it might be. But Jane said that she was surprised to see Anton, the entertainer/escort, there at this particular Vegas trip, because if you remember under her testimony, she had said that Anton was there and he was having sex with a woman on a bed, and a bunch of people were kind of watching all of this, and this again being in Vegas. And Anton also knew this unnamed rapper who had this connection or friendship with Diddy, and Anton also knew this unnamed rapper's girlfriend / wife, because the defense kind of said it's his girlfriend, it's his wife, so we don't know what their state of the relationship is. But Jane was explaining that 7 or 8 people were in this room kind of watching Anton have sex with this woman, and that Jane admitted that she flirted with this particular unnamed rapper, and that Jane had previously told the government in previous interviews that she flashed her breasts during this encounter, this flirtation that was going on in this hotel room, and that she began dancing during this, and that the rapper told Jane that she was beautiful and that he wanted to F her. And so I think what the defense was trying to do when pointing out this particular January 2024 Vegas trip was kind of trying to say that Jane would also reach out to the entertainers or the escorts outside of her relationship with Diddy, because in this particular case, she was recommending an entertainer that she and Diddy used to this unnamed rapper and to his girlfriend / wife, because they were, the unnamed rapper and his girlfriend / wife were part of the lifestyle. And so Jane was kind of recommending Cabral to them. And so the jury was able to see text exhibits. And initially, Jane was saying things along the lines of Merry Christmas, hope you had a beautiful holiday. And then Cabral texted a few days later saying, good afternoon, beautiful, I'll be in your city on the 7th. And Jane was responding, hey Cabral, good morning, what time is your flight today? Those types of things. And so at the end, what we did learn, because I know there's been a lot of talk about who this unnamed rapper is, they didn't say who this person was during testimony today, but it seemed like the defense's whole point of even bringing up this particular trip is one, that Diddy was upset that other people knew that Jane and him were kind of engaged in this lifestyle based off the fact that Jane had recommended Cabral, an entertainer that the two have used in hotel nights, to this unnamed rapper.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I wonder the jury might take away. One, like you said, if she is having this communication, this relationship with one of the sex workers who's being used essentially, right, in this crime, if the jury's accepting this as sex trafficking in this crime, kind of muddies the waters on that, makes it a little bit more gray. Is she really a victim of sex trafficking? I also think, her allegedly flashing her breasts, it kind of goes a little bit to her lifestyle and her character. But also, I think it seems to me, if the allegation is you have this unnamed rapper who's interested in bringing someone into their relationship, it's maybe normalizing this behavior, and maybe it's not necessarily, a sex trafficking criminal enterprise as the prosecution is trying to allege. Maybe that's where they're going. I do understand, though, whether it was because of this or something else, what was a big event that happened that was talked about in trial today was this blow up, this fight that happened between Sean Combs and Jane that was quite violent, right? And it wasn't just violence, at least the way that was described, from Combs directed to Jane. It was vice versa too, right? This was a fight. What happened here?
Yeah, so this was a fight that took place in June of 2024, so around this time frame just last year, where afterwards or before this incident had occurred, Diddy and his family went on a road trip, and then after coming back from this road trip, that Diddy went over to Jane's house on this specific date of June 18th. And if you've been following Jane's testimony very closely, she alleged under direct that she was beaten and then made to do a hotel night or give oral sex to an entertainer even after being beaten by Diddy. But under the cross-examination, they really kind of peeled back just a little bit more as far as just kind of how everything led up to what it ended up happening. And so the jury was able to see exhibits, and that was being the decorations laid out inside of Jane's home where Diddy pays the rent for, but that Jane had set up just kind of candles and champagne and tequila shots, and then Jonathan, Diddy's assistant, came over and set up kind of the red lights in the room. And so the red lights turned on once it got dark, so the jury was able to see these particular photos, because again, remember, we can't see the exhibits while Jane has been testifying, but we did hear about some of the exhibits that the jury did see. For example, photos of Jane and Diddy together, photos of them on the patio, photos of the red lights, and then even video from that night where Diddy is kind of talking about the Boston Celtics, and then it's over the song Lovely Day. And so the jury was able to see all of that. But Jane had testified under direct 30 minutes after taking that particular video where the Lovely Day song is playing, that this was 30 minutes after she took that video. that's when the physical assault occurred. And so Jane was saying, while she was still being cross-examined, that she and Diddy both had about 2 to 3 glasses of champagne. I think Diddy may have had 1 more glass more than her, and both took 2 shots of tequila. But Jane said that she had a feeling that another girl was on that family trip that Diddy had just returned from. And so the defense was kind of like, okay, well, you're saying that another girl was on this trip, but did you have any proof that another girl was on this trip? I think trying to insinuate that this reaction out of Jane came out of nowhere. She had no proof that Diddy was with anyone besides his family. And so what ended up happening is that Jane got pretty upset. She threw glasses at Diddy. She threw candles at him. The wax got on him. And the defense was kind of trying to point out that there wasn't, like initially when this fight first broke out, that Diddy wasn't necessarily hitting her at first. And so they kind of talked a little bit more about this other woman, and that this girl lived in Miami, that Diddy and Jane had fought previously about this particular woman. She was also someone who was unnamed. And then Jane was explaining that on that night, on June 18th, going into June 19th of 2024, that it was kind of a ball of emotions that night. She had said that this was the first time that she had ever slammed Diddy's head into a counter. She said that this was the first time that she and Diddy even got into a physical altercation. And so Jane was calling him names such as pedophile and disgusting and a monster. And Diddy was kind of Diddy had called her crazy, but this was, the defense was trying to point out that Diddy was calling her crazy after the candles and the glasses were thrown at him. And so then the defense is kind of like trying to piece by piece recount Jane's kind of events of the night, like how she ran into the bedroom and then the bathroom and then the closet, and how she changed into a large dress, and why was she still wearing heels, and those types of things. And the defense throughout this was kind of pointing out that Diddy didn't put his hands on her up until it became a certain point. And so initially the defense was kind of like, okay, well, Diddy was just kind of following you behind. He was just following you to the bedroom and the bathroom, but just saying things along the lines of, are you not going to talk to me? But from Jane's perspective, she was saying that even throughout all of this, he was still kicking down her doors, because remember, under her direct testimony, the jury saw photos of her broken down doors, or the doors that were just either kicked through or hit through by Diddy. And Jane was telling Diddy to leave and that she hated him. And then again, the defense was going into, okay, well, why were you still wearing like a baggy dress and heels and not wearing activewear? You're someone that works out, so why wouldn't you change into just, I guess, activewear clothes as opposed to what she ended up wearing? And so it felt like the defense at that point was kind of trying to imply that Jane was the agitator in this situation. She was the one who threw the candles first. She was the one who threw the glass first. And that Diddy, around this time frame, because this, if you think about it also in context, it's June of 2024. This was weeks after the CNN video came out that showed the brutal assault video of Cassie and Diddy at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016. So it felt like at times, Jesse, that the defense was trying to imply that he was still feeling the stress from the CNN video being released, and maybe that is why he had that particular reaction. And so Jane was saying that Diddy did end up kicking her and putting her in a chokehold, and then a little bit later in her testimony, she kind of she explained that the chokehold was through his arm, and because the defense was like, well, we're seeing this video of 5 days later after this particular incident, and you don't have any finger marks around your neck. It doesn't seem like he strangled you doing this. But instead, Jane was explaining that Diddy kind of grabbed her by the arm, put her up in a chokehold where she just was kind of just up in the air type of thing. And so the defense was pointing out that she had no discoloration on her neck, but then the defense was saying hours after, or after she was hiding for hours, I should say, that she kept on calling Diddy names, and that Diddy, when she came back from hiding for a few hours, because remember, she said that she hid behind a wall for like 2 hours, that after she came back that she was still calling him names. But even after Diddy was calling her names, that he didn't kick her during that time. And it was only while they were on the patio where Jane had punched Diddy in the back of the head. So then Diddy had punched her back and punched her in the eye and punched her in the forehead. And Diddy told her something along the
me take it off mute. Sorry, sippers. While we're catching up on all DDTs, it's Monday morning. So while you guys are at work, having y'all's business, running y'all's errands, I am working and doing the same thing. Okay, so 50 Cent baby mama and Diddy were, brawling it out. It appears that, as Miss Milner is saying right now, they were fighting, punching, kicking, scratching, and biting, y'all. What do y'all think about that? Drop it down in the chat. And also, they're about to lock Diddy up for some time for domestic violence in the feds. It's a new day, y'all. Watch your back, watch your goddamn back. Even in the shower, watch your goddamn back. We're up with Diddy News. Day 20 through 2024. When you come in, remember, keep your teacups up. They're going to get filled with some Diddy teas with Tanisha Talks Teas. And like and subscribe.
The lines of, you're trying to take my kids away from me, or trying to take me away from my kids. And so it seemed like, again, from the defense's perspective, I think they were trying to frame this as, okay, well, maybe you're trying to look for something out of this because you just saw this hotel video that came out just weeks ago, and now you're instigating a fight that seemingly kind of came out of nowhere, and you're trying to possibly get something out of it. And so then they kind of got into a little bit more about it after the lunch break, and just that during this time frame, Jane had gotten a hold of the other woman that was allegedly on this family trip, and that this other woman was telling her mean things. Jane was telling her mean things, and then how Jane had to take a shower afterwards, but then Diddy kept slapping her and those types of things. And then Diddy had told her, okay, we have never fought like this. Now that this lawsuit comes out, now you want to attack me. And so I feel like that's where the defense kind of really just was like, okay, it seems like you did have kind of a reason for doing this. And then they got into a fight just about how Jane was over in Vegas for that trip in January of 2024, and that even after the fight, Jane had to put on a hotel night outfit, and then Diddy took Jane's phone to text Anton. Then Diddy saw a message between Jane and Anton about that mutual friend, that being the unnamed rapper that she went on the Vegas trip with. Anton came over about 45 minutes later, according to Jane. At first, Jane and Anton were just kind of making small talk, but then the defense is kind of like, okay, well, when did you have time to put on makeup? You say that you put on makeup to cover up your bruises. And then it was like, okay, well, at any point you could have possibly just drove away and left. You could have left with your car, and when you were trying to grab Anton. And so I feel like the defense was like, okay, there were just so many points that had happened during this night. But I think one thing that also stands out is that when Anton had arrived, Diddy and Jane went into a separate room in her home, and Diddy was still upset about this mutual friend that Jane had saw in Vegas, and Diddy told her, how could you go to another man's freak off? Go out there and F him, that being the entertainer that was still inside Jane's home. And then Jane told Diddy no, and then Diddy said, okay, well, is this coercion? And so what ended up happening, Jane took an ecstasy pill. She ended up giving this particular entertainer oral sex. Diddy had no interaction with Anton. During this, they ended up cleaning up the glass before Anton even came over, and that was just kind of the gist. And I know that was kind of a lot, but I feel like the defense's entire point of just this particular piece of what had happened that night was just the reaction from the CNN video.
Well, the prosecution's banking it on being one of the more clear-cut cases of force being used to pressure her into a commercial sex act. And there seems to be the defense saying there's a lot more context, and maybe, and I think it was really interesting what you said, did she have a motivation to instigate this for personal benefit after the tape came out of him appearing to beat up Cassie Ventura? I think that's a really interesting point. But look, the defense was very keen on trying to say today, and during the course of their cross-examination for the last day or so, 2 days or so, that she consented to this. She consented to the hotel nights, that she had all this love for Sean Combs. What came out today? I mean, I know there was a text to the effect of, I feel as your lover, I wanted to please you, and I pushed through, and she wanted to cuddle with him. And then there was this all back and forth about, did she buy him a TV to watch certain movies together?
So Jane said, according to her, that she bought this portable TV so that way that, yes, she and Diddy could watch their movie nights. But she also explained that she and Diddy, or this was a way for her not to have sex with other men for these hotel nights. So instead of having to complete these hotel nights or do these hotel nights, instead she was like, okay, well, I bought him a portable TV screen that was, I guess, the size of just like kind of a computer monitor, so that way the two could watch their videos together instead of her having to actually do the sexual acts with other men. But even as far as just the text messages go too, the defense was showing the jury, I should say, just different text exhibits. For example, on December 20th of 2023, and this is around the time frame that Diddy had made this note saying that he didn't know how she felt about her wanting to do these hotel nights, where Jane is saying, you only reached out to me because you're waiting for someone else to come over. Diddy said, well, can you please take quiet time to read everything that I said? Thank you, I love you. And Jane was saying that there were moments of intense back and forth during this time period. She said, this was a really emotional time frame for us. I really hit my wall here. Come to find out, another woman had the same experience with him, and that being Cassie, when she had just initially reached, she had initially filed her lawsuit, and then obviously it was settled the next day. But that there was still love and pain there, because I think one question that might be on the juror's mind is that you're saying that Cassie's lawsuit affected you so much, you two were on an off period. Why didn't that off period just stay as is, and why did you continue to see him, getting back together as just a couple months later on February of 2024? And then there were just other text messages where the jury heard an audio message from Diddy December of 2023, where Diddy is saying, okay, we should really focus on us at the end of the day. What can we do to make you feel better? Let's get to the solution, move on with your life, so that way you don't feel like I wasted your life, because Jane around this time was just saying that she was kind of in her mid to late 30s-ish, and that she felt like she wasted like some of the best years of her life having to do these hotel nights, and that she could have been treated better by other people. And so then the jury was shown text December 27th of 2023, where Diddy is again asking, so what's the solution? We're going into a new year. I don't want to fight. And Jane is saying, well, I tolerated and dimmed myself for you, Puff. Don't discredit me. Under direct, Jane had said that Diddy had told her to charge her for her resentment, and that's where Jane was saying, okay, well, I wasted my time, and that wasted time equal to the amount of $100,000. And so Jane was explaining that she still wasn't planning on filing a lawsuit, and that she had actually told some of her unnamed friends just about Diddy, and that one friend told her that Jane had set the tone for their relationship. The defense was also bringing messages and even some videos and showing them to the jury, as far as just even post this June fight that had happened in 2024, where just a few days later it seemed like everything was kind of back to normal for Jane and Diddy, where she went over to Diddy's house. They were taking videos together. It seemed like the defense was trying to imply that Diddy was trying to break up with her, and that Jane at the end of the day was kind of like, I guess, not necessarily fine with it, but she and Diddy were still hanging out together, because the jury saw this particular video. We were able to hear this video where Jane is calling Diddy her bestie, and that they're laughing together. And again, this was post this June altercation, but Diddy told her that they'll break up but still be best friends, and that even after the altercation had happened in June, that Diddy and Jane were together intimately post this incident that happened June 18th, June 19th. However, they were together intimately with no entertainer. And so there were just other points during her cross-examination where the defense was kind of pointing out that there were times that an entertainer wasn't involved. There were times that Diddy and Jane, both respectively, were just saying how much they loved and missed one another, and those types of things. There were points where the defense gave all the jurors headphones, so that way they could hear particular voice notes that were sent to Jane and sent from Diddy too. And I was kind of at first unsure why these particular voice notes weren't just being played aloud for all of us to hear, but I think because of the redactions that needed to be had in terms of just personal matters relating to Jane specifically, as involving her child and even her child's father, as well as possibly this unnamed rapper that went to the 2024 Vegas trip in January. I think that's kind of what had made up for why the headphones were given to the jurors and to the witness and to both parties, as opposed to us listening to all of it.
Yeah, I saw the little reporting that, I mean, that the father of her child is wealthy, and, we wonder who that could be. There's been social media speculation about who that could be. But it is interesting to hear this testimony about, whether or not it was consensual and whether or not we have a clear-cut case of a sex trafficker-victim relationship. I understand there was testimony where she even said she missed Paul, right? Diddy's trainer, one of the guys that was allegedly paid to have this sex work with them. By the way, talking about big names, didn't it come up Christina Coram, who, by the way, apparently is not going to testify. We thought that she was going to be a key witness during the course of this trial, Sean Combs, former chief of staff. Jane and Christina Coram not on the same page, right? She didn't like her, or she felt Coram didn't like her.
Yeah, so KK was mentioned a little bit towards the end of Jane's cross-examination, where the jury was still wearing their headphones. They were hearing these different voice notes that unfortunately we couldn't hear in the gallery ourselves. But what we did hear is just kind of the transcripts, and I was trying to write them as fast as I could. There was a lot more that was said than what I actually wrote down, but it seemed like the defense was trying to imply that Jane was really just upset just as far as jealousy goes, and just how the other women that were in Diddy's life were treated one way, whereas she was treated a different way. And so Jane had told Diddy, I should have known after the first year that there wouldn't be a trip. And Diddy told Jane, well, don't get it twisted, baby. I still have love for you. I'm dealing with this SHIT with my mom and what's on the news. Because again, context, this was July of 2024, just a couple months after Diddy's homes were raided. A lot of media press about the various lawsuits that have been filed against him, but even just months after Cassie's lawsuit. So Diddy is kind of explaining that he's just dealing with a lot of stuff. His mom was sick. All the stuff that was going on the news, and just saying that he can't deal with her, pretty much saying and being upset that he's not taking her on a trip right now. But Jane had told Diddy, okay, well, trust has been broken on both ends. You and KK, that being Christina Coram, would have talked yourself into paranoia, because she implied under, I think it was either the cross-examination or the start of the cross-examination, where Jane flat out said that she didn't believe that Christina Coram even really liked her. And so then the defense kind of really brought up Jane and her finances, her career, what she does as far as OnlyFans go, and that around July of 2024 that Diddy brought up her OnlyFans and the voice note. Again, we didn't hear this particular voice note, but that Jane had been doing OnlyFans around this time period for a few months at this point. And so Diddy told Jane that he doesn't care about them, and I think he was talking about the other women, and Jane was saying, well, why do we always do hotel nights and never traveled privately? Did the other girls pressure you for more trips? And so Diddy also told Jane that you are sneaky and curious. You should be free. I wish you the best love. And Jane told Diddy, well, I went to a birthday, and this is kind of bringing back that Vegas trip that happened in January of that same year. I didn't even have anything post-worthy from our relationship. It was my fault for doing things that didn't align with me to impress you. I had pent-up frustration. And Diddy is telling Jane, well, let's just kind of take a break from one another. And Jane told Diddy, well, my dumb ASS thought if I effed more that I would get a trip. And so I think the defense was trying to imply that, you know, she had some kind of perks that she was getting out of doing these hotel nights, and that she was doing them willingly and possibly in exchange for being treated like a girlfriend. And she has expressed this multiple times while doing her testimony, where she just felt like she just wanted the love and she wanted the affection, that the only reason she did the hotel nights was because of the affection that she and Diddy shared with one another before it. Then the entertainer would come. Then after the entertainer left, that she and Diddy would be alone together, and they would have their private moments, and that those were the special things that she liked about the hotel nights, not necessarily having sex with other men, but it was just the time that she had spent with Diddy all together. And so I thought that there was going to be a point where they were going to talk about Diddy's arrest, how she felt about Diddy's arrest, but really the cross-examination kind of ended with Jane talking about this moment where Diddy threw water on her. And the defense was kind of like, well, why didn't you bring this up beforehand? And you'd only brought this up June 1st of 2025 in your first meeting with the government. And so Tenney was kind of like, okay, well, that was just 5 days before you had testified. And Jane was saying, yes, it was. And so they really ended her cross-examination going into August 2nd of 2020, or excuse me, August 6th of 2024. Jane and Diddy kind of had a fight. Jane told Diddy, I appreciate and love you so much. You're so right. I'm back in love with your behind. You hit me with the pill, that being an ecstasy pill. The love energy is so undefinable. It's electric. And Diddy told Jane.
All right. Sorry, guys. I am doing my little shopping for the week. at Wally World. Have great deals at Walmart, guys. So make sure you get out and get some great deals. Tanisha Talks Tea. So we're listening to more of the XX, occult, and mysterious rapper that they had during freak-offs and stuff. 50 Cent Baby Mama testimony, just reviewing all of that. What do y'all think about her being the one of the witnesses in the Diddy trial? Like, that is 50 Cent's baby's mama, y'all. That is crazy work.
That she was in the Hall of Fame, and then they kind of referred to themselves as Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, and they were sending GIFs and emojis to one another, because there are times where they just send a lot of emojis to one another, but that's a modern relationship, right? But that around this time period, because again, context is everything. This is about a month before Diddy's arrest, that Diddy told Jane to find a therapist, not being a couples therapist. So even a month before their arrest, it seems like, despite how she was saying that she felt around December of 2023, that as far as even Diddy being, or it was the plan for Diddy to be arrested, I should say, that she was still kind of fine with how things were within their relationship. Yes, there were up and downs, but it seemed like she was kind of in it for the long run with him until his ultimate arrest the following month.
Yeah, and I know that she basically said that they loved each other. There was toxic
Miss
stuff
Milner
going
know how to
on.
break
I mean,
it
look,
down.
it'll be for the jury to determine.
You know how to go in there, chop, bring. How does the song go, y'all? Break it down, chop it up, bring it back. Okay, however the song go by Yo Gotti, y'all. She know how to go in there and get that done. So that's Miss Milner, Elizabeth Milner on Sidebar, y'all, with Jesse Weber. Now, Jesse Weber be kind of throwing me for a slant sometimes, y'all. You never really know how he gonna go. Like, one day he'll be, I don't really know about what I heard today coming out of the trial of Diddy. And then he'll be on the side of, yeah, Diddy gonna get some time, man. You know what I'm saying? I think these charges are gonna get him some time, man. So we just don't really know with Jesse Weber, but he gives us the tease, y'all. This shit is crazy on, 50 Cent, baby. I just can't. Like, we're gonna have to do a whole breakdown and review of the time of her with 50 Cent and Diddy. We're gonna have to do a whole little talking tea table topic on that, y'all. So I'm gonna have to, get that into the, workings, inner workings of breaking that down and put a whole little tea talk together for y'all, okay? Because that is crazy to me.
Was he using fraudulent methods or coercion or pressure on her to get her to engage in sex acts with these men and in different locations? And maybe that does amount to sex trafficking, or is this more of a transactional, loving, toxic, ugly relationship that's not really a federal crime? It's very, very gray, very, very complicated. But then
see, Jesse Weber. Sidebar, law and crime. Okay, we're paying homage to this. We always use him as a reference through all of the, fair acts of commentary usage. Now he's saying that's not really acts of a federal crime. But just a minute ago on the Law and Crime Network side of the show, it was he's going to get time for transportation or prostitution, la da da da. So, like, you just never really know where Jesse Weber's going to fall. And I understand, like, before the trial started, I was like, Diddy is a monster. He created his own monster ball. Y'all know Diddy played in that movie Monster Ball with Halle Berry, where he got convicted of murder in the Deep South, and they executed him by electric chair. And I'm like, this nigga done created his real life monster ball. You can go check that out on my Facebook. I think I uploaded it to YouTube. I'm not sure. But not for nothing, it was a great, tea talk or whatever. So, like, it's this Diddy trial is wild, y'all. We still got lots more trials to cover. We got Smokey Robinson trial. We got Shannon Sharp trial. We got the Carmelo Anthony trial. We got the man that killed the officer, because they killed his son a couple days prior in a shooting of a carjacking or car suspicion of stolen car. We got some trials to cover, y'all. So we're busy. We are busy. We're going to be talking a lot of teas, y'all. Thank you so much for subscribing. When you come in, keep your teacups lifted so they can be filled with the tea we're talking for the day. And remember, when you do so, you pay us back in a blessing by liking, and subscribing. Thank you. Let's talk this tea. Let's get it.
Became time for the prosecution to try to clean up this testimony. It's redirect. So now you have the prosecution asking her questions once again. What was the focus of the redirect by the prosecution?
Well, it was done by AUSA Maureen Comey, and she really kind of was honing in on just everything that the defense was trying to poke holes at, as far as just her wanting to do these hotel nights and her willingness to do these hotel nights. So right off the bat, Maureen Comey is showing the jury texts from Jane to Diddy where she's saying, I know what you want, baby. I'm just not in the mood. Don't want to make you mad. And Diddy is responding, all good, because under cross-examination, the defense was like saying, oh, okay, Diddy's saying all good. So he's listening to you. This wasn't coercion. You weren't forced to do this. He said all good. But then Diddy had text messaged Paul, one of the entertainers that they used, about an hour and a half later saying, I need you to persuade her. And so I think that was the point where the government is saying, okay, well, even outside of him telling you everything's all good, you don't have to do these hotel nights, that Diddy went out of his way to text Paul to be like, okay, I need you to persuade Jane to do this hotel night. And Jane, even while she was on the stand for this redirect moment, said she never saw this text message before. And so then Maureen Comey is asking about these kind of lovey-dovey messages that were sent in March of 2023 after Jane and Diddy went on their Turks and Caicos trip, because Jane thought that this was a makeup trip for her birthday that year, and she thought it was just going to be the two of them together. And then an entertainer came, and so the jury saw these text messages from March 19th of 2023, and these were messages from Jane to Paul, where Jane had told Paul, thanks again for coming over. I told him I was overwhelmed to perform. I'm tired, I'm hungry, I'm sleepy, and I'm sore. And then to insult me about my bracelet, because during this particular trip, Diddy had given her a very expensive and pricey bracelet, and Jane was explaining that she felt like she was given this bracelet just as a way for her to be pushed to perform during a hotel night. And so she was telling Paul that Diddy was insulting her about her bracelet, and in that moment, he didn't make me feel human. What do you expect from a woman after 24 hours and drugs? We tried to argue about it last night, but he felt like he did nothing wrong, because this entire trip was for the purpose of the two reconnecting again. But Jane was expressing that she didn't want to do a hotel night. She didn't want to be doing this. However, Diddy kind of surprised her with this and made her do this type of thing. And so as far as why she sent these lovey-dovey messages even after the Turks and Caicos trip, Jane was explaining that he being Diddy, is just so good at showering me with affection. I was able to throw the other stuff to the side because, I was saying yesterday when we were talking about just all the text messages that we saw under cross where Jane is really expressing her love and affection for Diddy, it seems like, she expressed this during her testimony too, that she really just loves love, and she loves affection, and she loves romance and all this stuff, and that she likes to please her partners in any type of way. And so it felt like Jane was trying to explain that even though she's sending these messages, even after not wanting to do these hotel nights with other men and not wanting to have sex with these other men, that she would still just throw this to the side, try to forget about it, because she just really wanted the love and affection from her partner. And so then Maureen Comey brought it back to December of 2021. This was the initial stages of their relationship, where Diddy was upset with Jane because Jane wanted to give Don, the entertainer or the escort, a condom, and that no condom was used in that particular hotel night because Diddy didn't like the idea of the entertainers or the escorts wearing condoms while he was watching this. And so then they brought up the text messages between Jane and Cabral, where Jane was saying that she always sent these kind of sexually explicit messages and these really kind of like nice messages to the escorts or the entertainers, and that every time she was in communication with them, Diddy was always around. While he wasn't the one sending the messages, that he was always there and very present. And so Jane was explaining that she never wanted to have sex with Cabral, that she only pretended to enjoy having sex with these entertainers because she was putting on a show for Sean. And so then they kind of get into the extortion, that being Cabral threatening to release one of the sexually explicit videos that was accidentally recorded on his phone, and he ended up selling it to a media company that went unnamed, so we don't know who this media company is, but that Cabral had extorted her for money. And this comes after the Homeland Security investigation raise. And then December of 2023, Diddy also threatened to release sexually explicit videos of Jane as well, and that Jane expressed that she was scared that this would happen. This is a pretty relatively quick time frame because, again, context, Diddy is also telling Jane that he never understood how she felt, but then Jane is telling Diddy in this message that the government was trying to introduce to the jury, but unfortunately they weren't able to see it, that Jane was expressing that she didn't want to be doing these hotel nights. So to hear Jane say under redirect that still in that same month, Diddy was threatening to release sexually explicit videos of her too, it was just kind of like, wow. I think the government really was trying to really kind of bring in everything together here. And so even as far as just Jane reading in between the lines and the undertones that Diddy would send to her as far as the "what do you want to do tonight" text, Jane always interpreted that him implying that or even texting her that meant that she should set up a hotel night. And she said, I would try to navigate the night to do something else. So she would want to do other things. And she said that even though Diddy didn't want entertainers at his house, that they still had entertainers at his home and at his various homes and at Jane's home too. And she said that she wished she could forget all these hotel nights. And so then she got a little kind of emotional as far as when they got to the jealousy angle of everything, because, and I feel like that's just kind of what maybe that gray area of the confusing point, right? Like a lot of people are hearing just about the various women that Diddy is dating around this time period. And it seems like at some points that Jane was fine doing these hotel nights if she was getting the other perks that the other women were getting, such as the trips, such as the nice gifts, such as being able to express their love publicly and on social media. And so Jane was getting kind of emotional just recalling the pressure she felt like she had to do in order to complete these hotel nights that the other women didn't have to do. She said, I had to carry that impossible pressure, and she's getting emotional while in the stand, tearing up and crying a little bit. She said, I was asked to hold all that pressure, and she said that she brought up the hotel nights and the jealousy because under the cross-examination, there was one point where Diddy was on a trip with Yung Miami, and Jane was like, okay, well, you better get your butt back here or else I'm not going to do a hotel night with you. But Jane was saying that she just kind of brought this up, and she said, why do I have to compromise my boundaries? Why am I always being treated like this? And they weren't. And so then the redirect kind of ended just a little bit about the vulnerability that she and Sean Combs had as far as that he wasn't affectionate with he made Jane do oral sex on Anton, the entertainer, after their physical fight, that he wasn't loving after their fight that they had in June, that he made her take a pill and forced her to take the pill because she was ruining the night. And so I feel like the government did the best that they could to really get together the redirect after seeing that cross-examination. But I think when that recross happened, I think it was a little like, ooh, they're back. And Tenny was a little more fierce than she was under the cross-examination, to the point where I was kind of like, ooh,
well,
let's
not talk about that
as well as I think maybe the government would have liked. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this. So yeah, I think there are certain messages that really help the government's case, where she says, I'm not a robot, I'm not a porn star, I don't want to be mistreated, and things like that. And really where she talks about how he's tying the hotel nights to him paying rent. So are you using financial control to get what you want? The idea of him threatening to release sex tapes, very similar to Cassie. Is that a form of coercion to get what he wants? But I will tell you, when it was time for the defense to then recross her, right, that felt, like you said, very tense. It felt to me like she wanted to get off the stand. It felt to me she's had enough. Did you get that sense? I mean, it was a little combative, right?
Yeah. It was, because I think for the initial points of the defense's cross-examination of Jane, Tenny Garagos was really kind of approaching it like the two were old friends, that they were just good girlfriends, and she was just asking her questions like a friend would ask. But under this recross, Tenny was kind of like, let's just get to the point and let's get this out of the way. And Jane, I think, too, was kind of like, I've been on the stand for multiple days at this point. I'm ready to stop talking about this. I'm ready to stop talking about this in front of people, even though her identity is concealed. But I think as far as just, you could tell her apprehension of as far as
we know who Jane Doe is. Too many things have came up in this trial to let us know this is 50 Cent baby mom.
Testifying and recalling all of this. But as far as the recross goes, the defense was kind of like, okay, well, after the June 18th, June 19th fight, you could have driven off at any point, but you didn't. because you hadn't taken any drugs at that time. The alcohol had worn off by that time period. You could have drove off in your car at any chance, but instead what you did was you got in your car and you let in an entertainer into your hotel room. And so the defense was saying that Anton, the entertainer that they used, didn't have Diddy's number. He had Jane's number, but Jane was saying that it was Diddy, the one who used her phone to get in communication with Anton. Then around this time frame too, Jane was being represented by criminal counsel, and she had a lawyer that she didn't even reach out to after this particular incident. And so then they also pointed out that around this time frame, this was a couple months after, or even possibly a couple weeks after, Diddy's homes were raided by Homeland Security investigators, and that they left a card, and Jane didn't use this particular card or contact information to reach out to investigators to report this incident either. And so then the defense was saying that she didn't even tell Anton not to come in, that at any point she could have told Anton that she doesn't want him in her home, that he could have left at any time, again, also after this June 18th, 19 incident. And then the defense was kind of like, okay, well, do you consider yourself a strong woman? You work out every day, you're in good shape, you're in good health. And Jane is saying yes, and then there's kind of like a long pause, and then she kind of utters, but a woman's strength doesn't override a man's. And so I was kind of like, ooh, there's just a little bit of sass with her tone there when she had even said that. And then the defense brought up that Jane had also said not so nice things about Diddy himself, where she called him a pedophile and she called him a monster, and that she threw candles at him and the wax got on him, and glasses at him. And then the defense brings up that Jane reached out to Cabral to recommend him to this unnamed rapper who was in the lifestyle when she and Diddy weren't together, also kind of insinuating that she wasn't only reaching out to these entertainers or these escorts only when she was with Diddy, that she would do it outside of their relationship too. And then obviously the defense is going to bring up her finances. So they were saying that Jane didn't, because at the end of her redirect, let me just back up just a little bit. Under her redirect, AUSA Maureen Comey was like, okay, would you trade in all the gifts and presents and everything in as far as not having to endure the treatment that you got and endure having to have sex with other men and multiple men at some time during these hotel nights? And then the defense was kind of, before I get to where the defense said, Jane said, yes, she would give it all back in order not to do these hotel nights with other men. So then the defense was like, okay, well, does that apply to your home too? The home that you live at with your child? And then Jane also gives a long pause here where she's kind of like, that's kind of a hard question to answer. And so then the defense brings up how much she's making as an OnlyFans creator, where she's making upwards of $10,000, even more a month doing this. And this is a month. And so because her rent is $10,000 a month, I think they were trying to insinuate that she could pay for her own rent if she wanted to, but then she's still catching up on all the debt that she had cured, I should say. Sorry about that. And then also that the defense was pointing out that she gets more than $5,000 a month also in child support. So just off those numbers alone, she's kind of getting more than $15,000 a month. Does she really need the money from Diddy too? But from Jane's perspective, she says it's kind of hard to give up the home that she and her child have made a home. They made a home into that. And so really I feel like there were points, even I was kind of looking at the jurors to get their feel of everything, and I think maybe they were kind of I don't want to say pleased, but I think they were kind of like, oh, whoa, Tenny can come at you a little aggressively, because again, her approach initially was just so soft, very nice and kind, but then under that recross, Tenny was just kind of like, okay, well, she brought a little Mark Garagos there a little bit, and she was her daughter's, her father's daughter there.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, I'm looking right now, it just came in, there are courtroom sketches. Did Jane hug Tenny Garagos, go up to the table and put her arm on her? I mean, if I'm looking at these the right way, yes. Is that what happened?
Yes, because Jesse, that was kind of the big moment at the end of the day where because after seeing that recross, I was kind of like, there's no way that Jane has maybe any nice feelings, I guess, towards the defense. But what we did see is her getting off the stand, and she took a little bit of a while to get off the witness stand. And then we were like, okay, what's happening? And then all of a sudden I see her bent over hugging Tenny Garagos, and Tenny, I don't think, was really expecting that, because from what I could see of her, she had no reaction or movement or hugged her back. Right. And so we were kind of like all all whispering to one another. We were like, did she hug AUSA Maureen Comey? Did she hug anybody else? What was going on? From what we know, we don't believe she hugged Maureen Comey too, but it was weird that after that recross that she did hug Tenny Garagos. It's unclear if Jane also whispered something to her or what was said during that, but it was kind of an interesting moment that happened at the end of the day that had a lot of us kind of like scratching our head.
What did Diddy do? Was he looking at this?
I think I was so focused on Jane hugging Tenny, I didn't even see him there, because also a marshal was standing in my way too. So I don't know, and I don't know also if maybe Jane was hugging Tenny specifically to kind of have it like translate a little bit to the defendant there. But yeah, it was kind of a very interesting moment. I wish I got Diddy's reaction to that.
Yeah, that is shocking to say the least. Okay, before we wrap things up real quick, right after she leaves the stand, we kind of get an idea of this summary witness, right? So we want to, I believe, going to be the last witness for the prosecution. And a summary witness really, typically they're used when you have a lot of evidence, like a lot of voluminous, complex evidence or data, and you can't go through all of it, so they summarize what it is. Did we get a sense of what this information is? Because if I had to be a betting man, if I had to guess why they're doing this, they still need to fit a piece of the puzzle of racketeering, right? To say that this was a criminal enterprise, he had people that he was working with, co-conspirators to commit crimes, cover them up, engage in this pattern of abuse of women. Everybody was on the same page. I got to imagine that's where they're going with this summary witness, right?
Yeah, and I think also what's interesting, Jesse, is that they're saying that the summary witness who might testify tomorrow or even possibly Monday might be one of the first summary witnesses. So we don't know if it'll be just that summary witness or possibly more summary witnesses. But these conversations were happened. It was the end of the day outside of the presence of the jury, but we did kind of get a feel as far as what these various text exhibits are and who they're between. So, for example, the government wanted to use text messages from Diddy's staff, which included Christina Quorum and Fahim and other people who were talking about securing cash for Diddy because they say it goes to the enterprise. Now, obviously, the defense objects to it. They say that the jury would draw inference from this, suggesting that this message and these messages, because I think it was like 49 pages of text messages, would imply that the defendant is guilty and that they say it's prejudicial. Whereas the government says that this shows this particular document, that being the text messages, show that the defendant was requesting money. And so what ended up happening, the judge overruled the defense's objection. So those text messages will be shown in. However, there are text messages between D-Rock and Fahim where Diddy is instructing Fahim, one of Diddy's staffers, to count, I think it was like $1 million in cash that he had in his safe. And the defense was like, well, this has limited probative value, and the jury will also draw negative inference from it because of just the amount of money. And so the judge sided with the defense in that aspect, and that objection was sustained. But there were some text messages between D-Rock and Cassie in the 2017 time period, where Cassie told D-Rock that her door was broken down because of Diddy, that she didn't feel safe inside her home, that Diddy had taken her house keys. And the defense was like, well, there hasn't been enough foundation set, but the judge ruled to overrule that objection, so those text messages will be shown in front of the jury. Then there were some text messages between this man named Guido, who was a drug dealer that another witness testified to, and these messages were between Fahim, where it was 7 long pages of messages, where it was kind of funny. At one point, the judge was like, what does Diddy purchasing flour have anything to do with this case? And then Christy Slavic, one of the AUSAs, one of the prosecutors, was just kind of like, Your Honor, flour means marijuana, and that kind of is talking about Diddy wanting to purchase drugs and a large amount of drugs. And then there was kind of a chuckle in the courtroom because then everyone's like, oh, the flour. And so the objection was overruled, so the jury will see those text exhibits. And then the final one was just about this ledger that Fahim had in his phone, where it was just all about the incoming and outgoing cash. And I think the government really wanted this particular piece of evidence in. However, the judge overruled that, or the judge sustained that objection. So unfortunately, the jury won't be able to see this ledger full of incoming and outgoing cash.
It's interesting, you might not have the testimony of these individuals, but you might have the receipts and the text messages, and maybe that's the value that they're looking at it. Because we all thought that we were going to hear from more individuals, more of the alleged inner circle of Sean Combs for this racketeering conspiracy charge. Maybe not. Elizabeth Milner, Thank you so much. Great reporting as always. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcast. We have learned a lot more about the complicated relationship between Sean Diddy Combs and Jane, another alleged victim in this sex trafficking, racketeering, and prostitution case. From audio tapes to texts to payments to Homeland Security searches to extortion to alleged violence, what exactly happened in court today and how does it fit into the overall case? Let's talk to our in-court reporter, Law and Crime's Elizabeth Milner, to get to the bottom of it. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, a lot to get into when it comes to Jane's testimony, because the last we discussed, she was testifying about these hotel nights, these debauchery nights, that she would be performing sex acts with other men in front of Sean Combs. And she even alleged that she was tasked with doing this after she threw up and even after she was physically exhausted. She claims she vocalized in different ways to Sean Combs, her partner, how she didn't want to keep on doing this. She testified that Combs gave her cash and gifts and paid for her rent, but it's complicated. It's complicated by her messages to Sean Combs. It's complicated by her testimony that she was with Combs basically a few weeks up until his arrest. And you also have to wonder, is it also complicated with what she said today, including new allegations of violence that have changed the trajectory of her testimony? So a lot to get into with what happened today. Let me bring on Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crime's in-court reporter who was there for every minute of the action. Elizabeth, so good to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time. I feel like a large portion of the beginning of the day, for the first few hours, was dedicated to the prosecution asking her to elaborate and explain her reluctance to engage in these sex acts. And it becomes a question of whether or not it was her as a girlfriend or partner who just didn't want to do this, or, as part of a relationship issue, or whether it was a crime. This was non-consensual, a form of force, fraud, or coercion used to induce her into engaging in commercial sex acts with men in all different cities. So, Elizabeth, what was the testimony from the first few hours today about this reluctance?
Yeah, well, there was a lot of text messages that were shown specifically to the jurors and the witness and the parties. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see them in the gallery because of a pre-existing order whenever Jane was to take the stand, and that has been going on since last week. So we haven't been able to see exhibits, I want to say, since last Thursday. But we're hearing these text messages as AUSA Maureen Comey and even Jane herself are just kind of reading through a number of these text messages, either from her and Diddy, between herself and the escorts. But as far as just her and Diddy goes, right off the bat, as we had started this morning, we see a text message between Jane and Diddy from September 15th of 2023, where Jane was texting Diddy on these different phones because he has more than one phone. And Jane would say, should we start looking for Sunday night flights? And Jane said, love and miss you, mine's forever. And Diddy's responding, send me some SHIT of you being a bad girl. And Jane believed that those messages about her sending him something was for her to send sexually explicit videos to Diddy, and Diddy had responded, when is the earliest you can get here? Jane says that she didn't want to send this particular video, and Diddy said something along the lines of, the F, I'm asking you to do this, I have the phones, and those phones being with the phones that they have of explicit videos together. Diddy said, stop it, don't say no to me, and Jane says, well, I'm traveling with our phone, and Jane says that Diddy would record on his two phones, and then his assistants and staff had easy access to it, so they had this separate phone to record their sexually explicit videos together. And Jane was saying in these messages, that phone doesn't look, and I'm paraphrasing here because they go by so fast when they're kind of saying these out loud, and Jane had said, you're using our vids to get erect with someone else. And Diddy said, bye, I was asking you to send something, good night. Jane says, well, I'm not going to New York, you're texting me so that way you can get erect for somebody else. And Jane says that she saw on a podcast that he was bragging essentially about having sex for 48 hours completely with someone else. And so Diddy had told her that no sex was involved on this trip, where he was going on this podcast with another person, another woman that Diddy was seeing, and just kind of bragging about this. And this 48-hour trip that he was kind of talking about was on a yacht, and that Diddy told her that he was going to take her on this specific trip, and that Jane agreed to do a hotel night after he had promised her to take her on this trip, and that he ended up not taking her on the trip. So it seems like it's kind of going possibly into the prosecution's argument, which they believe it's sex trafficking by fraud, where he was promising her to do these things and then she would comply with it, but then he would end up not like taking her out on like special dinners or anything like that. And you kind of can see both sides of this, right? Like where, okay, is it a crime for a man to lie to you? Not necessarily, but according to the prosecution and their argument, they think because that she was complying and doing these hotel nights, that kind of played into their kind of theory of the case. And so then we see more exhibits, text messages from Jane and Diddy, where Diddy is saying, what happened? I'm sad, what happened? Jane is saying, well, I don't want to be used and locked in a room to fulfill your fantasies. We hear about an exhibit from September 16th of that same year of 2023. But this one is a note from Jane's notes app, where she says that she kind of just writes out her feelings similar to diary entries, and then sometimes will kind of copy and paste in them as a text message, where Jane did just that, where she had said, as much as I want to see you, I don't want to be treated like a hoe in a hotel room. And Jane was explaining that she was just writing out her feelings. And so then we hear about more texts between Jane and Diddy, where Jane is saying, I don't want to be used, locked in a hotel room. I'm starting to realize what this is. And Diddy's saying, girl, that was podcast talk. I was alone. I'm tired of your false accusations. I promise on baby love, who is his youngest daughter, I didn't have sex. And Jane was saying that wasn't podcast talk, and saying that you made Papa proud. And this was kind of in reference to this podcast where Diddy was kind of talking about this 48 hours of sex, essentially. And Diddy had said, bye, always tripping around me. And so then we kind of see more text exhibits where Jane was saying that she wanted to go back to when they first started dating. She said, I opened Pandora's box. She can't seem to close it. She said, one night of fun turned into our entire relationship. I'm crying as I'm writing this. And Diddy is responding, stop, girl, let's talk. And then he sends her an audio message. And then Diddy can be heard on this particular audio message. So the jury is hearing this. We're hearing this out loud inside the courtroom, where Diddy has kind of this raspy voice, and he's saying that he was sick in bed. The message you sent me, what's the problem? We have an actual open relationship. What's the problem? And Diddy never brought up kind of her concerns about doing these hotel nights. Instead, he just never talked about it in this particular audio message. And so Diddy ended up calling her on a FaceTime and told her what she wanted to hear. That's what she testified to. And Jane testified, he said a lot of things that I like to hear, that he loved me, that he missed me, that he wanted to see me. And so Jane ended up agreeing to go to New York. And this was a trip to New York in September of 2023, where she thought that she was going just for alone time with her boyfriend. And then what ended up being alone time with her boyfriend actually turned into them messaging Cabral, who was an escort that they had used often in their freak-offs. And then Cabral was flown out from Atlanta, Georgia, over here to New York, and that Jane participated in this freak-off with Diddy and, with Cabral, as Diddy kind of watched, and that was what it ended up happening. And so we saw a lot of text messages where she was really just kind of explaining her frustration as far as why Diddy was treating her this way and making her out to be kind of someone who was only used to fulfill his fantasies, as opposed to the other women that he was kind of taunting out there, kind of to what she was kind of describing in her face a little bit, where she was kind of kept a secret, and that her job essentially was to hire these other men, or to bring these other men for their hotel nights or debauchery nights. And so we saw a lot of text messages from around that time frame where she seemed to be very vocal about voicing her opinion on that she didn't want to do it. But then I think kind of where that area is where maybe it kind of confused the jury is that even afterwards she still did it. And so I feel like when cross-examination eventually happens, that they'll really kind of be like, okay, well, you continue to do this even after you said you didn't want to do this, and you said this, but you did that. And so, overall, a lot of text messages were shown that really
Yeah.
kind of voiced Jane's opinion about just not wanting to do these hotel nights anymore.
Yeah, I saw there was some reporting where she allegedly said, "I'm not a porn star. These experiences are desensitizing sex for me. It's been 3 years of me having to bleep strangers." There was another, "You pair me up with some random man, any bleep for your own sick sexual." And there were parts where it looked, I mean, I wonder if the jury will accept, was he threatening her directly, indirectly? I mean, I believe there was one message, "You're burning a bridge that you're going to need tomorrow." And we know that financial.
I mean, how threatening is that? If somebody is using you, tea sippers, okay, sip this tea with me. If somebody is, taking financial support from you, monetary support from you, right, for your living expenses, essentially how you claim you are able to maintain your lifestyle, and you do something that they disagree with, and they say, that's just like, okay, you're at work and you commit an act against a policy or procedure that goes against the rules of your job. And they say, one more time, I'm going to fire you. Is that threatening on your job? That's crazy that y'all are saying that, because Diddy was like, okay, listen, you don't get your ass back in that bed, I'm not paying your rent next month. Now, I don't know what you think you got going on, but that's what I got going on. And if you want to have what I got going on to work for you, then you do as I say do by 12 o'clock. Or I'm simply not going to, pay your rent or do whatever the hell for you financially. So, I mean, this is crazy, but we're here for it. We are sipping tea with Sidebar, P. Diddy on trial, juror trauma, X, naughty voice notes, week 5.
Financial control is a big part of this, gifts, cash, rent. But I have to tell you, Elizabeth, my jaw hit the floor. I think a big controversial moment, if we're trying to understand whether or not she was a willing participant or consented to this, didn't she write in a text message to Sean Combs that she consented in the videos of these sexual encounters? Because we know, according to her testimony, that Sean Combs have recorded some certain of these sex acts. And he basically said what? That if people look at these videos, they'll see it was consensual. Didn't she agree with that? Or I might be completely wrong.
So Jane was kind of vocalizing just her displeasure of having to do these wild debauchery nights or hotel nights just with other men, that she always wanted to be having sex with her partner, and her partner being Sean Combs. So she messaged Diddy saying that you place these harmful men on me, and Diddy had responded, well, talk to God, I'm gonna pray for you, you're burning a bridge that you aren't prepared to pay for. And Jane said that in the text that she knew that she had consented to being on this tape, but she said she was uncomfortable, but she kept doing this because she loved Diddy, and that Diddy kind of even threw in her face that she appeared to be enjoying it. She appeared to be excited even while she was on these freak-off tapes or these sexually explicit videos. And Jane says, well, I'm sorry, I want to feel better. And that was in reference to her just feeling uncomfortable throughout this entire process. And so Jane admitted while she was on the stand that she did watch her own freak-off tapes. And she said that I was being high and following a pattern in the majority of these tapes. It was like watching the same show over and over again. And so this was kind of at a point in, I guess, her and Diddy's relationship where she was really just kind of telling him that she didn't want to be doing these hotel nights anymore, and that the videos were kind of thrown back into her face. But it seems like from her perspective, while she was on the stand, I should say, that she didn't feel as comfortable as maybe the video may have portrayed her to look as more comfortable and consenting in this process.
Yeah, I wonder how much the jury is going to wrestle with the idea. Did she vocalize enough her perceived lack of consent? There was a part of it where she talked about in her notes app. Hey, I want to take a quick minute to thank Upside for sponsoring our coverage of Sean Diddy Combs' trial. Now, Upside is amazing. It is a free tank of gas. Today began the cross-examination of key Diddy accuser Jane. The defense questioned her about voice notes, texts, drugs, sexually explicit situations. But the key question was she forced or coerced into sex acts with other men at the request of Sean Combs? Or was this all consensual? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Jane, alleged victim 2 in this case, is now facing questioning from the defense after testifying that she performed sex acts with men for Sean Combs' pleasure, including after she claimed she threw up, after she claimed she was exhausted, after she claimed she repeatedly expressed her reluctance to continuing these hotel nights. She testified that she was subject to Combs' physical violence. After all of this, now she is facing questioning from defense attorney Tenny Garagos. And remember why her testimony is so important, right? It's important for several reasons. For sex trafficking, she claims that she had sexual relations with men in all different locations, who these men were being paid. And if the prosecution can show that she was coerced or forced into these commercial sex acts, that's the key. The prostitution charge, her testimony that she was transported to different locations for these hotel nights, that the men were paid through Combs, that their travel to these places was paid and arranged through Combs. That's a more linear way to get to transportation to engage in prostitution. Racketeering conspiracy, the top charge, right? We're talking about an alleged criminal enterprise, criminal association. Well, her testimony arguably supports that by saying that assistants, right, Sean Combs' inner circle, set up these nights, that she was a victim of coerced sexual activity. Sex trafficking is an underlying predicate crime of RICO. And generally, the more the prosecution can show a pattern of abuse of women as they outline in their indictment, that helps with the RICO charge. So, what does cross-examination look like? What did the defense try to get at? So for that, let me bring on Long Crimes in-court reporter Elizabeth Milner, who was there for every second of this testimony. And the most important thing, first of all, happy birthday, Elizabeth. It's Elizabeth's birthday. She had to work on her birthday, but worked on such a big case. She was in the courtroom. Elizabeth, happy birthday. Hope you're having an okay birthday so far. I know it's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, but that's okay. I'd rather spend it with you guys.
Well, that's very kind. And she was getting a lot of love during our lunchtime show today. Everybody was wishing Elizabeth happy birthday. You can check those out up on YouTube as well. Okay, so before we even get into Jane, Elizabeth, a lot of questions that we had, particularly on the lunchtime show, was about what's the status of the defense's mistrial motion. Remember, they basically said that witnesses had perjured themselves on the stand. This was entirely prejudicial. The case should be thrown out right now. And also, there was a conversation about whether Dr. Dawn Hughes, this forensic psychologist who testified about the complicated dynamics and relationship between abusers and victims, whether she will be recalled to the stand. She testified earlier for the prosecution. Does she have to be recalled? Those two issues, real quick, can you give us updates on the mistrial motion and Dr. Dawn Hughes?
Well, after spending an entire day of court, you can kind of possibly guess that the judge did deny that motion for a mistrial, and there was a lot of reasoning behind it. So the defense, as far as the motion being denied, the judge was saying that no interference happened and that the defense was able to undermine the alleged incident, and that being Bonna being allegedly dangled off of the 17-story balcony over at Cassie's condo. And the judge was saying, well, you guys were able to undermine this alleged incident by showing the hotel receipt. And so he said that this isn't fodder for a mistrial and that the defense can use these exhibits to undermine both Bonna's testimony as well as Cassie's testimony. And so they kind of had more discussions about it, and the defense was like, well, we didn't know what Bonna was going to say while she was on the stand, because a lot of their motion for the mistrial really had to do with Bonna's testimony and how they believed that she had perjured herself after getting an immunity deal to testify for the prosecution. But they being the defense was kind of like, okay, well, the government didn't offer any response to this particular hotel receipt. But then the judge was kind of like, well, Nicole Westmoreland really did have her Perry Mason moment under the cross-examination, and that's not grounds for a mistrial, because they were kind of able to really kind of poke holes into the story that Bonna was testifying to, as opposed to that Trump hotel receipt, which showed that Diddy wasn't even on the West Coast when this alleged incident particularly happened. And then the defense was like, well, Cassie said that she saw this incident happen, but then in the text message she's saying that she saw or she heard about this incident because she was told about this incident after the fact. And so the defense says that they wanted to submit a certain instruction to the jury so that way the jurors know that Bonna's testimony was allegedly perjured. But the government was like, well, Bonna's testimony wasn't perjured. She might have been confused. The metadata could have been wrong, because when they were still showing exhibits at this point, you could see the metadata of when Bonna took or was sent photos of her injuries after this alleged incident happened. Those injuries were taken, or at least sent to her, on September 26th. But on that same day, Diddy was, there's a hotel receipt showing that Diddy was actually here in New York, not in California around this time. But the judge said, well, maybe there's this innocent explanation that this happened 9 years ago. Bonner testified that she was in her early 20s at this point, addicted to drugs, and that this photo could have been taken earlier, it could have been taken later, and that the defense did enough on the cross-examination to really attack the timing of when this alleged incident happened. But the defense was like, well, the government still isn't bringing up this hotel receipt, and Bonner had motivation to lie while on the witness stand because of her civil suit against Sean Combs. And then the judge was like, okay, well, you can submit a proposed instruction for the jury to listen to. And then the defense was like, okay. But as far as the motion to recall Dr. Don Hughes to testify, that motion was denied. And so it was interesting because during the cross-examination of Dr. Don Hughes, who was a government witness, she was kind of a blind witness to this case, Jonathan Bach, who was retained kind of last minute for Diddy's defense team, that was the only time we actually saw him inside the court doing the cross-examination when Dr. Don Hughes testified. But we did see him today, and I think we might have seen him today, especially this morning, just in the case that the judge didn't deny this motion, and so that Jonathan Bach could possibly argue it, but we didn't see him after the lunch break. But essentially, the judge was like, okay, well, Dr. Hughes testified about romantic relationships, not employee relationships, when it comes to Mia, and specifically Mia still sending text messages to Diddy even after she was kind of terminated from her employment, but also after the allegations that she said that she had against Diddy, where she was saying that Diddy allegedly sexually assaulted and sexually abused her. And so the judge was kind of like, okay, well, that was the government's job to really ask those questions as far as the employee relationships and why people may text their employer after the fact. And so it seemed like the judge gave a win to both sides this morning, either the motion for the mistrial or even the motion to recall Dr. Don Hughes. And so that was kind of what it all happened this morning before the jury entered and before the witness came back on the stand.
That's so specific, right? So you can't just make, I guess the judge is saying, you can't just make a general analysis that any victim-abuser relationship, there has to be, if it, she testified about a romantic relationship and the dynamics of a romantic relationship as opposed to anybody else who might be abused. Yeah, it sounds like the prosecution should have thought of that, and that could be a problem. That could be a problem. Although you also wonder, the jury might just listen to Dr. Don Hughes and use that analysis to explain away some of the behavior of any of the witnesses who've testified. I don't know. Don't want to get down that hole. I do want to talk about Jane. And it seemed the beginning of her cross-examination by Tenny Garagos was about the circumstances that brought her to even be a witness in this trial, right?
Well, right off the bat, Tenny Garagos, very friendly, I felt like, with Jane while she was on the witness stand. You would think that the two were kind of old friends catching up. Obviously, we know that's not the case, but Tenny came out very nice. She wasn't kind of like aggressive necessarily. It wasn't kind of like the Brian Steele moment of the cross-examination of Mia, or even the Nicole Westmoreland cross-examination of Bonner, or even Don Richard. But right off the bat, the defense was acknowledging that they had met with Jane specifically just a few times before she later became a government witness, and that they were really kind of putting an emphasis that even though Diddy is currently paying her rent and Diddy is currently paying for the lawyer that she has representing her, that Diddy didn't even interfere even though he's paying for her attorney. And that Jane was explaining once again to the jurors that she hasn't spoken to Diddy for 8 months prior to taking the stand or even seen him, because obviously he's been incarcerated since the last time she saw him, but last time she saw him in person was August of 2024. He was arrested the following month, and she says she hasn't seen him since August of last year. And so the defense was asking Jane about her preparation for the cross-examination, and that happened over 2 or so meetings with the government. Jane said that she wasn't the one who went to Homeland Security, that it was the federal prosecutors who had called her, and that she didn't want anything to do with HSI. We learned yesterday while she was on the witness stand, still under direct, that HSI on the day of the raids to Diddy's Miami property as well as his Los Angeles home, that HSI actually left a card on Jane's door too. And so then the defense is kind of like, okay, well, you had done a night with an escort even after knowing that he was under investigation. And Jane says yes, and that Jane was given immunity to be a grand jury or given immunity at the grand jury hearing. And then The defense is like, okay, well, you chose to participate. And Jane is like, well, it was because of my relationship with him and the lifestyle that he introduced me to. Well, you didn't break up with him. This is Tenny Garagos. And then Jane is like, well, of course not. And that they were really kind of talking about whether or not Jane has regret versus resentment versus regret. And that Jane was explaining that she didn't have regret, just a little bit resentment. And so I think for the jurors kind of listening to this, because I even said this yesterday, Jesse, you can feel sometimes while she's testifying that she still has feelings for Sean Combs, but then I think there are also other aspects where she's still kind of processing, and this is something that she testified to, just processing everything that went on throughout the duration of their relationship.
Elizabeth, would I be crazy to say that what I think the defense is doing is not necessarily, and we'll get into this, not necessarily attack.
So, sippers, thank you for sipping tea with Tanisha on this Monday. It's afternoon. We've been on live since this morning. We are going all the way into the afternoon. Who knows how long it's going to take today to wrap up the Diddy review from the 20th through to the 24th. Would it be safe to say that most ex-trafficked people don't love their ex-traffickers? What do y'all know about it? Drop it down in the chat along with those teacups. Thanks for sipping tea with Tanisha Talks Teas. Remember when you come in the room too, lift your teacup up to get filled up with all these Diddy teas. Also, like and subscribe.
Attacking her credibility, that these things happen the same way they were attacking the credibility of, let's say, a Mia or a Brianna Bengolan, trying to say you were never sexually assaulted, or you were never dangled off the balcony. But it seems what they're trying to say, and I could be wrong, you're testifying to something, and it's the government who's forcing you to testify. It's the government who's transforming your testimony about what could be a toxic relationship into this racketeering case, into this sex trafficking case. It's not like they're distancing themselves from these episodes occurring. It's not as if they're saying these episodes with other men didn't happen. But to me, it seems what they're saying, they're not even attacking her so much as trying to say, you didn't want to be a part of this. It's the government who's forcing you here. It's the government who's transforming your testimony into this federal charge when it's not. Real quick, do you think I'm totally off with that based on the questioning today? And we'll get more specific about it.
Yeah, not at all. I felt that way kind of at times too. Where
how do you, up until Diddy gets arrested for the alleged crimes that he's being charged with, want Diddy to go to the feds? Unless you're planted person, you know what they call people that they plant in people's situation. I don't believe that's what this is. I think this was just Diddy, trying to get back at 50 for all the shit that 50 been throwing at him, and Diddy saw a way to get at 50 through his baby mama, and that's what he did. I don't think the feds sent her in on Diddy. Who knows though, but we'll see.
Where it was kind of like, okay, do you feel like that, honestly, count 4 really applies to you, or is the government telling you that count 4 really applies to you? Because there were times, Jesse, to be quite honest with you, that I was like, okay, well, it seems that she was totally fine doing these hotel nights, as long as she was also getting the love and adoration and affection from her partner, from her lover, from Sean Combs pretty much. And so I wonder when the jury goes back to eventually deliberate on this case, will they kind of have the same feelings that I think a lot of us were having, where they were kind of like, okay, do you feel that you are a sex trafficking victim, or is this something the government is telling that you are? And so it could go kind of either way. We'll see.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And I understand, the cross really focused on, and not surprising here, a lot about the love in the relationship and how she wanted to cuddle next to him and she wanted to be with him and, essentially do all these things. And even voice notes were played to show the loving relationship, right? Talk to us about that, because it might be difficult for a jury to reconcile that he is a sex trafficker and she's a victim, based on our common understanding or general understanding of what those roles might be, versus the love in this relationship, right? Didn't they focus upon that at the beginning of her cross, the love and the voice notes? What happened there?
Yeah, well, Jane was explaining that there was a lot of kind of blurred lines in terms of her emotions and that she just wanted to fulfill her duties as a partner to Sean Combs. And so the defense was really kind of talking, to your point, Jesse, just about the love that Jane had for Sean Combs, aka Diddy, and just why she kept staying throughout the 3 or so years of their relationship, and that she kept on even doing these hotel nights, especially even during the later years where she was kind of expressing that she didn't want to be doing them anymore, and this was all that she was worth. But as far as even that, when they were recalling that Jane would, put on Diddy's favorite show, which so happens to be Dateline. Unfortunately, I was waiting to hear that it might have been Sidebar presented by Jesse Weber, but unfortunately it was Dateline. And that Diddy was smiling as Jane was talking about doing foot rubs on him. And I thought it was an interesting kind of moment where he just kind of, took the mask off a little bit and was smiling just about that particular part of the testimony. But then, yeah, we started kind of getting into the exhibits as far as the voice notes goes, because this is a very, was a very current relationship. So there was a lot of text shown and there was a lot of voice notes shown, because that's what a lot of people do nowadays, as opposed to texting or calling. They send voice notes to one another. And so they kind of took us back a little bit to their Turks and Caicos trip when they two first kind of got together. And so we heard an exhibit, and it's a voice note from Diddy to Jane, where Diddy is saying, "Hey, baby, we had a great time. You are the crack pipe." And the crack pipe was kind of in reference to, I guess, their lovemaking, essentially. And that Diddy was saying, okay, stay in the light. It was so much effing fun. Get in your bag. And the get in your bag comment, according to Jane, was kind of acknowledging that love contract where they had like a gentleman's agreement for him to pretty much pay for her rent. And so then we hear a voice note from Jane to Diddy where she's like, "I love being up under you. Stay in the light. We'll have a big celebration for you. A whole new level was unlocked. I've been closer to you. I'm so happy. I hope you have an amazing day today. Health is wealth. I love you so, so, so much. Moi, yay to your contract." And that contract that she was referring to was the love contract. And so it seemed like we were kind of hearing a lot of other voice notes where Jane was kind of expressing her love to Diddy, and Diddy was kind of expressing his love back to her, as opposed to yesterday under the direct, where really the prosecution was kind of showing the more kind of aggressive voice notes where Diddy was telling her to get out of her feelings and that he's single, all of that stuff. But as far as today goes, the defense really kind of was like, okay, well, there was love there. Yeah. You two were expressing love with one another, and you seemed comfortable expressing your love with your partner at the time.
By the way, we plan to continue to providing you this Diddy coverage. We're going to give you recaps. We're going to break down these legal issues that happen almost every day in court. And one of the reasons we can do this and bring you this content is because we get amazing support from our incredible partner and sponsor. Is a willing participant, that he isn't this nefarious sex trafficker as portrayed by the prosecution, that there was no force, fraud, or coercion. So I want to bring on Law and Crimes in-court reporter Elizabeth Milner, who's been not only in the courtroom today for all of the action, but in the courtroom for every minute of the action every day. And particularly today with the cross-examination of Jane, it's really interesting. Elizabeth, before we even get into that, there was a lot of chatter, particularly on the lunchtime show that we do on Law and Crimes YouTube, and commentary about this juror. There's apparently some sort of issue with a juror. I know we have limited information, but based on what was said in court, can you elaborate on this?
Yeah, so they gave us little tidbits, little pieces of information, little nuggets here and there, but it seems like from the defense's perspective that they really want to keep this particular juror, and they want to make sure that this juror will not be dismissed. Now, as far as why this juror might possibly be dismissed, that is still kind of up in the air. As far as what we've even seen in the transcripts, that portion is redacted or it's sealed. And so the defense was just pretty much saying that they want to be able to respond to what the government responded to in another letter. And so they said pretty much that they being the government, and this is the defense making this argument, that the government just wants to strike another black juror. And then I think the government kind of took a little bit of offense to that. And the government was like, well, okay, looking back at the record, we see kind of a lack of compelling, and then they were kind of going so fast. But as far as just what the judge said, as far as what will happen kind of next, is that we'll deal with this issue before the weekend. And so it's still kind of up in the air as far as even all the jurors being inside the courtroom today, because it was a little bit of a shorter session today. Everyone was in there. I saw all the jurors. So nobody has been dismissed thus far. Nobody's been kicked out just yet or anything like that. But we should know before the week is is over, what will happen to this juror number 6?
Yeah, I saw reporting that the prosecution says there's a lack of candor, meaning, I don't know, the juror wasn't being honest with something during jury selection. I'm not sure. Hopefully we get more information as the week progresses. But let's now get into Jane's testimony. So it seems to me, and there's a lot to get into here, it seems to me a big theme today was trying to stress that she wasn't objecting to the hotel nights, or that she was somehow setting them up or encouraging them, and also how she communicated with the men, how she communicated with the sex workers. What can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, so it was another day, and again, even though it was a shortened day, it was another day where we were seeing a lot, or not we were seeing a lot of text exhibits, because while Jane is still on the stand, unfortunately, we cannot see the exhibits. They are not shown on the exhibit screen, but we're hearing about all these different exhibits. So sometimes when I say we're seeing, the jury's actually seeing it, but we are hearing about all these different text messages. And so, yes, it seemed like the theme from the defense's cross-examination of Jane today was definitely like, it seemed from their kind of theory of this that Jane was a willing participant, even went as far as to set up these hotel nights, and even went as far as to book these entertainers that she specifically wanted for these various hotel nights. And so just right off the bat, we're seeing text exhibits between Jane and Cabral, one of the entertainers or escorts that they use, from December 20th of 2021. So still kind of early-ish into the relationship between Sean Combs and Jane. And so these text messages were after a hotel night where Cabral is saying, "Good morning, love. How are you feeling? We had a pretty intense night. That was the roughest sex we ever had." And then Jane is responding, "Ha, ha, 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 ha," bunch of emojis. That was one for the books. And then Jane also responded, "Send me something." And then the defense was kind of getting into the length of these hotel nights, where one of the longest hotel nights that she had done was 3 days, which is a long period of time. And then under direct, when AUSA Maureen Comey was doing her direct examination of Jane, Jane was explaining that New Year's Eve of 2022, that Diddy came to Jane's hotel and that 3 men were there that night, and that she seemed okay with doing these types of nights. But as far as Jane's kind of role in setting up these hotel nights, the jury did see other text exhibits between Jane and Cabral, where Cabral is saying, "Hey, I'll be in LA on the 12th of February. And Jane is saying, "Hey, babe, happy Friday. Are you up? How are you? It's my birthday weekend and you didn't show me love. I haven't forgotten that your LA dates are coming up. Make me a personal video just for me." And then Cabral responds to these text messages. And so then the jury also saw more text exhibits, kind of going fast forward a little bit in time, April 4th of 2022, between Jane and Sean Combs, where Diddy is saying, "You know, I've been having crazy fantasies about you and Leo." Leo being the Italian person that Jane references. He's actually one of the entertainers, but she calls him the Italian. And then Jane is saying, "I'll figure out what time I can make it out there. Baby, I want to make love to you. I haven't had you to myself. It's been 5 months. I'm fine with the other stuff." And Diddy is saying that he's aroused. "What have you been thinking about? See if the Italian is free after we spend time together. Tomorrow is bad. How about this weekend?" And it seemed like Jane, even for the next hotel night, which occurred 10 days later after these text messages that I just read, but the defense was kind of pointing out that after these specific hotel nights in April of 2022, that Jane and Diddy didn't have hotel nights for about 2 months, whereas under direct, it seemed like Jane was testifying that pretty much every time she saw Diddy, that she was doing these hotel nights. But the defense was really kind of saying, well, there were long periods of times where you weren't doing these hotel nights. It could either be weeks on end, it could be months on end, or there were just times where you and Diddy were just hanging out together and being together and in each other's arms, but you guys weren't always doing these hotel nights. And so then more text exhibits were shown to the jury, this being in June 19th of 2022, where Jane is saying, "I'm having a vibe." Diddy says, "Well, what are you in the mood for?" And Jane is saying, "A good time." And then Diddy saying, "You planned something for me." Jane said, "I know what you want, but I'm not in the mood. I don't want to make you mad." And then Diddy responds, "All good. Surprise me with a freak off role play." And so I think the defense also pointing out here that they didn't do a hotel night, even though it was kind of insinuated in these particular messages. But what they ended up doing was having a movie night. And that was a night where they weren't watching movies, you know, a good movie from a movie theater or anything like that, but they were watching movies that would either be pornography or movies that they filmed together during these hotel nights. And so the defense really kind of, I think, poked a lot of holes as far as Jane saying under direct that every time she always did these hotel nights, every single time she saw Sean Combs or saw Diddy. But under the defense's cross-examination, they were really like, okay, it doesn't seem like that was always the case.
Yeah, and the idea, right, that he didn't always force or demand her to engage in this, but she was a partner in it. And I remember there was a message today, and correct me if I'm wrong, where she had messaged him, not really in the mood for that part, don't want to make you mad. And he allegedly responds, all good. And then there's messages where she expresses her love for him. Like, I love you so much as my friend, my lover, my boyfriend, even though you don't like that word. Weren't they really trying to show today, through her messages and his messages, that he wasn't always forcing her or asking her opinion about this and trying to show the love that they had between each other, right? That was a big theme, the softer side of Sean Combs, right?
Yeah, the very soft side from what we see. Like, there are times, honestly, Jesse, where the messages are being read aloud and it seems like they're sometimes, and I kind of hate to put it this way, like they're two high school kids in love. Like, you really, at times, I felt kind of conflicted as far as just hearing these, because there's, you know, the aspects of Jane's testimony under direct, right? But then there's aspects of the cross examination where the defense was kind of like, okay, the government didn't show you every single thing between their relationship. And there were just kind of a lot of things. And so Jane, throughout her testimony, even under direct, even under cross-examination, she really kind of expresses very often how much she loves pleasing her partner, her romantic partner, her lover, and that being Sean Combs around the time. And so we're hearing more text exhibits, July 22nd of 2022, where Jane is saying, good morning, baby, I had such a great time with you. Diddy's saying, want to do dinner at 9, pack a freak bag just in case. But then the defense pointed out to Jane, okay, well, just because he made you pack a freak bag doesn't mean you guys always did hotel nights, right? And Jane was like, yeah, that is true, and that she would normally just pack these freak night bags or these freak bags, and she would put lingerie and high heels and just things that he likes inside these particular bags. And so then we're hearing more text exhibits around that same time frame, summer of 2022. So this was July 27th of 2022, where Diddy's saying, what do you want to do? And Jane is saying, well, what do you want to do, baby? And then just that, are you aroused for me? And Diddy's like, okay, well, can you? I'm going to work out with Paul and then meet up with you. And then Jane is saying, do you want my hair up? And Diddy's saying, okay, what time are we ready? So as far as the really lovey-dovey messages, those were also shown a lot today, where there was an exhibit shown to the jury where it was text messages from Jane to Diddy after a hotel night, where, and it was kind of interesting, Jesse, because these are really kind of lovey-dovey messages that are being read out loud to the jury. However, at this particular part, Jane is getting kind of emotional on the stand, and I kind of even wrote in my notes, I wasn't sure why, because as you're hearing these particular messages being read, it's things like, I love you so much, baby. You're the reason my child smiles. I love you. No other man has treated me this way. Then there's more messages from Jane again, and the defense is pointing out these were after hotel nights, where Jane is saying, I love you, baby. Can't wait to see your interview tomorrow. And that Diddy just makes her smile. And Jane wrote, just wanted to make you smile, spending time in the sunshine. Diddy is writing in messages, okay, movie night was off the chain, and Jane is responding, loving that, delicious, and just more messages where you could really see just the love between the two. There was one particular video that was actually shown to the jury. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see it, but you could really hear Diddy and Jane kind of in a moment of togetherness, not like that way, but togetherness as far as being together just as two people would in just any other relationship. And so this was a video again shown to the jury where Jane was explaining around this particular time frame. She was feeling depressed around this, but then you see this video and Diddy is saying, oh, I love this right here. They sounded so in love. Jane is heard laughing a lot in this particular video, and Diddy is saying, I was in a dark hole. You had to save me. You had to pick me up. I love you. And then Jane is saying, I love you too, baby. You did saving on me. And so the defense was saying that around this time frame where Jane is saying that she was really depressed around this time because she was doing all these these hotel nights, not with just one man, but with multiple men, and that she was super depressed, that she and Diddy were spending time together, that they were both depressed together. But in this video, you can hear just kind of love and laughter. But according to Jane, because again, she was getting kind of emotional at points, especially during the latter part of court today, where I was kind of wondering why particularly she was getting a little emotional, as it just seemed pretty innocent, pretty innocent just hearing these texts.
Let me ask you this. It seemed to me, based on reading the reporting, she was doubling down on the stand, and correct me if I'm wrong, doubling down on the stand that she was pressured into this, that it might look like she was all on board with this, but that she felt pressured to do this. And I don't know what that back and forth looked like between her and Tenny Garagos, but would I be wrong that is a common theme, a common response she came back with today?
Yeah, it seemed like she really was kind of doubling down as far as why she was doing these hotel nights, because she wanted to please her partner, but also that she, and that same breath, kind of was saying that she was just very uncomfortable with it. But I think the defense was also kind of like, okay, are you saying that you're uncomfortable with these hotel nights because you have regret or resentment now? But it seemed like from these messages, and it seemed like from what we were hearing about in these exhibits, that around the time frame where this was occurring, so between 2021 to 2024, and we haven't even really got into 2024 just yet, that Jane was totally fine, and that the only things that would make her apprehensive about these hotel nights, according to the defense, was that Diddy and other women were being seen together publicly. So they brought up other women, including a name that we've heard a lot during testimony, going all the way back to Cassie, that being Gina, another example being Yung Miami. And then it wasn't even just those two, it was other women too, where Jane would spot photos of him with a woman in London and would get upset, and the defense is kind of like, okay, well, is this why you were saying that you didn't want to do a hotel night? Is this why that you were saying you were uncomfortable, as opposed to a couple weeks or months ago where you were planning to do these nights, the sobriety party or the all-star party and those types of things? And so it seemed like a little back and forth, where I think Jane at points was kind of getting a little short with her answers, as far as just being like trying to over-explain her text messages and why she particularly sent those types of text messages, because it was either to please her partner or because she was reading in between the lines of what Diddy really wanted. Right. And then she would get a little short with Tenny Garagos at some points today, but she held it together as best as she could. But again, going back to some of those points where she was a little emotional on the stand too. So it was a little bit of both today.
A mysterious unnamed rapper, alleged coerced sex acts, a major blow-up. Key Diddy accuser Jane has wrapped up her testimony and faced a lot of questions from the rap mogul's attorney. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Another significant day in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. The defense wrapped up their questioning, their cross-examination of accuser Jane. She's officially off the stand. She was questioned once again by the prosecution. We'll get into that too. But this is Sean Combs' former love interest, who claims that essentially she was pressured into sex acts with other men as Combs watched and pleasured himself. Hotel nights, debauchery nights. Claims that Combs was physically violent with her. Claims that he forced her to engage in these sex sessions when she was sick, exhausted, that she was taking drugs, that these were prolonged for hours on end. But as we've been talking about all week, since she's been facing cross-examination from the defense, there have been openings for Sean Combs' defense team to exploit. And it seems that is certainly what they have been doing, about whether or not she was a willing participant. Did she set up these events? Did she encourage them? Did she arrange the travel and pay for these male performers? Was she fueled by jealousy in her relationship with Sean Combs, as opposed to being a victim of sex trafficking? These are the important questions that the jury's going to have to wrestle with. So let's talk about what happened today. Let's talk about the culmination of her cross-examination, what the prosecution did when they got a chance to question her as well. And also, there was something going on about this mysterious unnamed rapper. Let's talk about it. Let me bring in Law and Crime's in-court reporter Elizabeth Milner, who's been inside that courtroom for every day of the testimony. Elizabeth, it's good to see you. Before we even talk about Jane, though, and well, before we even get into the cross-examination, my understanding is there was a bit of a back and forth about whether or not the judge was going to let in some pieces of evidence. I think one was an audio recording from Sean Combs, and one was some sort of personal note, or maybe even a diary entry or journal entry from Jane. What's going on there?
Yeah, so these were conversations that took place outside of the jury. So before Jane got back on the witness stand today, as well as the jury even coming in for the start of the day, because we did have a pretty delayed start this morning. But as far as just some of the evidentiary issues that both parties were discussing this morning, the defense wanted to introduce a particular audio message that Diddy had recorded around December 20th of 2023. And so the defense was arguing in Jane's direct testimony that she said she told Diddy she didn't want to be doing these hotel nights going back all the way to 2021. And so they were saying that this particular audio message would go to Diddy's state of mind. And so again, this audio message from December 20th of 2023, where Diddy was saying something along the lines to Jane that he was unaware and never understood how she really felt about doing these hotel nights. And again, just putting this into context, the two started dating in 2021, and Diddy is saying in 2023 that he had no idea that she didn't want to be doing these hotel nights. And they were saying that they being the defense, that the government opened the door to let this piece of audio message in, but the government was kind of like, well, this time period elicited under direct was about 2024, and that was the end of their relationship. And they were saying that it's a 403 issue and that Diddy was possibly trying to feed a false narrative around this time frame, because again, context is a little bit of everything in this case, because December 20th of 2023 was a month after Cassie had filed her federal lawsuit and also settled within that next day. And so the government was kind of like, we don't know if this statement is actually truthful, and we don't know if, again, that Sean Combs was trying to feed this particular narrative to Jane, because again, Jane was expressing that she kind of felt the same way as Cassie did in certain pages of her lawsuit, and Diddy's now saying, okay, I didn't know that you felt this way. And so the government was saying that this is an attempt to get in his own statement as hearsay. Now, they said if the defendant wants to go up there himself and talk about this as a witness, as he would testify when the defense takes over and starts to do their case, the government said, hey, that's fine, you can totally do that. But as far as this particular audio message, the judge ruled in favor of the government, so the objection was sustained. Now, as far as the other exhibit and the other evidentiary issue, it had to do a lot with Jane and her kind of notes that she was making to herself within her notes app on her phone, kind of similar to diary entries. And so the government wanted to use this particular diary entry from around the time after Cassie had filed her lawsuit, and this was a diary/note entry from Jane herself. And so they wanted to use this particular note under redirect, so they didn't use it under direct, so they were trying to get it in under redirect, because again, around this time frame, the defense was still doing the cross-examination. And so the government was saying kind of the opposite what the defense was saying in the last argument, that the government said the defense opened the door. And the note itself, now we didn't see it, because obviously the exhibits are still, they were kept closed from us in the public, us in the press, because Jane was still testifying. But what we did learn is that this note was also around that same time frame, December of 2023, where Jane was saying something along the lines of she felt manipulated, she felt obligated to be doing these hotel nights about 98% of the time. And the government said that this particular note that she had wrote to herself and might have also sent to Diddy, that it rebuts her cross-examination. But the defense was like, well, there's no probative value and it's unnecessary. And the government says they just really wanted to get in that one particular statement. They said it's under Rule 803. And Jesse, you can talk more about that. I obviously don't know what Rule 803 is, but that the government was saying that she didn't do this because she was scared of criminal prosecution, that she was doing this because this really kind of went to her state of mind of around that time. Now, initially, the judge did reserve his ruling on that particular sentence, but they picked that up. I think it was post the lunch break, and the defense was saying that Jane kind of did have a financial motive, and again, context is everything, where they were saying this note was coming in after December of 2023, so a month after Cassie had filed her lawsuit. So they were saying, okay, well, maybe it's possible that Jane had a financial motive because she had asked for $100,000 from Diddy for everything that she had endured throughout their 3-year relationship, and she didn't ask for it in a civil suit. She didn't ask it through a lawyer. She sent this through a particular text message. And so what ended up happening is the judge denied the government's application to admit this particular statement. So unfortunately, the jury was not able to see this statement whenever Jane got back on the stand and whenever the government did redirect her testimony towards the end of the day today.
Yeah. Rule 803 is an exception to hearsay, and there's a number of different exceptions. Hearsay, out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Here's the thing. When I hear the idea of him having a recording that allegedly would be used to feed a narrative, I go back to what Mia testified to, that after Cassie's lawsuit, she gets contacted allegedly by D-Rock, Sean Combs' former bodyguard, basically trying to say, hey, yeah, you know, everything between Cassie and Sean, that was normal. That was normal. Like trying to make sure she gets on the same page, and that he was trying to make sure Sean Combs could reach out to her, that he wanted to give her a gift, you know, bribery, obstruction, tampering with witnesses. That is all the narrative being put forward by the prosecution, and it also makes one of the elements or potential elements of racketeering, this criminal enterprise charge. And let me go now into the cross-examination of Jane. There has been a lot of talk today, particularly when I was covering the lunchtime show on Law and Crime's YouTube page, about this mysterious rapper. Something happened, this encounter happened in 2024, Las Vegas. There's an unnamed rapper, either the rapper's wife or girlfriend, and apparently one of the alleged sex workers that Jane and Sean Combs had used in their private sessions was brought up. What was this all about?
So if you've been following Jane's testimony, I know you have, Jesse, but to our viewers, if you've been following Jane's testimony, she had mentioned this particular trip to Vegas that happened in January of 2024. So again, context is everything. This was a time that Diddy and Jane were in an off period from their relationship. They had taken a break, but Jane had gone to Vegas with this unnamed rapper because they were pretty adamant today not to say this rapper's name in court. And there's kind of a reason why, and I'll get to it in just a second, but it's interesting because Jane around this time was telling Diddy that she loved and missed him, but the two weren't speaking during this particular month at the same time. But Jane ended up going to Vegas with this unnamed rapper, flew on his private jet, but also with his girlfriend/wife, unclear on who that is. But what we did learn today is that Diddy is particularly close in friendship with this particular rapper, and that the defense referred to this, again, unnamed rapper as an icon. And so reading in between the lines, you can kind of see possibly who it might be. But Jane said that she was surprised to see Anton, the entertainer/escort, there at this particular Vegas trip, because if you remember under her testimony, she had said that Anton was there and he was having sex with a woman on a bed, and a bunch of people were kind of watching all of this, and this again being in Vegas. And Anton also knew this unnamed rapper who had this connection or friendship with Diddy, and Anton also knew this unnamed rapper's girlfriend/wife, because the defense kind of said it's his girlfriend, it's his wife, so we don't know what their state of the relationship is. But Jane was explaining that 7 or 8 people were in this room kind of watching Anton have sex with this woman, and that Jane admitted that she flirted with this particular unnamed rapper, and that Jane had previously told the government in previous interviews that she flashed her breasts during this encounter, this flirtation that was going on in this hotel room, and that she began dancing during this, and that the rapper told Jane that she was beautiful and that he wanted to F her. And so I think what the defense was trying to do when pointing out this particular January 2024 Vegas trip was kind of trying to say that Jane would also reach out to the entertainers or the escorts outside of her relationship with Diddy, because in this particular case, she was recommending an entertainer that she and Diddy used to this unnamed rapper and to his girlfriend/wife, because they were, the unnamed rapper and his girlfriend/wife were a part of the lifestyle. And so Jane was kind of recommending Cabral to them. And so the jury was able to see text exhibits. And initially Jane was saying things along the lines of Merry Christmas, hope you had a beautiful holiday. And then Cabral texted a few days later saying, good afternoon, beautiful, I'll be in your city on the 7th. And Jane was responding, hey Cabral, good morning, what time is your flight today? Those types of things. And so at the end, what we did learn, because I know there's been a lot of talk about who this unnamed rapper is, they didn't say who this person was during testimony today, but it seemed like the defense's whole point of even bringing up this particular trip is one that Diddy was upset that other people knew that Jane and him were kind of engaged in this lifestyle based off the fact that Jane had recommended Cabral, an entertainer that the two have used in hotel nights, to this unnamed rapper.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I wonder the jury might take away. One, like you said, if she is having this communication, this relationship with one of the sex workers who's being used essentially, right, in this crime, if the jury's accepting this as sex trafficking in this crime, kind of muddies the waters on that, makes it a little bit more gray. Is she really a victim of sex trafficking? I also think, her allegedly flashing her breasts, it kind of goes a little bit to her lifestyle and her character. But also, I think it seems to me, if the allegation is you have this unnamed rapper who's interested in bringing someone into their relationship, it's maybe normalizing this behavior, and maybe it's not necessarily, you know, a sex trafficking criminal enterprise as the prosecution is trying to allege. Maybe that's where they're going. I do understand, though, whether it was because of this or something else, what was a big event that happened that was talked about in trial today was this blow up, this fight that happened between Sean Combs and Jane that was quite violent, right? And it wasn't just violence, at least the way that was described, from Combs directed to Jane. It was vice versa too, right? This was a fight. What happened here?
Yeah, so this was a fight that took place in June of 2024, so around this time frame just last year, where afterwards or before this incident had occurred, Diddy and his family went on a road trip, and then after coming back from this road trip, that Diddy went over to Jane's house on this specific date of June 18th. And if you've been following Jane's testimony very closely, she alleged under direct that she was beaten and then made to do a hotel night or give oral sex to an entertainer even after being beaten by Diddy. But under the cross-examination, they really kind of peeled back just a little bit more as far as just kind of how everything led up to what it ended up happening. And so the jury was able to see exhibits, and that was being the decorations laid out inside of Jane's home where Diddy pays the rent for, but that Jane had set up just kind of candles and champagne and tequila shots, and then Jonathan, Diddy's assistant, came over and set up kind of the red lights in the room. And so the red lights turned on once it got dark, so the jury was able to see these particular photos, because again, remember, we can't see the exhibits while Jane has been testifying, but we did hear about some of the exhibits that the jury did see. For example, photos of Jane and Diddy together, photos of them on the patio, photos of the red lights, and then even video from that night where Diddy is kind of talking about the Boston Celtics, and then it's over the song Lovely Day, and so the jury was able to see all of that. But Jane had testified under direct 30 minutes after taking that particular video where the Lovely Day song is playing, that this was 30 minutes after she took that video. That's when the physical assault occurred. And so Jane was saying, while she was still being cross-examined, that she and Diddy both had about 2 to 3 glasses of champagne. I think Diddy may have had one more glass more than her, and both took 2 shots of tequila. But Jane said that she had a feeling that another girl was on that family trip that Diddy had just returned from. And so the defense was kind of like, okay, well, you're saying that another girl was on this trip, but did you have any proof that another girl was on this trip? I think trying to insinuate that this reacts.
Okay, let's sip some tea on that. Doesn't Diddy have a 2-year-old baby? Right? So no matter what, through all of the drama, Xing, and freak-offs, Diddy was carrying on in a intimate way to procreate with another woman, because Diddy has a 2-year-old, right? We know of the 2-year-old because when he was courting around with Yung Miami, she came into the picture and she was pregnant and had a baby by Diddy. And Yung Miami was like, so what, whatever, I'm still rocking with the diddler, right? So more than likely, that's probably what was going on. He probably took her on a family trip. The newest addition to his baby mamas of the 2-year-old.
Action out of Jane came out of nowhere. She had no proof that Diddy was with anyone besides his family. And so what ended up happening is that Jane got pretty upset. She threw glasses at Diddy. She threw candles at him. The wax got on him. And the defense was kind of trying to point out that there wasn't, like initially when this fight first broke out, that Diddy wasn't necessarily hitting her at first. And so they kind of talked a little bit more about this other woman, and that this girl lived in Miami, that Diddy and Jane had fought previously about this particular woman. She was also someone who was unnamed. And then Jane was explaining that on that night, on June 18th, going into June 19th of 2024, that it was kind of a ball of emotions that night. She had said that this was the first time that she had ever slammed Diddy's head into a counter. She said that this was the first time that she and Diddy even got into into a physical altercation. And so Jane was calling him names such as pedophile and disgusting and a monster. And Diddy was kind of Diddy had called her crazy, but this was, the defense was trying to point out that Diddy was calling her crazy after the candles and the glasses were thrown at him. And so then the defense is kind of like trying to piece by piece recount Jane's kind of events of the night, like how she ran into the bedroom and then the bathroom and then the closet, and how she changed into a large dress and why was she still wearing heels and those types of things. And the defense throughout this was kind of pointing out that Diddy didn't put his hands on her up until it became a certain point. And so initially the defense was kind of like, okay, well, Diddy was just kind of following you behind. He was just following you to the bedroom and the bathroom, but just saying things along the lines of, are you not going to talk to me? But from Jane's perspective, she was saying that even throughout all of this, he was still kicking down her doors, because remember, under her direct testimony, the jury saw photos of her broken down doors, or the doors that were just either kicked through or hit through by Diddy. And Jane was telling Diddy to leave and that she hated him. And then again, the defense was going into, okay, well, why were you still wearing like a baggy dress and heels and not wearing activewear? You're someone that works out. Why wouldn't she change into just, I guess, activewear clothes as opposed to what she ended up wearing? And so it felt like the defense at that point was kind of trying to imply that Jane was the agitator in this situation. She was the one who threw the candles first. She was the one who threw the glass first. And that Diddy, around this time frame, because this, if you think about it also in context, it's June of 2024. This was weeks after the CNN video came out that showed the brutal assault video of Cassie and Diddy at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016. So it felt like at times, Jesse, that the defense was trying to imply that he was still feeling the stress from the CNN video being released, and maybe that is why he had that particular reaction. And so Jane was saying that Diddy did end up kicking her and putting her in a chokehold, and then a little bit later in her testimony, she kind of she explained that the chokehold was through his arm, and because the defense was like, well, we're seeing this video of 5 days later after this particular incident, and you don't have any finger marks around your neck. It doesn't seem like he strangled you doing this, but instead Jane was explaining that Diddy kind of grabbed her by the arm, put her up in a chokehold where she just was kind of just up in the air type of thing. And so the defense was...
Okay, let's sip this tea. Remember a minute ago, she just said, oh, Diddy, you have been the best lover I've ever had. You've been the best man to me ever in my life. You have been the best man to my child. Now, if this 50 Cent baby mama, we ain't heard of nothing about 50 Cent putting his hand on his baby mama. From what we saw, she was very happy with 50 Cent. Baby very happy with 50 Cent. But Diddy's whooping your ass and he's the best man you ever had type shit. Y'all women will, completely disassemble any type of value or worth that you have for yourself for a fucking dollar. And we see why, people are pointing that aspect out about your ass. You can't be mad at that shit. We didn't hear 50 Cent say, or 50 Cent, you ever coming out about 50 Cent abusing you. Diddy was, though. Y'all are out here, wow.
Pointing out that she had no discoloration on her neck, but then the defense was saying hours after she was hiding for hours, I should say, that she kept on calling Diddy names, and that Diddy, when she came back from hiding for a few hours, because remember she said that she hid behind a wall for like 2 hours, that after she came back that she was still calling him names, but even after Diddy was calling her names, that he didn't kick her during that time, and it was only while they were on the patio where Jane had punched Diddy in the back of the head. So then Diddy had punched her back and punched her in the eye and punched her in the forehead. And Diddy told her something along the lines of, you're trying to take my kids away from me. You're trying to take me away from my kids. And so it seemed like, again, from the defense's perspective, I think they were trying to frame this as, okay, well, maybe you're trying to look for something out of this because you just saw this hotel video that came out just weeks ago. And now you're instigating a fight that seemingly kind of came out of nowhere. And you're trying to possibly get something out of it. And so then they kind of got into a little bit more about it after the lunch break, and just that during this time frame, Jane had gotten a hold of the other woman that was allegedly on this family trip, and that this other woman was telling her mean things. Jane was telling her mean things, and then how Jane had to take a shower afterwards, but then Diddy kept slapping her and those types of things. And then Diddy had told her, okay, we have never fought like this. Now that this lawsuit comes out, now you want to attack me. And so I feel like that's where the defense kind of really just was like, okay, it seems like you did have kind of a reason for doing this. And then they got into a fight just about how Jane was over in Vegas for that trip in January of 2024, and that even after the fight, Jane had to put on a hotel night outfit, and then Diddy took Jane's phone to text Anton. Then Diddy saw a message between Jane and Anton about that mutual friend, that being the unnamed rapper that she went on the Vegas trip with. Anton came over about 45 minutes later, according to Jane. At first, Jane and Anton were just kind of making small talk, but then the defense is kind of like, okay, well, when did you have time to put on makeup? You say that you put on makeup to cover up your bruises. And then it was like, okay, well, at any point you could have possibly just drove away and left. You could have left with your car and when you were trying to grab Anton. And so I feel like the defense was like, okay, there were just so many points that had happened during this night. But I think one thing that also stands out is that when Anton had arrived, Diddy and Jane went into a separate room in her home, and Diddy was still upset about this mutual friend that Jane had saw in Vegas, and Diddy told her, how could you go to another man's freak off? Go out there and F him, that being the entertainer that was still inside Jane's home. And then Jane told Diddy no, and then Diddy said, okay, well, is this coercion? And so what ended up happening, Jane took an ecstasy pill. She ended up giving this particular entertainer oral sex. Diddy had no interaction with Anton during this. They ended up cleaning up the glass before Anton even came over, and that was just kind of the gist. And I know that was kind of a lot, but I feel like the defense's entire point of just this particular piece of what had happened that night was just the reaction from the CNN video.
Well, the prosecution's banking it on being one of the more clear-cut cases of force being used to pressure her into a commercial sex act. And there seems to be the defense saying there's a lot more context, and maybe, and I think it was really interesting when you said, did she have a motivation to instigate this for personal benefit after the tape came out of him appearing to beat up Cassie Ventura? I think that's a really interesting point. But look, the defense was very keen in trying to say today, and during the course of their cross-examination for the last day or so, 2 days or so, that she consented to this. She consented to the hotel nights, that she had all this love for Sean Combs. What came out today? I mean, I know there was a text to the effect of, I feel as your lover, I wanted to please you and I pushed through, and she wanted to cuddle with him. And then there was this all back and forth about, did she buy him a TV to watch certain movies together?
So Jane said, according to her, that she bought this portable TV so that way that, yes, she and Diddy could watch their movie nights. But she also explained that she and Diddy, or this was a way for her not to have sex with other men for these hotel nights. So instead of having to complete these hotel nights or do these hotel nights, instead she was like, okay, well, I bought him a portable TV screen that was, I guess, the size of just like kind of a computer monitor, so that way the two could watch their videos together instead of her having to actually do the sexual acts with other men. But even as far as just the text messages go too, the defense was showing, or showing the jury, I should say, just different text exhibits. For example, on December 20th of 2023, and this is around the time frame that Diddy had made this note saying that he didn't know how she felt about her wanting to do these hotel nights, where Jane is saying, you only reached out to me because you're waiting for someone else to come over. Diddy said, well, can you please take quiet time to read everything that I said? Thank you. I love you. And Jane was saying that there were moments of intense back and forth during this time period. She said this was a really emotional time frame for us. I really hit my wall here. Come to find out, another woman had the same experience with him, and that being Cassie, when she had just initially reached
New tea. Juror kicked off of the Diddy case. Let's see.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we have with us Law and Crime's in-court reporter, Elizabeth Milner, who has been there every day of this currently 6-week trial, the Sean Diddy Combs federal court. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. It's great to see you. We have so many questions coming in. Aside from the fact that Marion DN Meanwhile in London, not me delaying the family dinner to see Elizabeth come on. So you have a lot of people who are waiting to hear you. Let me ask you this. We got a question that came in from Allison Jones. Question for Elizabeth. Which team looks more worried, the defense or the prosecution?
Was that which team looks more ready? Is that what the question was?
Worried.
Worried. Oh, okay. That's a good question. Yeah, I think it kind of goes a little bit of both ways because obviously we're kind of on the heels of what is about to be the defense case, right? And so I think they're kind of collecting everything, making sure all their ducks are in a row. But also with the government's case, I'm wondering, from the most part, from what we're understanding, it seems like the next big witness per se is going to be Brendan Paul. So as Brendan Paul's going to be one of the final witnesses, I'm wondering, do they have kind of something up their sleeves? Is there going to be kind of this big shocker moment with his testimony? Because outside of him testifying this week, we're really just hearing a lot from summary witnesses at this point. And so I'm wondering at this point also who might be a little bit more worried. But I think with the dismissal of the juror that happened this morning, it seemed like the defense might be a teensy, and I say that very, very lightly, might be a teensy bit worried. They seemed a little upset that the juror was dismissed.
Can we talk about this? Talk to us about what happened with the juror today that was dismissed. And also, apparently, there's an issue with another juror, too. What's going on?
Yeah. So I think a lot of us wanted to know what was going to be happening to juror number 6. Now, we learned on Friday that the judge was leaning towards dismissing the juror, but then Xavier Donaldson, he got up, he kind of made this really impassioned speech about why this particular juror should stay on. And a lot of it had to do with race and diversity on the jury. And if that juror were to be dismissed, what kind of message would that send to other potential jurors, too? And so, you know, the judge weighed both decisions, really, and took the weekend to kind of think things over. So we learned about what his ultimate ruling was going to be first thing. And so he really kind of took into account what the defense had. And they released a filing over the weekend that I think was about 15 pages long of all the reasons why this particular juror shouldn't be dismissed. Also kind of throwing a little bit of light shade here and there to the prosecution. And so the judge took that all in, and he said this morning, you know, I understand its importance, but this amount of scrutiny isn't necessarily necessary. And so the judge was like, the inconsistencies from the juror raised a lot of these issues as far as why he was ultimately dismissed. So the judge said he went back, he looked at the record closely from voir dire, also to what the discussions were around the roving room, because remember, everybody, a lot of these inconsistencies really kind of had to do with this particular juror and whether or not he really revealed where he was truly living, whether or not it was in Jersey or in the Bronx. And so the judge went back, looked at everything, and said that he had serious concerns about the candor and how the jury, this particular juror, might have skewed his answers to stay on the jury. And so he said this might be threatening the integrity of the jury process. And so the defense did bring up in their arguments that replacing this juror with a white juror might send the wrong message. And they were even trying to argue that this should be grounds for a mistrial. And then the judge was kind of like, I don't think there are grounds for a mistrial here. What we're ultimately going to do is just dismiss the juror. Now, as far as the other juror that's possibly being talked about right now, we don't know the full extent of what that is. We believe that possibly it might have had to do with what happened on Friday when the judge released all of us out of the courtroom, closed the doors, locked the doors to really kind of discuss what we initially thought was the juror number 6 issue, but it turns out it might have to do with whatever happened to this other juror. So as far as I could tell, really only one juror was dismissed, and we kind of saw like a little shift in the change of the jury box where everyone, beginning I think is from the second row, kind of trickling into the first row, just moved down one seat. And so we did see the new juror seated and everything like that, and then we still see the alternates in the back row, but we're kind of waiting to see more information about what this possible other juror issue might be. And so hopefully we'll learn about that more at the end of the day.
Speaking of the jurors, we had a question that just came in from 1989. A question for Elizabeth. Do the jurors look like they've heard enough?
I mean, it's a lot of testimony that they've been hearing and listening to for weeks on end. I'm wondering, did they hear enough? Or are they kind of feeling like everything is feeling just a little bit repetitive? That question definitely goes through my mind a little bit, especially since we're doing a lot of summary charts, summary witnesses, where it's just a lot of charts and a lot of text messages, that type of thing. But they still have to be in it because we still have the defense's case to get through. So from what I've seen today, even with this juror now dismissed, that I have seen them still being attentive, still taking their notes. But I'm kind of wondering too, like how much information does this jury need? But from the government's case, they still need a little bit more before they can finally rest their case.
And look, Elizabeth, you're one of the rare people who actually gets to see these arguments unfold. You see the style of the attorneys. You see the reaction, which is why we have this question that comes in from Enlin DK. You were talking about Xavier Donaldson, right? How did you feel, Elizabeth, about Donaldson's arguments?
That's kind of a hard question for me to ask. You really threw me in there, Jesse. I understood where he was going with, right? Like, I understood the impassion that he has, especially when it comes to race relations and the fact that it really has to do with just this diverse of a jury that we're really seeing. And, this being like one of the first federal trials that I'm covering. I'm not seeing kind of the same things that maybe Xavier Donaldson is seeing, right? Like, he has been practicing law, and I hate to put it this way, since I was like a little kid. And so he's had lots of experience kind of seeing that the diversity pool. I got that out there. But I don't have kind of that same, I guess, relation that he does as being a lawyer, being a criminal defense attorney. And so I understood where his argument was coming from, right? But I also was kind of also wondering, why were they so keen on having this particular juror when altogether this jury pool is very diverse from what I'm seeing? And so I understood his argument, but I also saw kind of both ways when it came to why this particular juror was dismissed. And I think, honestly, the judge made the right decision here.
Let me ask you about Christina Quorum, because we have a question that came in, and you're an expert in this case since you've been following it. And by the way, today, Christina Quorum has maybe come up more in these in this evidence from this summary witness more than throughout this trial. Question from Mikey John. Elizabeth, are you surprised that KK wasn't called to the stand yet?
Yes, absolutely. Like, that, no brainer. I'm truly surprised that she's not being called as a government witness, especially because they have her devices. She could be somebody who could really kind of tie up the loose ends or maybe answer the questions that a lot of us still have in our. And so I'm really surprised that, especially as we're trickling down to the end of the government's case, that the next witness isn't Christina Quorum. And I'm wondering at this point, is it possible the defense might call her? And if the defense does call her, what that could look like. And so I'm really and truly surprised that they're using her devices, the government is, but they're not calling her as a witness. So yes, definitely surprised there.
And we have a question from Alice Thompson about the judge, Judge Arun Subramanian. What has the judge's body language been like? Do you get any vibes as to which side is favored? Well, the judge shouldn't shouldn't favor any side, but do you get I mean, we don't know how he's behaving, what his demeanor's like. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so as far as the judge's demeanor, all across the board from what I've seen so far during this trial and even during the pre-trial hearings, is that he's very fair. Like, it's never a situation where you're kind of like, oh, he's a little pro-government here or he's a little pro-defense here. He really kind of gives both sides their wins when it's applicable, right? And even as in terms of just his body language while listening to the testimony, and if there's an objection from one side. So, for example, if the defense has an objection to the prosecution's line of questioning, he kind of gives the prosecution a little bit of leeway to be like, okay, maybe you want to rephrase that question so that way we can get rid of the objection, so that way we can continue on with the proceedings. And then if there's a point where, there's an objection, there has to be a discussion that's had in the sidebar, he's willing to do a sidebar. And so from the most part, and this should be how every judge kind of operates a courtroom, I think you should always take notes from Judge Arun Subramanian. He is above board, he is fair on both sides, and really it's never a situation where you have to feel like he is, or you think that he is biased in any sort of way.
We get another question to you, Elizabeth, before we have to let you go. This is from Lisa 5472. How was Diddy when they finally said the juror was dismissed?
I think he was a little bit disappointed, I'm not going to lie, especially given the long kind of defense letter that was put in over the weekend, given the arguments that were made by his defense attorneys. Outside of just Xavier Donaldson, it was also, Brian Steele did make a quick argument on Friday, but also Mark Agnifilo too. And so I think from what I could tell of just Diddy's body language and demeanor, it seemed like this was something he was kind of a little upset about as far as this particular juror being dismissed. And so, it's interesting to see kind of how his movements have been so far ever since then, especially because we're seeing so many summary summary witness charts and all of this stuff, and they're putting all the pieces of the puzzle kind of in a chart format to the jury. But he did seem a little down and disappointed by this juror's dismissal today.
Elizabeth, before we dismiss you, before you have to head back into the courtroom, aside from just the kind and positive comments you've been receiving from our viewers, and at least one person who's concerned about when you're actually getting lunch and when you have time to eat, I did want to ask you this question from Shai. Please ask Elizabeth Milner, what is used to block the face of pseudonym witnesses?
What? Oh, they do not block the face of pseudonym witnesses. The witnesses we see inside the courtroom, they're fully present. We can see their faces. We can see their demeanor on the stand. Obviously, as I'm reporting kind of what they had been saying, I have to be extremely careful not to reveal their names. But as far as just any type of shielding that they use to kind of, shield their physical appearance, none of that from what we see. Even in the overflow room, it's not a situation where the people in the overflow room are getting a box or anything like that in terms of covering covering the witness's face. And that's why there's been so many kind of issues after these witnesses have testified, even if it's during a break where people kind of, might have a little bit of loose lips and they'll come out, they'll text their friends or do it in a live stream and reveal the witness's true identity. So there's nothing that we see covering their face. We see them all in full form.
And I appreciate you clarifying that because, when we put up the courtroom sketches and there's a blocked out face, people might believe that there's something that was used to cover their face. That's not the case. You just have to be very careful about not only describing, obviously not their identity, but even some physical characteristics or defining features where people might be able to determine who that person is. Elizabeth Milner, I know you have to jump back in court. Thank you so much. It was great seeing you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so now I want to continue the conversation while we have a few more minutes. Ali, I'll start with you. I get the question all the time. Do you think Sean Combs is going to take the stand? Obviously, it's his decision. But you, at the end of the day, you have to think, does he think it's necessary at this point in the case? What do you think?
I don't think that Sean Combs should testify. I think that it is not beneficial to him at all. I think that he should just let the defense counsel try to put their witnesses together the best they can to try to just help paint the picture of, hey, I was a bad guy, I did bad things, I'm not a criminal. I don't really know how successful that they will be, considering that they have a lot of evidence to refute. As you said, it's an uphill battle. But I don't think that there's anything that he can say that he hasn't already said, right? We talked about the video, we talked about there was been a lot of statements that were made by Sean Combs before he was actually charged with a crime. So I don't think that it's beneficial to him at all to take the stand.
William, I'll throw that question to you as well, but we also got this other question. Let me see if I can find it. It was related to it. Hold on. Where is it? It was a question about whether or not he gets an agreement. Where is it? I'll come back to that question. William, stand by. I'll come back to that question for you. Let me see if I can find it. Afi, let me go to you. This is from Mayo D. Do you think Diddy's aware that Kanye appeared in court last week for him?
Of course he's aware. Diddy is very aware of everything that's happening in social media, in traditional media, as it relates to him. We've seen that he's said things to YouTubers, and he said things or things to bloggers in court. He has a publicist, a media person who is on the ground every day. He's 100% aware. He is a media maven. He's the media man. Yes, he knows.
How about this one? Let me throw this one to you, William, as I try to find the other one. This is from Sandra Jazz. Hi from Romania. Wow, hello from Romania. That's amazing. If Diddy gets charged, probably convicted. If Diddy gets convicted, how much time will he get? By the way, love your show. Thank you so much. William, over to you.
Well, I think it's going to be a substantial sentence. I think the possibility exists that he's going to go to prison for decades. I really do. And I think it's likely that he will see double digits at a minimum. I think we're probably talking about, 20, 30 years if he's convicted across the board.
Remember, it's a minimum 15 years in prison on the sex trafficking charge. So it's really, really significant as we talk about it. Let me go to you, Afi, as we look from, I want to find that question. Okay, let me ask you this. Question from Denise Rose, Afi. This is about, I guess it's about the other not the criminal charges, because this is the only criminal case he's facing, but talk about the civil lawsuits. Elizabeth and Jesse, you guys are the best. Thank you so much. Does anyone know what's going on with the other charges that was brought against him from other women? Nothing has been said about them. Again, I think they're referring to the other civil cases. So if I can tweak that question, what should we expect from those cases as this criminal prosecution continues?
Well, while this is kind of like a parallel situation, you've got civil and criminal. Usually all of the civil matters are stayed until we resolve the criminal matter. And I expect after the criminal matter is resolved, not even dealing with the appeal, but after this initial matter is resolved, don't know if there will be an appeal or not, if there's a conviction or not guilty or, hung jury. After this one is settled, we'll then deal with the civil issues. And I also anticipate a lot more civil matters that are going to be brought up even after this trial. Everything is, I guess, right now just pretty much on hold.
Okay, so we are reviewing everything Diddy Bot. Let's go down through here and see what TMZ is saying about Diddy. Thank you guys for sipping tea with Tanisha Talks Teas Monday day. Remember, when you come in to lift your teacups up to get them filled with some tea of the day. It's Diddy. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, so until my computer catches up or whatever have you, do you guys think Diddy will get the digits in time? And if so, why? Why would someone believe that from the evidence that we've heard so far, Diddy would get double digits in prison? I personally don't believe so. We never know how the tables of justice will land for Diddy. So, yeah. Just based on what I heard, I don't think he'll get that much time.
Of course, I go up to the courtroom because I think that's where Kanye is going. I go up, everyone's, oh my gosh, where's Kanye? Where's Kanye? Apparently, he never even made it inside. He didn't reach the 26th floor.
Kanye West showed up to Diddy's court date, y'all. Let's sip this tea.
And we know that they're close, just a few months.
On Kanyeezy.
Representing Kanye West showing up out at the federal courthouse in New York City. The first time we've seen any of Diddy's celebrity friends in court supporting him. It did not go exactly as Kanye planned, but here was his big
I hear he was throwing out on in the middle.
Kanye West.
Kanye West, true fashion. Stepping out the Maybach, you got Kanye West with the all white denim on, with the sunglasses, with the little hooky thingy, ropey thingy to keep them on your ear. Okay. We remember, Kanye was making a song, and I guess, he opted for his oldest daughter, Wes, to join the song. And apparently it had a verse by Diddy, and Kim Kardashian was not pleased with it at all because of the allegations going around about Diddy, diddling with children, which we have not heard in this trial at all. But yeah, here's Kanye. So we had already had some understanding that Kanye was still fucking with Diddy. So here he is walking up to the courthouse. Let's see what happens next.
Still people celebrating him. which we always talk about as being kind of weird with the things he has espoused. But there he is, walking in all in white, strolling into the courthouse. Bianca not with him. Interesting, because we do know she is in New York with him, but she did not go to the courthouse. And there you see King
you have
Combs.
to wear clothes in a courthouse. And Kanye West's wife is known for being buck naked in the public, nudity, ass, titties out. So, no, she more than likely would not be welcome at the courthouse. She does not wear clothing.
Greeting him outside to go into the courtroom. Now, his plan clearly is to go in and support Diddy. And we know that they're close. Just a few months ago, remember, Kanye dropped a song that featured clips of a prison conversation he'd had with Diddy.
And the idea being essentially that the jury would see him there in support.
And that somehow that would help, although we'll get into whether or not it helps or hurts. We saw the chaos outside of court as he went in, but what happened inside? Our producer, Jacob Wasserman, is actually in court. He's been in the overflow room. What did you see, Jacob? Was there any commotion inside the court? Were people aware that Kanye was coming?
The best way I can compare it is like a big game of hide and go seek. So I was outside when Kanye first came in, and he goes in, and it sounds like he came in with Christian Combs and Donaldson, one of Diddy's attorneys. I guess we caught that on video. I went inside shortly afterwards. Of course, I go up to the courtroom because I think that's where Kanye is going. I go up, everyone's, oh my gosh, where's Kanye? Where's Kanye? Apparently, he never even made it inside. He didn't reach the 26th floor. One of my colleagues who's inside said that basically they were siloed off this entire time, and Kanye wasn't much of a topic inside the courtroom. I usually go to the 2 floors below, which is the overflow room, which is essentially like watching the court case happen on a big TV screen, and everyone thought he was going to come in there. So we go down, and it's like bedlam. Everyone is coming in and out every 5 seconds. They're upping security. At one point, they cleared off a bench in the back and had security standing in front of it. And it sounded like that he was going to come in and sit on that bench and watch it with the rest of us. But one of our PAs, who's also inside the courtroom, went on with a bunch of other journalists to kind of see where is Kanye, because that's what everyone was thinking. Is he in the cafeteria? Is he coming up here? Did he already leave? And what we learned based off talking with several people is it sounds like he was given his own private room, basically his own overflow room, which he was in for about 8 to 10 minutes. And then I assume was like, hey, I didn't come here to be in this private room by myself. I wanted to show face for Diddy and, to the public. And then eventually he left right after. So it was only there for a short period of time. And I'm not sure if other people got access to the overflow room that he was in, but if they did, it wasn't many.
Right. So the jurors never saw him, and Diddy never saw him.
Right. So
no,
you would know.
No, yeah. So the jurors never saw him. The one thing I want to mention is, as I was saying, how I was in the overflow room and everyone's coming in and out, and it's this whole commotion. Nicole Westmoreland, one of Diddy's attorneys, came in and did a sweep. And she was looking, being like, oh, is Kanye here? And eventually left. But it was just kind of hilarious, all these characters that were coming in and out, almost like, again, a big game of hide and go seek. We were all looking for where Kanye was. He apparently was in this overflow room for only a few minutes and headed out.
Where's Kanye? Where's Kanye? Just a lot of commotion for not really much that ended up happening. Jacob, we're going to let you go. I know you got to get back into court. You're just on lunch break at this point. But, keep an eye out. You never know. Maybe Kanye's going to come back.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
I mean, is the idea...
I think they were even worried about the overflow room, because it sounds like they cleared off that bench.
Yeah.
And they were going to bring him in, but they're like, it's going to cause too much commotion in here.
Is the idea of having this anti-Semitic guy as your base helpful to the jury? Is that supposed to be a plus?
No, and you're right. I mean, look, I don't think if you were asking Diddy, which of your celebrity friends do you want to come to court
is my
and
character
sit
witness?
behind you, it's probably not Kanye. But
that's my guy.
He did.
Team Diddy.
he didn't have to deal with that, as it turned out.
Hi, this is Devin from Los Angeles. I can't imagine that Kanye showing up for Diddy is doing what he thinks it's doing. Given his reputation recently, I can't imagine that Diddy would want him anywhere near his trial. But as someone who would love to see the downfall of Diddy, I'm all for it. Go for it, Kanye, by all means. Anything he touches really turns into a dumpster fire. So it's just evil attracting evil.
Except for his bank account, you know, there are some fans, and he seems to make a lot of money in different ways.
That has not been impacted. It does not seem anyway. All right, so we know that Kanye didn't get to see much of the trial. He was only there briefly, but there is testimony going on, and today, one of Diddy's former assistants is on the stand and talking a lot about duties he had to do that certainly maybe not surprising at this point, but you got to feel for these people and what they went through. Cleaning up the hotel rooms after the freak-offs.
Well, you think about all that baby oil.
Yes, which,
and
by the
all
way,
that Astroglide.
There was
it's got to go somewhere.
There was a special agent on the stand who talked about the raids and all the stuff they found. We know, of course, about the hundreds of bottles of baby oil, but also talked about weapons, drugs, ammunition that was found, armor-piercing ammunition, which I always thought, I remember reading that in the indictment going like, why? Why do you have armor-piercing anyway? That was a special agent, but the assistant, who's, I believe, still on the stand, this guy, Jonathan Perez, boy, he needs, talk about hazard pay. This is someone who should have hazard pay.
Yeah, the former assistant, Jonathan Perez, he was Diddy's most recent assistant up until his arrest. And he testified to the fact that at some point, Diddy's videographer found a video on a staff iPad that was usually just accessed by members of his team of Diddy and in the background of a video of Jane having intercourse with one of these male escorts. And so Perez brought that to the attention of Diddy and Christina Karam, who is the former chief of staff. And Diddy was super surprised to see this video, obviously. And 6 months later, we saw a recording that was seized from Christina's phone, and the jury heard this recorded phone call of Christina basically grilling Jonathan about, you know, who else saw this video and what is this about? We want to make sure that this is all controlled. Jonathan also mentioned someone accessing the iCloud at that time that they saw the video from somewhere else in Florida. So it was super interesting, the timing of all of that.
And what's the deal with honey?
Yeah, there was something about
Right.
honey he testified about, which I've never heard of this.
A new ingredient just launched in these freak-offs, and that is honey. According to Jonathan, he would bring not only food and liquor to the hotel rooms to set up, he would also bring honey, which he testified and confirmed that it's a male libido enhancement.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Did not know. Learning so many things.
That just made my daily yogurt a little more interesting.
A lot of this testimony just seems like color. There's a little bit of freak shaming going on by giving all these details about, you know, honey that was brought to these. But the key part of the testimony to me is that he says he had to clean up the hotel rooms very assiduously and get everything, nothing could be left behind. And I think that goes more towards the embarrassment it might cause, maybe his frame of mind, maybe some of the things that were left behind being incriminating in any type of way.
Or just that he didn't want
was a huge deal.
Or just that he clearly didn't want his lifestyle to be known to the public. And really, you know, we wouldn't have known, certainly not in this detail, were he not arrested and standing trial here. In fact, Derek, what was the thing about Jonathan Perez cleaning up at one point, and he was on the phone with someone? He said that he had slipped and fell a couple of times. He didn't. Did he say it was because of baby oil or Astroglide?
So he said that he got a text from Christina while he was cleaning up, and she was asking how it was going. And he said, quote, slipped and fell twice, and had testified a few minutes earlier that the cleanup entailed a lot of towels and sheets and baby oil.
Yeah, and lots of fluids at that
hazard pay
party.
Hazard pay. Oof. I wish they should have had him testify to that. What were you getting paid, Mr. Perez?
Hi, Gloria, New Jersey. Boy, every day there's something new with this Diddy trial. And I see why they call it the freak off, because this is some of the most freaky stuff that I've ever heard of. And I'm just hoping for the victims' healing and even the cleanup crew. I hope that they're not too traumatized after all of this. I can't imagine having to go in after someone and make this cleanup. This is outrageous. It's very wild stuff, just very, very freaky. Never heard of something.
I think your reaction is the reaction that a lot of jurors are going to have. Now, whether that means that he's guilty, not necessarily, just means he's leading a life that most people would never, ever know anything about.
That was a great call. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. We are going to take a break. When we come back, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce out and about again and taking in another game.
All right, that was a little update from TMZ on Diddy. Kanye West made a surprise appearance at Diddy's ex trafficking trial. Okay, apparently he was in his own room to get his update on whatever tea is on Diddy, and then he got the fuck out of the courthouse. Okay. So, yeah. Let's see what else. TMZ is reporting on Diddy. Thank you guys for sipping tea with Tanisha. We're going in on Diddy until the end of the nitty gritty. Okay. Diddy trial updates, y'all. It's a lot going on. As y'all heard the last young lady say, okay, this is wild and a mess.
Well, I've slipped and fell twice. He didn't say what he slept and fell in, but if you have that much lube and that much baby oil, you can kind of figure it out.
And we've seen...
Hey everybody, Charles here. Day 23 in Diddy's federal trial. And we learned a little bit about post-freak-off slip and falls. It happened to someone.
From the hotel rooms and stuff, y'all. Disgusting. Okay? It looks like a nightmare in there. It doesn't look like anyone enjoyed themselves.
We will explain what they were slipping and falling in just a little bit later. Stick around for that.
Their sixth sense of, intimate enjoyment. Everyone has their right to live according to how they want to live, as long as they're not hurting or harming anyone, endangering anyone. So that's their business. But just from a onlooker's point of view, it looks disgusting. So whatever. Oh, okay. As we're catching up to the stream, it looks gross. We saw pictures of the hotel room. Things broken everywhere. Lube.
He was not the person everyone was talking about today, at least for a while. It was a different celebrity. His buddy, Ye. Kanye West showed up at the federal courthouse in New York today, and what an appearance it was.
Come on. Every time the wind blows, so does my internet. I don't know why.
Made a big entrance. He did not come in at the beginning of the day, and in fact, it was a little unclear whether he'd even be able to get into court because testimony had already begun. But he rolled up, got out of his car, walked in, all head to toe in white denim, and then was met at the door by Diddy's son, King Combs. But when he went inside, I think things did not go the way that Ye expected them to go. Obviously, he's going there because he wants to show support for Diddy, and really, he would be the first of his celeb friends to show any support, any public support at least, for Diddy, and the only celeb who would have shown up at court to support him. But he did not get to go into the courtroom. He walked into the courthouse.
That's got to be a feeling, right? To be the man that Diddy is, the person in the world, in life that Diddy is, and nobody comes to court for you but your mom and your children. I think his baby mama showed up, one of the older sons, right? Because the girls and the one son that he raised, that's Albie Shore's son, they're grown. So their mother's deceased, and Kim Porter. And then there's another one's son's mother that came in on crutches. So, I mean, that's got to be something to be Diddy, right? To be Diddy. And like nobody knows the trouble you've seen type situation as you sit in court facing life in prison. So, people, all the, prosecutors and lawyers on the outside looking in want to judge the case and say, like that's wild. That's gotta be a feeling that nobody ever wants to feel, right? Just sitting somewhere in the eye of the storm and nobody, is there turning out for you. Nobody, buddy.
And then was told that he couldn't go into the courtroom and he'd have to go into the overflow room. Now, the overflow room is where they have a lot of other reporters, media gathered watching, essentially just watching the trial on a big TV. And we're told from our reporter, Jacob was in that overflow room. That's where he watches every day. And there was a big commotion in there. They actually, the deputies came in, they cleared off a bench at the back of that room, and it seemed like that's where they were expecting Kanye to watch. But then there were a lot of people coming in and out, and even some of Diddy's attorneys stuck their head in kind of looking for Ye. Didn't see him in there. Well, it turns out what the deputies decided was that it was just going to be too much of a commotion, too much of a distraction if you were sitting in that room with all the other media. I mean, let's be honest. If you're a reporter and you're in that room, you're no longer looking at the trial. You're watching Ye to see how he's reacting to things that are being said in the trial. So they decided to not bring him in there. He got his own private overflow room. And he was only there, so he sat down in there with King Combs, but he was only there for about 10 minutes. If you know anything about Ye, once he realized that there wasn't going to be this big show of him walking into court and everyone gasping and, him trying to wave to Diddy or whatever it is, that once that was not happening, he decided he was out of there. He literally was in the overflow room for about 10 minutes and then walked out and was gone. Didn't have anything to say when he left, and that was it. So, with that whole circus out of the way, what actually happened in the trial today? Only two witnesses on the stand, and one of them, the first was a special agent, Andre Lamont, and he ran through a lot of things that we already knew about the raids. He was going over basically an inventory of things that they found at the LA home during the raid. Talked about weapons, talked about drugs, ketamine, ecstasy, and the weapons. Aside from the guns, he also talked about the ammo that was found and that it was armor-piercing bullets that they found there, which we had known that from the indictment. It always seemed weird to me that Diddy would need that kind of ammunition, but he didn't really get into what it could be used for, just talked about this is what they found. Then there was something that I guess you could say is a bit of maybe freak-off shaming, you could call it. We've all heard about the baby oil. We've heard about the personal lubricant that was found and the amounts that were found. But he went through the numbers, and I guess you feel like maybe the prosecutors felt like they've probably heard about this, we need to let the jury know what was found there, because if we don't bring it up, they're going to be going, wait a second, remember all that stuff we heard about baby oil? How come that didn't come up in the trial? So the special agent said they found 200 bottles of baby oil. 200. This is just in the LA home. And lube, 900.
So, if we're wondering why we cannot find baby oil or why baby oil is $8 a bottle, it's because of Diddy.
100 bottles.
Some of them.
I can't even imagine, how did he order 900 bottles of lube? It's mind-boggling. Anyway, they covered that, and then they moved on. The next person on the stand was Jonathan Perez, and Jonathan was a former assistant for Diddy, and he reported, at least he said for a time, reported directly to Christina Karam, who is the chief of staff, former chief of staff for Diddy. Now, what Jonathan was talking about was what he had to do as an assistant. Now, he said that this was only about 1% of his responsibilities. That seems, if this is only 1%, I'm not sure what else they had this guy doing. But he talked about king nights. Now, we've heard Cassie call them freak-offs. We've heard Jane call them hotel nights. The employees, at least, Jonathan testified, knew them as king nights. That's the way it was described to him by Christina, that every now and then Diddy would have these king nights where he would stay at a hotel with a woman. Jonathan said that it was usually Jane when he was setting these things up. And he talked about what the setup was about, that they would get enough supplies in there for about 12 to 24 hours of fun for Diddy and whoever else was in there. And he wanted 12 to 24 hours where he wouldn't have to call Jonathan or any other assistants, that he could just be there without bothering anybody. Things they had to set up: food, liquor, music, red lights, condoms, lube, and sometimes honey. And this was interesting. I think a lot of the things you hear about honey and what it's good for in your health. I hadn't heard this one, but said that Diddy would have honey as part of the setup because it enhances the libido. So there's some news you can use. Beyond that, Jonathan talked about drugs that he would have to set up. He said sometimes he would get Xanax, cocaine, and Molly. He said only about a handful of times from, and here's a couple of colorful characters to add to the mosaic of this trial. He said the dealers that he would get it from were people named Guido and Baby Girl. Pretty sure those were not their given names, just their professional names. But he talked about all of that set up. And then let's talk about the aftermath, because if Jonathan had to go in and set up for all of this and then 12 to 24 hours, maybe even longer, we've heard testimony that sometimes these went as long as 3 days. But he said he would also have to go in and clean up the hotel rooms. And he talked about a text exchange that he had with Christina, who was asking how the cleanup was going. And he texted back to her, well, I've slipped and fell twice. He didn't say what he slept and fell in, but if you have that much lube and that much baby oil, you can kind of figure it out. When you hear all these things that Jonathan had to do, you just go like, God, I hope this guy was getting some hazard pay. He did testify as to what his salary was, so you can decide if this would be enough for you. He said he started out at $80,000 a year. That's nothing to sneeze at, and actually went up to $100,000. But man, cleaning up after those freak-offs. Anyway, $80,000 to $100,000. That's what he said his salary was. And then on cross-examination, this was interesting because they
so let's pause it right there, sippers. What do you guys think? $80,000 to $100,000 a year to clean up Diddy's excrements and everything extra for the freak-offs. Would you do it? Drop your answers in the chat and let me know. We are reviewing everything Diddy trial. Remember, when you come in, hold your teacups up, get them filled up. We are sipping Diddy teas today. And like and subscribe. That's how you show your blessing back to the channel.
Jonathan talk about the fact that one, he had many other responsibilities. The King Knights were just a small part of that. And they asked him also how he felt about Diddy. And he said, actually, he was asked this by the prosecutors, which is also interesting, that the prosecutors asked him how he felt about Diddy today. And he said, I feel great about him, the same way I felt when I was leaving my employment, which is an odd thing after all those things he just said he had to do, which you would think would be very distasteful. He said he still felt great about Diddy. He said that on cross-examination, he had never seen him be violent with anyone, and that, which I thought was an odd thing to ask him because, I mean, we all, as part of this testimony, we've seen the Cassie video, the jurors have seen it, they know about it.
Okay, so if this is the same Jonathan, y'all, we covered a piece of a couple of interviews he's done on some shows that he's done. We did one like 2 weeks ago where he said Diddy forced him to have sex with a woman. Okay, he has, said in interviews otherwise about Diddy that he did not say on the witness stand. I wonder why that is. Because in a testimony that he gave, or not testimony, in a interview that he did, go back a couple weeks ago, it's in one of my long ass Diddy reviews. But anyway, you can find it, just Google, Jonathan interviews or whatever. He did an interview overseas somewhere in like France or some fucking where he, Ella, mommy's talking Diddy stuff and I don't want to go. And he, was saying things about how it wasn't so pleasant to work for Diddy, especially doing all of these extra, things of that nature as far as the freak-offs were concerned, the King Knights, as Diddy had him call him or whatever. He was always having to be out late at night, any time of the day or night, scouting for drugs, scouting for prostitutes, cleaning up after it, and it was overworked and underpaid. Now he's saying a different tune. I wonder why that is.
Why doesn't matter that Jonathan never saw him hit a woman or anybody else, but they had him talk about that. And then he talked about some text messages between himself and Jane where they were talking about the things he needed to pack up, that Jane would ask him to pack up for these King Knights. And I think that was interesting because what they wanted to point out was that Jane was involved in setting up these things. And again, this is all about trying to make it clear that she was into this lifestyle and Diddy was not forcing her into that. That was what the defense got clear to the jury on cross-examination. So winners and losers. Today I got to say it's prosecutors, because they got back to, after several days of Jane being cross-examined and really making it murky for the jurors as to whether or not she was forced into this lifestyle or not. Today you just had people talking about the bad things, right? You had the special agent talking about all these things they found, the ammunition, the drugs, probably not that shocking to the jury anymore, but certainly the ammunition and certain firearms that had serial numbers scratched off. All of that just looks really shady, so that's bad. And then you have Jonathan detailing everything he had to go through as an employee of Diddy's. All that stuff isn't good. It's just not good for the character of Diddy. It's not good for what he was making employees and people in his organization do. And that's gonna inch closer to racketeering. I don't think the prosecutors have fully shown their cards on that yet, but today I would say the prosecutors were the winners. Next week, we are expecting the testimony of Brendan Paul, a guy whose face you probably remember when the raids went down. He got arrested after the raid in Florida when they went on Diddy's private jet. He was the so-called drug mule and who was arrested and charged, but those charges have been dropped. perhaps because it was a first offense, it was a state charge, state crime. And they made a point when they dropped those charges of saying the federal prosecutor said, we did not strike a deal with this guy. The charges were not dropped because we are letting him off of testifying. He is expected on the stand next week, and I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say about what he had to do under Diddy's employ. So looking forward to that next week, and maybe the prosecution will be wrapping up their case, and then we'll get to see who Diddy's team wants to call to the stand.
All right, that was some updates from TMZ. Thank you, TMZ. Okay. Let's keep it moving. Chaos in the courtroom, Diddy trial, TMZ. But no, like I said, while my computer's catching up, thank you, sippers. Remember, drop your teacups in the chat. Let us know how you are sipping this tea from Diddy. Would you guys be willing to clean up hotel rooms left by Diddy for 80 to 100 grand
Hey everybody,
a year?
Charles here. Welcome to day 22 of Diddy's trial, and boy, was it a soap opera today.
Well, my computer's catching up. I'm not going to hold you, say, a regular hotel maid or somebody making $30,000 a year.
The saga of Jane is over after a total of 6 days on the stand.
I don't know. My computer is taking a little bit of time to catch up. Anywho, we're sipping on teas Diddy today. Lots of stuff coming out, a lot of stuff going in. The trial, like Kanye, coming in and going right the fuck back out. I think that's what a lot of this.
She is done, but she went out. I won't say she went out with a bang. That seems insensitive, but she did tell a story that caused all sorts of meetings outside of court without the jury present. Big kerfuffle over whether or not what she could tell about this story, about something that happened in Vegas. And this quote has everything to do with that Vegas meeting. How could you go to another man's freak off? Yes, that is something that Diddy said. We'll get to that other freak off just a bit. But first, Jane's last day on the stand. So she began the day under cross-examination, and there were a lot of questions about her and Diddy and this fight that they had in June of 2024. We've told you about this. This was the one where Jane says that he chased her around the house, kicked in several doors, and then she had to run several blocks away and hide. And that when she came back to the house, he was still there, and that she ended the night, she says that he basically forced her to perform oral sex on a male escort who came over. So, speaking about that night, she said that things really got heated because Diddy saw her phone and that there was there were text messages with this guy Anton. Anton is an entertainer, male escort that Diddy and Jane had been with in the past, and that he had seen these text messages between the two of them during January of 2024. And during January of 2024, Jane and Diddy were on a break. Just to give you the timeline to go back, Cassie files her lawsuit in November of 2023. And then after Jane reads the lawsuit, she feels like this is, her whole life that she's reading. She and Diddy go on a break. So this was the event that caused all this, a meeting between prosecutors, Diddy's attorney, and the judge in chambers. This had nothing to do, the jury did not even know this went. And it was a very long meeting at the beginning of the day. The reason this was being discussed is because Jane has all the information about this story, and we're going to tell you what happened in Las Vegas in a moment. But she has all this information, and all we know at this point is that she has testified that she was in Vegas and there was a very famous rapper who she had traveled to Vegas with. Now, the defense really, really wants the name of this rapper to come out in court. And the prosecutors are saying, no, there's no reason for this, Your Honor. There's no reason to put this person's name out there. It's not relevant to this case. But Mark Agnifilo is arguing very strongly that this should come out because during this event, which we'll get to, I know I keep teasing, I'm sorry. But during this event, he says there were 7 or 8 other people in the room. They all know about this. And he says people are going to post about it on social media. The name is going to be out there. And he says that the public deserves, that all of this deserves to come out in a public trial. That it shouldn't just be talked about on social media. If it's going to be out there, it needs to be in the trial and the jury needs to know about it. Well, government won. Prosecutors convinced the judge that there was no reason to put the name out there. So, sad part is we can't tell you the name because it did not come out in court. But here's what happened during that January 2024 incident. Jane says that she got on a private jet. So it's the 3 of them traveling to Vegas on this rapper's jet. The rapper, his significant other, and Jane. And when they get to Vegas, they bump into Anton. Anton is at the party that is going on. And Anton is, of course, one of the male escorts that has been with Jane and Diddy in the past. They are in Vegas and they go into, at some point they're in a hotel room. And as Jane describes it, there are 7 or 8 people standing around watching Anton have sex with a woman, not the rapper's significant other and not Jane. So they're all partying, watching this happen in this hotel room. Jane says that she's talking to this rapper, and the rapper tells her at some point that he would really like to have sex with her, not in those words, and that she, at some point, flashes everybody in the room just because, I don't know, just because you're in Vegas, she was having a good time. So why was the defense fighting so hard for this to come out? I think, and we don't know for sure, that the defense wanted the name to come out because if this person is as famous as Jane is making it out to be, that becomes a big spectacle. It also perhaps makes Jane look like it discredits her because maybe to the jury it looks like, oh, she wasn't with Diddy for a while and then she decided to glom on to this other famous rapper, so maybe it makes her look like a gold digger. Anyway, she didn't get to say the name, so it's not an issue for the jury. But still, the jury does know it's a famous rapper, so they may have accomplished that anyway. So now that story is out about the Vegas incident. All right, so now cut to June 2024, the night that they have this knockdown, drag-out brawl where he's kicking indoors and everything. After the physical violence ends, Jane says that they are laying on a bed and Diddy is saying to her, "You are gonna have sex tonight with Anton. Give me your phone." He says he's gonna text Anton from Jane's phone. And as he's going through her phone to get to Anton's text, he sees some old text between Jane and Anton where there's a reference to a mutual friend, and Diddy demands to know who that mutual friend is, and that's when Jane reveals what happened in Vegas to Diddy. And that's what, once she tells that whole story, he looks, how could you go to another man's freak off? Kind of like he's saying, this was our thing, right? You were only supposed to do freak offs with me. Now you've gone to another man's freak off, though I don't know if it's fair to say that that incident in Vegas was a freak off, because as Jane testified, we have no idea if the rapper ever actually got involved with any of the sex that was going on there, or if the rapper even had sex with Jane. She did not testify to that. And then Diddy gets very upset, and his response to this is, "You have to have sex with Anton tonight." And she said, "I didn't want to." And then he got close to her, and this is, we've already told you about this, when he said to her, "Is this coercion?" She says she took the ecstasy pill and ends up performing oral sex on Anton. So this whole thing about who the rapper is and what Jane was doing in Vegas and Diddy's reaction to it, listen, this is good for the defense, right? Because no matter how you paint this, the jury, even though they don't know the name, the jury is going to think, well, here she is just off, having another sex party with someone else. This is just what she does. She's into it. Even when Diddy's not around, she's into this sort of thing. So he wasn't forcing her into this life, into this lifestyle. That's the way it's certainly going to come across. Now, if you stop right there, you'd have to say the defense wins today, right? Because they were successful in discrediting Jane. They were successful in making it seem like Jane was not forced into this lifestyle and was not sex trafficked by Diddy. I will just say this, that once the cross-examination was over, the prosecutors, Maureen Comey, goes in for a redirect. And at the end of this, I think you just feel sorry for Jane. I don't know how you can't. But the prosecutors then said to Jane, I want you to read this text message. It's between Jane. Jane tells Diddy, "I know what you want, but I'm not really in the mood for that. Don't want to make you mad, but I'm not into that." Diddy says to her, "All good." So again, the point here is Jane did tell Diddy that she didn't want to do these things, and he would find ways to still try to persuade her or convince her, give her drugs, and put her into this lifestyle. And she went on to say that there's a text message that Jane sent to Diddy. This is toward the end of their relationship. She said, "It's been 3 years of me having to blank strangers. I'm tired. Sex is sacred to me and I can't be used like this anymore. I just wanted to make you happy, but it's creating a war inside me. I need a break. I can't be in another hotel room doing drugs and performing exhausted sex for days." So on redirect, the prosecutors really made it clear this was not something Jane wanted. She admits that she was, in her own words, stupid, thinking that the more she did these hotel nights with him, that there was a better chance that he was really going to love her, that he was going to treat her like his other girlfriends, take them on trips, and post photos. She makes the point that at the end of their relationship, she never got anything that she could even post that she was in a relationship with him. Meanwhile, all these other women did. I just feel really sorry for Jane. Whether or not she was forced, I think the defense did a good job saying that she wasn't, but and that for that reason, yes, the defense are the winners today. But man, at the end of this, you just feel sorry for Jane. Tomorrow, Jane is done. Tomorrow we expect there's going to be a special agent.
Rhino pills.
After that, you better get on your job.
100 bottles of Astroglide. A scene out of The Shining. Dirty Diddy? What the cuck? Looked like a crackhead.
You are the crack pipe. That's my name for you, crack pipe.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being straight out to the courthouse. Standing by, Tisa Tells.
All right, we're going to sip some tea with Nancy Grace. You know, we have been sipping tea with Nancy Grace here since the Diddy trial started. I've always watched Nancy Grace. I've always admired Okay, we're going to tea from Nancy Grace. Thank you guys. We've been here all day sipping Diddy teas. You know, we have to go through all of our resources to get the tea. So we get the best tea from everybody that's boots on the ground, ears to the wall, cups to the wall. Okay, listening in on the Diddy trial because it is a Fed case. So, you know, they do not allow the public in, cameras in, media, right? So Nancy Grace, I've always shown homage to her. She, you know, represents woman rights, and you know, she's a big advocate for protecting women. So of course she's not going to be happy with the diddler at all. However, nonetheless, she's a great person to sip tea from. I don't like Diddy. Don't get me wrong. I'm just listening to the facts of the case, trying to tie them into the RICO charges. And for me, not so much. However, I don't agree with any of the other, you know, carryings on of Diddy. This is Nancy Grace. Let's listen in.
By Tisa Tells, pop culture commentator and star of Tisa Tells on YouTube. Tisa, thank you for being with us. Tell me, first of all, what happened in court today?
Nancy, today the court was a pure circus. Kanye West actually showed up and turned the courthouse into pandemonium. By the way, we did speak to him. We were not able to get exclusive, but he is expected to be in here all next week. So Nancy, you know I'm going to get the exclusive for you. Aside from that, Diddy was caught not again by the prosecution. The prosecution brought it up to the judge. Brian Still actually stood up and said he vouches his personal integrity, that he did not see Diddy nodding. The only thing is, I was 100% looking at Diddy and saw him turn around and look to his supporters, meaning his family in the back, and nod vigorously. The prosecution wanted him to know that's still a point of testimony. If you don't know, now you know, and they want him to knock it off.
Tisa Tells, you know it's bad when Jimmy Kimmel gets a mouthful of your rear end, right? He bit right into Sean Combs, talking about having his children attend the trial is not the, quote, ideal take your family to work day. Is the family still sitting in the courtroom? The children hearing about 3 male sex workers entertaining him, their father, Sean Combs?
Oddly enough, every single time the Combs children heard devastating, disgusting, perverse testimony about their father, okay, the next day they were MIA. I don't know if it's because they needed to go back to their happy place and wash that visual out about the man that they love, respect, the supposed to guide. Or maybe they look at the social media just like we do and see that the public thinks it's actually weird that a family we once thought were the most loving, close family literally will sit there and look the other way when they hear about horrible abuse and depravity with women that they largely knew for. Let's think about Cassie. She was there with Diddy for 10 years. Let's look at Jane Doe. She was there for Diddy for 4 years. These are women that they should know of some type of connection with. Again, very, very odd.
Now joining us from the Monahan Federal Courthouse is Lauren Conlon, star of Pop Crime TV on YouTube, investigative reporter. Lauren Conlon, thank you for being with us. What's your takeaway of what happened in court today?
I did confirm with Diddy's very close friend who is in the courtroom every day that Kanye, he could have gone into the courtroom. Now, the federal marshal said his name was not on this list, and they are very strict about this list. However, Diddy's friend said that Kanye would have been able to go in. However, he chose not to because he didn't want to be a distraction or a big fuss in the courtroom. So he did decide to go to the overflow room for about 20 minutes just to show his support.
What's the word on juror number 6?
Court started out this morning by raising the issue of juror number 6. And this issue, it's not as salacious or as crazy as I think a lot of us had initially thought. It really stems from this juror not living in the district that they had originally indicated. And I guess this came up during a casual conversation between he and a member of the jury staff. And he volunteered this information, which the jury staffer just that it was different from what he had said in the voir dire or what he saw on transcripts. And the judge had noted that this juror was questioned twice about this, and everything appeared to be fine. However, the government thought maybe there were some type of traces of deceit. They were not sure. And the defense said, look, if you want to get rid of this juror, this is one of our 4 black jurors here, so this is racial bias. And the judge said, look, I think the reasonable thing to do here is to get this juror back and question him again, which would be for the 3rd time. He also said that there is no evidence of racial bias. This has nothing to do with that. This was just an issue raised by a jury staffer. And again, it seems like it was just a misunderstanding about, him moving or something. But the defense strongly objects to having this witness questioned for the 3rd time. They think that it will affect deliberations and it feels about being there. And Alexandra Shapiro also said, look, Your Honor, if this is about an appellate issue, if Mr. Combs gets convicted and we leave this juror on the jury, we waive all appeals when it comes to this specific issue. And she even deferred to Mr. Combs in the courtroom, and the judge looked at Diddy, and Diddy said, I'm waiving it, and he actually waved his hands in the air. So the way they left this issue was that the judge would most likely question the juror at the end of the day rather than the beginning of the day, and not disrupt anything and make him feel singled out once again.
Lauren, how do you believe the witnesses held up?
Andre Lamont took the stand, and there were some evidentiary issues earlier about the guns that were found in Mr. Combs' LA home specifically. This special agent in particular, noted that he couldn't or not the guns they found, and there were 6 guns, were found in this gun safe, which was really important to the defense. They wanted to relay this. He didn't just have guns laying all around the house. And Agnifilo even raised the question of, should we have this witness here at all? Essentially, they were able to work it out where the defense would issue a line of questioning around the safe and where these guns were and the calls behind what happens when HSI raids a home with the SRT team, etc. So during the cross-examination, Agnifilo made sure to get all the points out about the guns. So, and the biggest point, again, that he wanted to make here was that the guns, and again, there were 6 of them, Glock, about 5 AR-15s, one of them was defaced, and he made it very clear these guns were found in the security room. This is operated only by security, and they're gun safe. And the special agent testified that yes, when the SRT team comes in, they are trained to make sure that a home is safe. So they take these guns out, they dismantle them, and then they set them down, and then the photographs are taken. The evidence that we saw seized by this HSI agent, we saw again 6 weapons, firearms. One was defaced. He thought it was defaced with maybe a sander because it was smooth. And there was a baggie of MDMA in a safe and 6 envelopes of K. And then they seized 2 bottles of Astroglide. And let me tell you, this Astroglide was found in about 10 boxes in the garage. They look like giant Costco boxes or something that you would order off Amazon. And it was really interesting when Agnifilo did his cross-examination. He said, Special Agent Lamont, you've testified that you've done between 50 and 60 raids because, or raids pertaining to human trafficking because you work in that department. And he said, yes. And he said, how many times have you seized Astroglide and baby oil during a human trafficking raid? And he said, once. And it was this time. So Agnifilo just said, okay, and the baby oil and the Astroglide, it was everywhere in the house, wasn't it? And he said, yes. And he said, and the guns, they were only in the security room. So that was Agnifilo's little mic drop moment. And then Diddy's assistant from 2021 to 2024, Jonathan Perez, took the stand. He just started his cross-examination, and he was testifying the same thing that we had really heard from every other assistant, that he helped set up hotel rooms, he got condoms, he got lube, he went to the sex store to buy materials. We saw text messages between Jonathan and KK on how to set up different rooms. He talked about getting weed with another assistant. And before he took the stand, we did see him get his immunity order granted.
All right, people getting immunity, everybody, all throughout the Diddy trial. Y'all stay glued to your seat. We are going to review the Armand Wiggins interview with one of the ex-workers for Diddy, y'all. Hold tight. Hold tight. Let's listen to Gene Deal's ass. Gene Deal's ass was down to the Diddy trial, girl, hitting Donata upside the head. Somebody was saying, girl, I don't know what the fuck going on. But not for nothing, it's crazy. But let's listen to a little tea on what Gene Deal talking about with Diddy shit. Now, y'all know Gene Deal. Gene Deal is the former bodyguard of Diddy. He been all over the internet talking his tales. He done wrote a book about his times with Diddy as his personal bodyguard. People speculate that if Gene was so close to Diddy, was he ever involved? He claims not to be involved in any type of freak offs or nothing. But he does claim to be close to Diddy around the time Diddy managed Biggie. So he has, his testament to those times and trials, y'all. This is Gene Deal listening to shocking voicemails Diddy sent famous rapper Baby Mama. Let's listen in.
These voicemails by Puffy that he sent. Listen to the first one where he calls her, crack pipe. That's the nickname he gave her because the sex was so good and he was addicted to it.
Hey, baby, we had a great time. Stay in the light. It's all good. Get your rest. You are the pipe. That's my new name for you, pipe. Or should I call you CP? But yeah, I want you to stay in the light. You know what I'm saying? We had a very, very good time together. Like so much fun. So much fun. Now go rest up. Get in your bag. You know what I'm saying? Got your contract. Find a nice little spot. Put your mind at ease. And yeah, I had a great time. And I really, really want you to get some rest. I didn't know about you throwing up and all that. That's when I was like, hold up a second. All right, get some rest, baby. Love. So if you come in for 24 hours, yeah, you always wanted to set some up. So now you got the opportunity. So set some up for tomorrow night. That last vision we had was Dawn and ATL. See you put it together, baby.
Who that? Papa Pimp Diddy Papa Pimp Diddy Diddy Pop. Diddy done turned to a straight pimp, huh, man? That's crazy. He was calling honey crack pipe. He was calling her crack pipe, man. He said it was like crack deal. Oh my God, man. Yo, but listen here, man. They got to stop throwing old boy name under the at that. He has stopped dealing with honey for a long time. You understand? Because you have a child by somebody, that don't mean that person represents you. You understand? She was a sperm donor. Basically. You understand? I feel sorry for the child. You know what I'm saying? I feel sorry for what the son might have to go through. You feel me? You understand? But, everybody's, because he who he is, I think half of us know who he is. Half of us know who he is. And 50% of us don't know who he is. But he don't have nothing to do with Honey, other than the fact that he's trying to safeguard his son because that's his son's mother. You understand what I'm saying? That's some whole psychological shit, man, that could F a kid up for life, bruh. That could F a kid up for life. But did he sound like some kind of Timu pimp on there? You understand? He sound like one of them Timu pimps. No game at all. But that's how he could talk to you. When you got a lot of money, I guess you could talk like that. But that shit was crazy corny, man. But they used that in court because they was talking about coercion. You understand? And by him, leading them into that and having them like that, they were showing that, he was Papa Pimp, Diddy Pimp, Papa Diddy Pimp. And that's what they got out of that shit, bro. That's crazy right there. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? But I just feel bad for the kid, bro. You understand? I feel bad for her for having to think that she had to put herself in that type of position, you know what I'm saying? And allowing a man to coerce you to be in that type of position when you had other avenues that you probably could have went down. No, Diddy, go down, went down. You know what I mean? So my whole thing about it was this, bro. She was taping everything. It seemed like when she got so many tapes, it's a lot of tapes that they ain't let come in, bro. She has tapes on old boy that the trial would have been over. The trial would have been over. But they didn't let those things come in there. You could hear part of it, they stop it, then they say, the defense team will jump up and say, objection, objection, this, that, and the third. When the prosecutor, there's certain things they try to sneak in or have her talk about and hope that the defense will go down that road. But this trial would have been over a long time. And I still predict that he's going to ask them for a deal. He didn't take the first one. He's going to ask them for a deal. The only reason he hadn't did it yet, bro, the only reason he ain't asked for a deal yet is because he know they trying to take all his They trying to take whatever money Combs Global made, Bad Boy made, and bring it. If they didn't have that as being a part of this whole trial thing, he probably would have took the time. But because they saying that he used his money from his organizations, his companies, his incorporations, that they want to take everything because he uses money to commit crimes. So that don't sound like no boardroom shit. That sounds like some straight Timu pimp shit.
And listen to this second one where, he leaves a voicemail, mad that she was ignoring him.
Hey, I really don't know what's going on with you, but I just want to just give you a heads up that I'm about to really disappear on you. You feel me? I'm not going to be playing these games with you at all, at all. So I don't know. You think you silent treating me And you think I'm gonna be, nah. You'll have a rude awakening. You'll just have silence. And ain't nobody threatening you. And I ain't trying to go back and forth with no woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I ain't got no time for no motherfucking games. Where my life is at right now, I don't have no time for no games, baby girl. Me and you could be mad. I can have a spat. We can have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really that's all it is. Cause you got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice. Hey, so either you go in the direction of like moving on and shit like that, or you like just like have me just keep moving. Ain't no threat. I'm just being clear. I can't do this shit with you every time you get upset.
Papa Diddy, Papa Diddy, Pimp, Papa Diddy, Pimp, Pimp, Papa Diddy, Pimp, Pop, or Diddy, Puff Daddy. And lost his damn mind. Man, listen, he having a conversation with somebody that he dealing with right there, man. But I still don't see how that should affect somebody that somebody left alone. You understand? And had he not be who he was, people wouldn't be saying nothing about it. You understand? If it was just another Joe Blow who gave her a baby, nobody would be saying nothing like he should feel a certain way. I don't think he should feel a certain way for her and about her. I think he should feel a certain way that she allowed this dude to make her in something that she probably had in her. She probably had that in her already. And because if a dude like Puff can bring it out of you, you understand what I'm saying? You know, you had it in you anyway. That's money and that's prestige that's got you doing crazy shit. You understand what I'm saying? That ain't got nothing to do with what he's talking about. You understand? That ain't got nothing to do with game. You know what I'm saying? And then he's talking about, yo, you got a job. So evidently, they came up with some kind of contractual agreement that she has to do certain things. And he can't say that that's not a threat when he said, yo, you just come up silence. If you coming up silence, what you're dead? You know what I'm saying? That could be taken in a lot of different directions. Because then after he said you come up silent, and then he said, that ain't no threat. When somebody threaten you and say that ain't no threat, it's a threat. You understand? He dead wrong for that one. But to answer your question, I don't think old boy, other than something may have to do with the safety of his son, give two shits in the shake about what was going down with old girl.
Thank you.
I don't think he have a problem with that
Thank you.
at all. You understand?
If that's what you want
That's
to do.
Diddy talking to somebody he's dealing with. That's Diddy's talking to somebody that's working for him, because evidently she's working for him. She's doing free calls for him, whether she like it or not.
But can you imagine how her baby daddy feel listening to that, bro?
No, I can't imagine how he feel, bro. Because when you don't give a F about somebody, you don't have no feelings about them. Why would he have any feelings about that? You understand? You know, I don't understand how when you move on, you move on. You understand? You put certain things in God's hands and you move on. Dude don't have no feelings for her. If he did, he had enough money, he had enough time that he could have probably scooped her back up if he wanted her. I don't believe he wanted her. He was blessed with a son from her. Move on. I don't think it should be an issue. I don't think people should be coming up like that. And then I know what people gonna say. And Gene always taking up for or Gene is Gene always taking up. You gotta cut that out, bro. You hear me? You gotta cut that out. All right? All right? Yo, Gene, I'm gonna do it a different way. Gene always taking up for 50% of them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Them dudes. Gene always take up for 50% of them guys, man. You understand? But, you know, it ain't that. It's just the fact that, you know, you could tell in his life he moved on from that and he taking care of his son and he don't have nothing to do with this. You know what I'm saying? His beef is with, you know, more so you only doing this to spite me. You only treating this lady like this because you got a problem with me and you can't get at me. So you're going to take it out on my son's mother. And if my son is hurting from this, this is the only problem he would be having. You understand? If my son is hurting from this, if his son even knew about it, you understand? Then now you got to see me. Because you're doing this to be spiteful, brother. You could do it may be wrong, but you got a lot of other chicks you could probably do this to. But you're doing this to my son's mother. So I got a problem with that. And that's the only reason, the only thing I think this dude would have a problem with. You understand? If it ever comes back and his son has to be faced or know some stuff and it hurts his son. And old boy ain't the dude that, and I know it changes over time, but these cats don't understand that people come out of retirement.
All right, we're gonna leave that right there. Let me see if I can find the last bit of today's show to top off Diddy. Okay, here it is. Inside the Freak Off, y'all, we are going to review the male entertainer that tells all about the wild nights with Diddy and Cassie of Armand Wiggins. Now, as a matter of fact, I'm going to come back and air that on another one. I'm going to leave the show right there. Okay? With Gene Deal. That's what I'm going to do. So, we are going to come back up right back with the review of the Armand Wiggins and the male entertainer. I watched it last night, y'all. It was good, so I got to review it with y'all. I'm going to leave it off right here for wrapping up the review of Diddy Weeks 20 through 24. Okay, we're going to leave that right there. What do y'all think? Okay, we have got explosive, crazy testimony about Diddy, 50 Cent baby mama, all type of shit. Everybody trying to hide it like, we don't know that's 50 Cent's baby mama. We are not stupid. We have been hearing about it and they have been talking about it, y'all. Okay, would y'all work for Diddy to clean up the freak offs, nastiness is in the hotels and things like that, be his little drug mule for $80,000 to $100,000? Jonathan testified to that. Okay, we heard about 50 Cent baby mama coming in hot, talking about, you know, how she was doing it for $1,000 to $5,000 bags, sleeping with 4 or 5 different men a night. He was paying $10,000 in rent. He gave her $20,000 to open up some type of little boutique, a line of clothing or some shit she had going on, y'all. Was it worth it to be 50 Cent's baby mama and fall from that grace to Diddy's wherever to fall in the hell with Diddy? Y'all let me know. Tanisha Talks Teas. I'm gonna be right back up here. We're gonna review the interview Armand did with the male entertainer. See you in a minute. Stay sipping. Thanks for watching. Remember to show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing. It's a blessing. Keep your teacups filled and ready for my next upload. Until then, stay inspired and remember, always stay sipping.